Chapter 2346. Ever since the three Saint Lords returned from the alien world, they hadn't appeared for 100 years. With the number one expert in the sacred world, the sacred world maintained a rare peace. In the past 100 years, everyone guessed that the number one expert would control the sacred world, but it didn't happen. Since then, the number one expert, the Avengers, had never appeared again. After 100 years, he only left behind a shadow of a legend. In the endless starry sky outside the sacred world, a huge bird flew through the starry sky. Large areas of the starry sky collapsed. The uninhabited continent didn't even last for a second before it was smashed and finally stopped. "We're here." The starry sky blue Luan stopped in the starry sky. From a distance, it looked like a mountain that covered the sky. The dozen or so energy balls were very eye-catching. Deacon Lee stood up and released an invisible aura. The dozen or so energy balls felt a great pressure. According to the map, it will take about 5 or 6 days to reach the sacred world. You guys go there by yourselves. As for how to get the Great Tao Origin Heart, there is no need for me to say it. You all know it. The higher-ups have calculated that after 300 or 400 years, those experts will be resurrected. The dozen or so energy balls broke through the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Deacon Lee looked at the starry sky. "You are all geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Don't disappoint me." The alien world. Since the beginning of the alien race's inheritance, the alien world was the alien world. It never had a complete name. Ever since that battle, Laika and Thorn had basically stayed in the foreign race's world and hadn't left at all. They had constantly increased their strength in hopes that one day, they would be able to kill their way into the holy world and take the lives of the three holy lords. There was also the Avengers Alliance Master, whose whereabouts were always unknown. If it weren't for that person, the holy world would have long since fallen into their hands, and the power of the foreign race would have reached its peak. In the past 100 years, the two alien race experts had been cultivating and going into closed-door training. Noon of this day, a terrifying aura shrouded the sky of the alien world. In front of this aura, the alien race experts felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if the other party could kill them with a single thought. This intense feeling kept rising from the bottom of their hearts. Who dares to cause trouble in the alien world? One after the other, two sharp auras soared into the sky. As the protectors of the alien world, Laika and Thorn were the first to come out. Two terrifying attacks tore apart the other party's aura, allowing the experts from the foreign races to catch a breather. Fourth step realm, 8th grade Great Tao. What a piece of trash. A cold snort came from above the two of them. A huge finger shot through the air. No one knew where it came from, but it heavily hit the two of them. An unimaginably terrifying force pressed down on them, and they were immediately sent flying into a mountain. They were on the verge of death. This is too terrifying. Could it be that the Alliance Master has taken action? The two of them were on the verge of death. They were fourth step experts, but they couldn't even take one move from this person. They felt extremely sullen, and a trace of fear appeared in their hearts. To be able to heavily injure them in one move, how terrifying was the person who came? "Your Excellency, aren't you being too vicious and merciless? This is the outsider's world. How can you?" Another tyrannical and terrifying aura shot into the sky. Halfway through his words, a finger stabbed down from the void. "You half-dead old thing, scram to the side." A massive boom rang out, and the towering aura was suppressed by an even more powerful force. The entire forbidden region of the outsider world was shaken. Too weak, too weak. You can't even withstand a single blow." The voice in the void was filled with endless disappointment. Laika and Thorn revealed frightened expressions. The old ancestor wasn't this person's opponent and was suppressed by a single finger. This person's strength was unfathomable. The two of them felt their hearts sink to the bottom. From today onwards, the three of you belong to this young master. A powerful force attacked them. Laika, Thorn, and even the old ancestor were pulled over by a young man. They were thrown together, and the other party's icy voice echoed in their ears. "Your strength is too weak. You can consider yourselves lucky. I don't need trash by my side. Otherwise, how could I compete with those people? The young man's body was shrouded by the power of the great Tao, so his appearance couldn't be seen. The only thing they could feel was his arrogance. Leica, Thorn, and even the old ancestor didn't turn around for a moment. Once they did, they were overwhelmed with shock. A mysterious person had easily defeated them, and now there was more than one such powerhouse. Could it be that the holy world was going to change? The assassin world. Not bad, not bad. This is exactly what I want to control. There was an underground world outside the holy world. Normally, very few people would come to this place, but in this underground world, there was a terrifying power, the assassin world. The assassin world was overseen by a fourth-step powerhouse who had broken through 50 years ago. If this was a normal time, the master of the assassin world, Black, might make a move against the holy world. But what happened 50 years ago mercilessly told Black that with his strength alone, he was far from being able to strut around in the holy world. From then on, Black gave up on the idea of being a hegemon. With the mysterious number 1 expert above his head, who knew when he would come looking for him? It was better to be a local tyrant in his own territory. Black cultivated in the secret room as usual. After 50 years, his strength had stabilized. Sometimes he would turn into a black room, and sometimes he would turn into a human. He kept changing back and forth. This was one of Black's powerful Daos. I didn't expect there to be someone who cultivates the 6th grade Great Tao. This Great Tao is not bad. Without any warning, a sound came from the secret room. Black's expression changed, and the black room surged out, covering the entire secret room. Get out. A bright light, like the dawn before darkness, appeared. The black fog that covered the sky seemed to have met its nemesis. It kept evaporating and dissipating, and a series of groans came from the black fog. Stop. Black was so scared that his scalp went numb. After returning to his human form, his face was full of horror. He cultivated a 6th grade Great Tao, and he did not have to worry about facing the 3 great divine lords and the others. He did not expect to be suppressed by a mysterious person today. Black did not need to doubt that the other party's strength was so strong that he could not compete with him. Sir, your strength is impressive. If there is anything you need, just tell me. I will definitely complete it for you. Black lowered his head, having no intention of fighting back at all. Someone who could target his Great Tao must be a Great Tao above his own. A Great Tao countered a Great Tao, and his strength would be reduced by more than half. Black had no chance at all, so he might as well just admit defeat. You are very smart. The person smiled and said, I have taken a fancy to your assassin world, and I can even help you advance to the 5th step. Black knelt on one knee without hesitation. Black greets young master. Chapter 2347. Master, several places in the sacred world have detected a powerful force that exceeds the strength of a 4th step expert. It is suspected that some experts have invaded the sacred world. Nether Realm, Wild Sacred Mountain, in a cave abode. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, suddenly heard the little fiend's reminder. He suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a trace of doubt. If I burst out with the power of a 4th step expert, wouldn't that be equal to the power of a 5th step expert? Ever since Lin Fei had shown his strength 100 years ago, he had become the top expert in the sacred world. He did not care much about it as he felt a sense of accomplishment for using a mysterious identity to deal with the sacred world. In the past 100 years, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had basically stayed in the wild sacred mountain to absorb the origin energy and search for experts who were trying to resurrect. Unfortunately, he had not found anything. There were very few people like Ouyang Ba. According to Ouyang Ba, there were many hidden spaces and secret realms in the wild sacred mountain. Perhaps they were all hiding in those secret realms. Lin Fei tried to find the secret realm, but these secret realms were not ordinary. At the same time, they were closed. It was not easy to detect their specific location. Over the past few decades, Lin Fei hadn't gained anything. Those spatial secret realms were tightly hidden. It wasn't that he hadn't discovered any secret realms during this period, but they had long been destroyed by others. There was no value in them at all. Lin Fei could only give up on the idea of searching for them. However, it did not mean that he had given up on searching. Instead, he made arrangements. No matter when, as long as there was a spatial fluctuation in the wild sacred mountain, the little devil would know immediately. He would definitely be one step ahead of others and would not be afraid of being occupied. Yes, according to the force that erupted, it is indeed at the fifth step realm, said the little devil. According to my analysis, Master's enemies should have a new backer. Lin Fei had not done anything in the past 100 years, but he had actually gained complete control over the Saints' world. He was not particularly interested in the territory, resources, and authority that other people had. Compared to origin energy, they were nothing. They were nothing. They were all unpresentable. Could it be that those experts from back then have returned, or? Lin Fei furrowed his brows. If they're really being controlled by someone, I'm afraid those people will come looking for me. I have to make some arrangements. Unable to guess their origins, Lin Fei realized that the sacred world would no longer be peaceful. Master, we've overlooked a certain force. That mysterious judgment, organization. There's an 80% chance that these people are from that force. Imp said. The little devil had a strong analytical ability, so there was an 80% chance that he was from judgment. Judgment. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If there was anyone who had the opportunity to send such a strong person, it would be the Judgment Organization. Even though the Judgment Organization had disappeared for such a long time and was almost forgotten by people, no one really believed that the Judgment Organization had disappeared. It was very likely that they were hiding from the world. Hey, someone is looking for Song Shengtian. Through the connection between them, Lin Fei immediately sensed the movements on the other side. Turn on the surveillance. Be careful. The image on the system changed to a palace in Heaven Wasteland domain. A tyrannical power was wreaking havoc, but it was perfectly controlled in a very small area, indicating that this person had an extremely deep grasp of his own strength. This person is very strong. Just this aura alone has reached the peak of the fourth step. His great Tao power is also extremely terrifying. Are they big shots who want to control the sacred world? Lin Fei was suspicious. In the palace, the Song Shengtian brothers were both third-step experts. In the past 100 years, they had progressed extremely quickly. However, in front of the person who had come, just the terrifying pressure of the great Tao made it hard for them to breathe. You people of the sacred world are really weak. I haven't even made a move yet, but you can't stand it. How disappointing. In the original position of the City Lord, there was a ball of red energy. One could vaguely see the figure inside. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either you live, or you die. The Song Shengtian brothers relied on Lin Fei to control a small sacred world and restore the former glory of the Zhong clan. They had never had any thoughts of betrayal. They knew very well that without Di Tian's help, they most likely would not have reached this step today. Facing the tyrannical person in front of them, the Song Shengtian brothers hesitated. One side was death, the other was life. This was the most difficult choice in a person's life. Once they made the choice, it would be a betrayal. The Zhong clan disdained to do such a thing. If they chose to die, the glory of the Zhong clan would never return, and they would forever become smoke in history. Why are you willing to choose to die? In the City Lord's position, the ball of energy revealed a faint trace of dissatisfaction. Song Shengtian did things in an open and above-board manner. The thing he was most unwilling to do was to betray. Even if Di Tian did not ask the Zhong clan to do anything in these 100 years, Song Shengtian had always insisted that he was one of Di Tian's people. Without Di Tian behind him, even if he controlled the Heaven Wasteland domain, without a strong backing, he would not be able to stop the surrounding people from spying on him. Song Shengtian, agree to that guy. There's nothing for me to worry about. When Song Shengtian could not make a decision, a familiar voice sounded in the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, Song Shengtian was also a powerful guy, and did not reveal any strange expression. He believed that as long as he revealed a trace of strange expression, the mysterious person would definitely be able to see it. Sir, it's not impossible for us to rely on you, But do you have the confidence to face the siege from the invincible palace of the Nether Domain? Sung Shengtian said hesitantly. Haha, that's a good idea. That's great, I've never been stingy to my own people. As long as you work for me, a mere invincible palace and the Nether Domain are nothing. I might as well tell you, I'm from the mysterious Judgment organization in your eyes. Do you think the forces of the sacred world can go against Judgment? The unlimited arrogance of the words directly caused the hearts of the two brothers, Sung Shengtian, to tremble. On the other side, after hearing these words, Lin Fei finally confirmed that the mysterious Judgment had finally made a move. They had arranged for young disciples to control an overlord of the sacred world the moment they arrived. I didn't expect it to really be them. But what exactly is their goal? Lin Fei frowned. We're willing to be your subordinates, Sung Shengtian said after struggling for a while. The younger brother beside him had always followed his older brother. Little did he know that at this moment, Sung Shengtian was also very shocked. That Di Tian's strength was so terrifying, and the people from the Judgment organization actually did not notice it at all. How strong was that person? Sung Shengtian secretly rejoiced that he did not rely on the other party right from the start. Otherwise, if he offended Di Tian, there would be no place for him in the sacred world. Chapter 2348. The Judgment Organization. Lin Fei heard it clearly. The power that had disappeared for a long time had appeared once again. They had sent a powerful member of the younger generation to oversee it, and there were many similar people. Lin Fei connected the dots and confirmed that it was the work of the Judgment Organization. In the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the person from the Judgment Organization had never noticed that he was being monitored. After receiving the Sung Shengtian brothers' surrender, he began to understand all the information from the sacred world. The leader of the Avengers? The #1 expert in the sacred world? The massive energy knew all the information about the sacred world, such as the distribution of power. However, when it heard about the leader of the Avengers, it had some doubts. To be able to single-handedly suppress several fourth-step experts, his strength was indeed impressive. What the other party was most concerned about was the mysterious origin of the leader of the Avengers. Until now, no one knew his true identity. It was as if he had never appeared before. Alright, from now on, the only thing you need to do is to collect information for me. Everything about? The massive energy said unhurriedly and threw out 2 elixirs. These are grade 5 Tao pills. They contain a rich and special energy. As long as you refine them, you will be able to smoothly advance to the 5th step realm. The Sung Shengtian brothers were shocked by these words. 1 elixir could advance from the 3rd step to the 5th step realm? It was too terrifying. The other party's aura disappeared in front of the 2 of them. Sung Shengtian could no longer sense the existence of the other party, but he did not think that the other party had left. He had just changed his way of existence. Big brother, are we dreaming? For a moment, Sung Shengtian wondered if he was dreaming. The 2 grade 5 Tao pills floating in front of him told them that it was not a dream. We are not dreaming. That person is indeed very powerful. We just need to do as he says. Sung Shengtian was not naive enough to think that they were dreaming. They could not afford to offend such an expert. They could not afford to offend Di Tian either. Could they not see that the other party had not sensed it? This was the most terrifying thing. Sung Shengtian did not want to tell his brother. He was the only one who knew. Scanning the 5th grade Tao core. In the dark, Lin Fei activated the scanning function. It was analyzed and tested. Ding! Level 5 Tao pill, a special type of pill. It contains the power of the Great Tao and can help increase one's strength. It is a one-time consumable. Ding! Do you want to replicate? Lin Fei had been paying attention the moment the other party took out the pill. The Judgment Organization is so high and mighty. They have mastered such a method to increase their strength. Now they have taken out a grade 5 Tao pill. Perhaps, above this, there is a grade 6 Tao pill, or even a grade 7 Tao pill. Lin Fei thought to himself. Copy! Ding! 1/10 of the energy unit will be consumed to replicate the Tier 5 Tao pill. Replication begins, estimated to end in 3 days. A tenth of the consumption, Lin Fei's heart ached. This consumes too much energy. A tenth of the origin energy was indeed a huge consumption, reaching a terrifying figure. Master, the effects of the grade 5 Dao core replicated by the system are more than 5 times that of an ordinary grade 5 Dao core. That's why it consumed so many units of origin energy. 5 times? Lin Fei's heart did not ache so much anymore. A 5 times increase was still understandable. Song Shengtian, this pill is not bad. You can take it. From now on, don't contact me. Do whatever you want, lest you get exposed. Lin Fei sent a thought over and ended the call. Although the other party did not know that he was being monitored, Lin Fei still had to be careful, lest he was discovered. At that time, he would be the bird that stuck out. Lin Fei ended the call with Song Shengtian. He had been paying attention to the situation after taking the pill. He had to admit that the other party's grade 5 Dao core was very powerful. Within a few days after taking it, the two brothers, Song Shengtian, had advanced to the 4th step and mastered the Great Dao body protection. The speed of their advancement did not stop. It was still slowly increasing. It seemed that they could really advance to the 5th step. After some observation, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of grade 5 Dao cores. They were good stuff. If not for the arrival of the Judgment Organization, Lin Fei really did not know that there was such a good thing. From the tip of the iceberg, he could see how powerful the Judgment Organization was. A group of mysterious people came to the sacred world. Lin Fei did not manage to grasp all of them. He barely knew that there were 10 of them in the sacred world. He did not know if there were more outside. Lin Fei believed that there were. He could also guess their purpose. Perhaps it was for those who were preparing to resurrect in the near future. After the people from the Judgment Organization came and secretly controlled them, they disappeared. In fact, they were hidden in the depths of the small sacred world. If not for the powerful system, it would be difficult to find them. There's another one? Just when Lin Fei thought that the people from the Judgment Organization would not find him, they came. Sealed World, Invincible Palace. A young man from the Judgment Organization came. Sealed world that could suppress people's strength. He did not manage to suppress the other party's strength and broke into Invincible Palace just like that. Lin Fei usually stayed in the wild sacred mountain to absorb the drifting origin energy. However, he also arranged for an expert to keep watch. That was Ouyang Ba. His great Dao decomposition could decompose everything. He was enough to keep watch. The netherworld was guarded by Qi Lin. The powerful mind was also a rare great Dao, and its attacks were more incisive. This young man from the Judgment Organization wanted to control Invincible Palace as soon as he arrived. However, he was attacked by Ouyang Ba. Ouyang Ba used his powerful great Dao and caught him off guard. With his powerful decomposition ability, no matter could escape from decomposition. Ouyang Ba was still very confident. Although he was only at step 4, he could make up for all his flaws with his strong advantage. This young man from the Judgment Organization was quite shocked. A great Dao of this level was also a very amazing great Dao in the Judgment Organization. He did not expect it to appear in the sealed world. The two of them fought. The great Dao that Ouyang Ba was proud of failed to defeat his opponent for the first time. Instead, his opponent left. Ouyang Ba told Lin Fei immediately, "It's not good to be too famous." Lin Fei did not come back. He turned on the projection and complained in his heart. "Master, did you say that they are the genius disciples of the Judgment Organization?" Ouyang Ba raised his head in surprise. "Yes, there's more than one person like him. There are at least 10 of them." Ouyang Ba lost his cool. Chapter 2349. His opponent was trying to subdue him. Furthermore, he was in his own territory. Lin Fei set up a surveillance camera and found the footage of his battle with Ouyang Ba. It's indeed an impressive treasure. Lin Fei noticed that the young expert from the Judgment team had mastered the Wind Dao and was an expert in speed. At the same time, when combined with the treasures in his hands, he weakened the power of the Great Dao disintegration. A 100% attack would be weakened by at least 50%. This was definitely one of the most frightening things to do. If that guy didn't have the treasure, he would not stand a chance against me. Ouyang Ba was unwilling to admit defeat. It's my first time seeing such a treasure. If my strength recovers to the 5th step, he would not be able to stop me with his treasure. Have you heard of Dao pills? Lin Fei asked all of a sudden. Ouyang Ba wore a confused look. He soon recalled something and said in astonishment, Master, do you have a Dao pill? Rumor had it that it was a special pill that could be used to break through to the next realm. Back when the wild holy continent was at its peak, Dao pills were extremely rare. It was said that Dao pills were refined using the great Dao Yuan heart. I'm not sure if it's true or not. A trace of understanding flashed in Lin Fei's heart. Perhaps, Dao pills are really refined using the great Dao essence heart. The person who came up with such a method is not simple. Not yet. Lin Fei said, I'm not sure about it in the future. Ouyang Ba pondered, Master, as long as I can reach the 5th step, I'll be able to defeat any expert from the judgment team in a one-on-one battle. After the young expert from the judgment team disappeared, no one in the sacred world knew about it. During this period, there was a huge change. 3 days later, Lin Fei finally received the good news that the 5th grade Dao pill had been successfully replicated. Ever since Sung Shengtian and Ouyang Ba consumed the pill, they had broken through their bottlenecks and reached the 4th step. Lin Fei was shocked when he found out about it. With such a pill, it was not difficult to control the authorities of the sacred world. In the face of threats and increasing one's strength, no matter who it was, they all knew how to choose. So this is a 5th grade Dao pill? In a cave in the savage sacred mountain, Lin Fei took out the pill. This was a green medicinal pill that exuded an ancient aura. The moment it was taken out, a thick aura of the great Dao spread out. Fortunately, Lin Fei had set up a formation to isolate all auras. Otherwise, just this aura alone would definitely attract the attention of others. Lin Fei did not believe that he was alone in the wild sacred mountain. This is indeed an extraordinary pill. It contains such terrifying energy. No wonder it can improve one's strength so easily. No one can resist it. Lin Fei sighed. If they knew that they contributed a method to increase their strength to me, their faces would probably turn black. Lin Fei was in a very good mood after spending 1/10 of his energy to replicate a 5th grade Dao pill. Furthermore, it was a pill that had been increased by 5 times. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. It melted in his mouth and a strong energy swept through his body, as if it wanted to explode Lin Fei's body. What a tyrannical medicinal effect! Lin Fei was shocked. He used Tianming's energy to suppress it. Fortunately, Tianming's energy was incomparably huge. Furthermore, he was not afraid of consumption. After suppressing the energy, all that was left was to slowly refine it. This refinement took Lin Fei an entire month to completely refine the special energy in his body. Unparalleled realm, 3rd step small realm. In a short month, Lin Fei broke through the bottleneck and successfully became a peerless expert. After Lin Fei successfully advanced to the unparalleled realm, he finally condensed a great Dao in his body. It was not an ordinary great Dao, but one of the rarer great Dao in the space series. It was not an active attack type, but an auxiliary great Dao called spatial nihility. The space great Dao was a huge great Dao. It contained all kinds of small Daos. The one that Lin Fei condensed was an auxiliary great Dao called spatial nihility. It was actually a kind of passive defense. It formed a space collapse around Lin Fei. No attack would be able to touch Lin Fei's body. This great Dao defense was not inferior to the invincible defense and the body of 10,000 curses. As long as he did not encounter a powerful expert, he would be invincible with this great Dao. Lin Fei did not only have this great Dao. At the same time, he had mastered another great Dao, decomposition. One for attack and one for defense. His strength had increased several times. Great Dao protection! Lin Fei shouted. The great Dao protection that could be used at the 4th step was easily used. The surrounding space collapsed as if it had turned into nothingness. In this nothingness, Lin Fei's body seemed to have left this layer of space. It was folded by countless layers of space. Compared to the previous space bloodline, the power of the great Dao was above. In the future, when I copy a wind attribute speed great Dao, it will be perfect. Others might only be able to master one great Tao in their lifetime. However, this was not the case for Lin Fei. With the existence of the system, he could control a large number of great Tao. He could switch and use them without any trouble. It was perfect. That's right. I have to copy Qi Lin's mind great Tao. This is also a good attack method. Lin Fei thought to himself. Little devil, if I continue to use the grade 5 Tao pill, will I be able to successfully break through to the 5th step? Theoretically, 1/10 of the consumption was still very painful for Lin Fei. That's right. I will copy 2 ordinary grade 5 Tao pills. It should not use much origin energy. This is very economical. It is only about 1/3 of your elixir. Lin Fei could still accept it. After the elixir was copied, Lin Fei left the wild sacred mountain. He first went to the Netherworld Palace and called Qi Lin over. He copied Qi Lin's mind great Tao and left behind a grade 5 Tao pill. Qi Lin was shocked. That's great, master. With this, I might be able to restore my strength to the 5th step. My mind power attack will also be more powerful. I can easily affect any experts below the 5th step. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. He had spent 1/3 of his origin energy. Ouyang Ba of the Invincible Palace was shocked when he saw that Lin Fei had advanced to the 3rd step of the martial Tao realm. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? After knowing that Lin Fei had consumed a 5th grade Tao pill, he was so shocked that he was almost speechless. This is for you. The people from the Judgment Organization are coming aggressively. Your strength is still not enough. You have to improve. Chapter 2350. While Lin Fei was paying attention to the movements in the Holy World, the entire Holy World was strangely calm. It was as if a storm was brewing and could erupt at any time. In the dark, all the forces were restraining their subordinates, and there were no more local battles. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. To any cultivator, 10 years was a very short period of time. It was the same for the Holy World. Everyone thought that the Holy World would calm down and a new era would slowly begin. Holy Lord Blood Prison, Holy Lord Yan Zixing, and Holy Lord Bai Lang all advanced to the 5th step in less than a month. The entire Holy World was shocked. The first to advance to the 5th step was Holy Lord Blood Prison. The Yama's death domain was filled with a sea of blood, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the Holy World. All the top experts in the Holy World, whether they were in seclusion or not, stopped and looked at the Yama's death domain. After a long time, a 5th step expert was finally born in the Holy World. There was a huge gap between the 5th step and the 4th step. Just when everyone thought that a new era would begin in the Holy World, Yan Zixing from the Yan Huang world advanced to the 5th step. Once again, everyone was shaken. Shocking news came one after another. In less than a month, the 3 Holy Lords had all advanced to the 5th step and displayed terrifying strength. A huge pressure shrouded the small Saint World Alliance. Holy Lord Seven Fiend didn't disappoint. After the 3 Holy Lords advanced, he followed closely and successfully advanced to the 5th step. Originally, it was difficult for 5th step experts to appear in the Holy World. As the 3 Holy Lords began to advance, they appeared one after another like mushrooms after the rain, stimulating everyone. Many people cried tears of joy and thought that a new era had begun in the Holy World. The 3rd step, the 4th step, and the 5th step were no longer out of reach. When the news that 2 experts from the alien world had advanced to the 5th step spread, it was undoubtedly more convincing. The future cultivation era had begun. One by one, they advanced to the 5th step successfully. The situation in the Holy World immediately changed. The original 3rd step masters of the small saint world started to have a headache and secretly sought refuge with the 5th step experts. They didn't want to be massacred. With the appearance of the 5th step experts, everyone's strength increased greatly. Especially with the 5th step experts, ordinary 3rd step and 4th step experts were no longer a deterrent. They felt great pressure in front of the 5th step experts and didn't dare to have any temper. Nether Realm. After the situation in the Holy World began to change, Divine Lord Seven Fiend came with him. He wanted to subdue the Netherworld and make it a part of his power. In the past, he might have been afraid of Di Tian, but now, he was a 5th step expert. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. A mere small sacred world without a fifth-step expert was a piece of cake for him. Tion, I've taken a liking to your netherworld realm. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand it over so that you don't have to suffer. Sacred Lord Seven Fiends said arrogantly. Ever since he joined the mysterious person, his strength had increased greatly. After confirming that the other party was from the Judgment Organization, Seven Fiendish Holy Lord no longer had any desire to compete. He just wanted to complete his mission. He wanted to hug the other party's thigh tightly. Back then, Seven Fiendish Holy Lord had used his full strength and Lin Fan had nearly killed him with one finger. Now, he didn't have any temper at all and was completely convinced. As soon as Sacred Lord Seven Fiendish spoke, the aura of the fifth step crushed toward Nether Palace. The pressure was like 10,000 mountains that made it hard for everyone to breathe. The fifth step was so terrifying. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, this is the Nether Realm. Who allowed you to be so arrogant? A disdainful snort came from the Nether Palace. As soon as he said that, an invisible force surged over. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend's eyes were filled with fear. His body shook, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was injured in one move. Scram! There was a thunderous explosion. The subordinates that Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had brought were all experts, but they all fell from the sky. In an instant, only Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was left. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was completely terrified. Why hadn't he thought of this? The Nether Realm also had hidden experts. He had taught them a deep lesson right from the start. An ordinary Great Tao dares to be arrogant in the Nether Palace. Qi Lin laughed coldly in a secret room in the depths of the Nether Palace. 10 years had passed, and he had returned to the fifth step. His use of the mental energy Great Tao had reached an extremely deep level. The mental energy Great Tao was untraceable and the hardest to block. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had never investigated it before. He had suffered a huge loss. I believe that after this, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend and those people won't dare to act rashly. There is a fifth step expert in the Nether Realm. The news that Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had suffered a huge loss in the Nether Realm spread throughout the Holy World. Everyone was shocked. Tion had secretly created a fifth step expert and avoided the eyes and ears of many people. His methods were impressive, and he had dug a big hole. In the end, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was unlucky. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had suffered a loss in the Nether Realm. The people in the secret of the Holy World re-evaluated Tion. He had a fifth-step expert in such a short time. Who knew how many fifth-step experts he had by his side? The Nether Realm and the Sealed World had become powerful forces that couldn't be offended. While everyone was shocked by Tion, shocking news came from another small saint world. It turned out that a fifth-step expert had appeared in the Curse Palace. Cursed Huan had become a fifth-step expert and overturned the small saint world. He had destroyed the original force and taken control of a small saint world. This was a sensational news. Cursed Huan, who had become a fifth-step expert, used a powerful curse Tao, and his combat power was extremely powerful. A fourth-step expert was defeated in less than 3 moves. The situation in the Holy World changed very quickly. Some unknown forces broke through realms without any warning and reached unimaginable realms, blinding everyone. While the storm was raging outside, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He stepped into the endless starry sky. He had something very important to do. Not long ago, Little Fiend had monitored a trace of spatial fluctuations in a mystic realm and suspected that there was a mystic realm there. There might be experts trying to resurrect there. 10 years. Lin Fei figured out some of the ins and outs. The great Tao origin heart in the mystic realm might be what they were after. Thus, Lin Fei came to try his luck and see if he could use this opportunity to obtain the great Tao origin heart. 10 years had passed since he had taken the grade 5 Tao pills. Lin Fei's realm had improved very quickly and he had now reached the 6th step. Compared to ordinary people, Lin Fei didn't need to comprehend anything. He took the grade 5 Tao pills one by one and kept accumulating, breaking through to the 6th step. This cultivation speed was considered fast even in the Judgment Organization. No one could keep taking grade 5 Dao pills. Lin Fei could keep replicating them, and the effect was 5 times that of ordinary pills. It wasn't difficult for him to reach the 6th step. Chapter 2351. Lin Fei was basically monitoring the inside and outside of the sacred world. He could even record the slightest spatial fluctuation. Could be said that there was really nothing in the sacred world that Lin Fei didn't know. On an uninhabited continent outside the starry sky, Lin Fei made a few spatial translocations and arrived at the place where the spatial fluctuation was generated. This is it. This spatial fluctuation was very obscure. If not for the system recording it, it would be very difficult to discover it. As far as Lin Fei was concerned, just a slight fluctuation would suffice. Open! Lin Fei raised his hand and pressed it in the void. The great Dao decomposition rampaged and shattered all concealment. A spatial entrance appeared. No matter could stop the power of the great Dao decomposition. Scan! Lin Fei was used to using the system to scan. If he used the system to scan, he wouldn't miss any suspicious places. If he used his divine senses, the effect would be much worse. Master, you are in luck. In the center of this uninhabited mystic realm, there is a fluctuation of life aura. There is a complete great Dao essence heart. Lin Fei revealed a look of joy. After a few decades, he finally found another great Dao essence heart. This time, he could study it properly. After locking onto the location, Lin Fei moved over and came to the center of the mystic realm. This mystic realm seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. There was no life in it. He didn't let his guard down because of this. Good technique. I might not even be able to discover it with my divine senses. Lin Fei's figure appeared in the sky above an uninhabited pile of rocks. If it wasn't for the little fiend, there wouldn't be any mistakes. He was about to suspect that he was in the wrong place because there wasn't any aura leaking out. Come out! He advanced to the 6th step. Lin Fei grabbed down with one hand. The power of the great Dao decomposition spread out. All the rocks and even the ground were decomposed into nothingness. A huge pit appeared. The array formations and restrictions all collapsed in front of the powerful great Dao decomposition. A huge cave abode appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The violent destruction continued. Everything in the cave abode. All turned into nothingness in front of the great Dao decomposition. A huge green coffin appeared. The coffin was covered with array formations and restrictions, isolating all auras from leaking out. One palm. Lin Fei shattered all the formations and restrictions. He opened the lid, and a black great Dao origin heart appeared. When this great path essence heart appeared, Lin Fei's eyes felt as if they had encountered something terrifying, feeling a trace of pain. It was as if he continued to look, he would be hurt by the bright light. What a domineering great Dao origin heart. This person must have been an extremely powerful expert when he was alive. I only took a glance at it, and my eyes were torn apart. The pain was unbearable, as if they were about to shatter. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate it. His great path surrounded him. When he looked at his great path primordial heart again, it was not as sharp as before. However, there were still traces of power that cut through the great Dao's protection. This should be a type of metal grand Dao, and it contains a terrifying sharp aura. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can withstand such an overbearing sharp aura. Lin Fei felt that his great Dao decomposition was very impressive. Compared to the great Dao in front of him, it didn't seem to have any advantage. This feeling was very strange, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it. Come out. Lin Fei realized the extraordinariness of the great path essence heart. He activated his spiritual grand Dao and condensed a large hand. As he reached out, the sun, moon, and stars seemed to fall into the world in his palm. Bush, bush, bush. As the spiritual hand approached, the great path essence heart shot out countless sharp sword chi. The spiritual hand that ordinary people couldn't break was easily pierced through by the sword chi. The entire hand was like a sieve, and finally collapsed in the void. Sword chi, this is sword chi. The sword chi that shot out finally made Lin Fei realize what it was. There was actually such a sharp sword chi in the world that could pierce through his spiritual hand. No wonder his eyes hurt when he stared at it. It was that invisible sword chi that was causing trouble. This is definitely a high-grade Great Path Essence Heart. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect there to be a 5th-grade Great Path Essence Heart here. And it's a metal Grand Dao that focuses on attack. This is great. In the void, laughter came. A green jade hand reached out, trying to grab the Great Path Essence Heart on the copper coffin. Trying to snatch it? Lin Fei was furious. A high-grade Great Path Essence Heart had great research value. Someone actually dared to snatch it in front of him. Did they really think he didn't exist? How dare you, sir? Who allowed you to take it? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Using his palm as a blade, he slashed at a place in the void as fast as lightning. He slashed at the green jade hand that reached out, and sparks flew everywhere. This blade came fast and ferociously. Coupled with the power of the Great Path Disintegration, anything in front of this blade would be overshadowed. An unexpected scene appeared. The tyrannical Great Path Disintegration met its match this time. The green jade hand seemed to be disintegrating, but it still stubbornly resisted. Traces of power burst out, and actually blocked the attack of the Great Path Disintegration, maintaining the undefeated situation. A voice came from the void. I didn't expect there to be another expert. You are probably not from the Judgment Hall. There is no Great Path of the Judgment Hall like yours. Unfortunately, you met me. The green jade hand shook, and in the dazzling green light, it shook off Lin Fei's attack. Once again, it grabbed at the Great Path Essence Heart on the copper coffin, displaying its extraordinary strength. This was the first time that Lin Fei had met a worthy opponent. Ever since he cultivated 3 great paths, the experts in the sacred world had become so weak that they could not even withstand a single blow. Today, he had met an expert from the Judgment Hall, and he wanted to compete with him. Come out! Lin Fei shouted. A huge whirlpool appeared in the center of his body. The terrifying power of disintegration spread out, forming a forbidden zone around him. Although the green jade hand was strong, it could not withstand this kind of attack. In the disintegration, it turned into nothingness. The power of the Great Path Essence Heart rapidly weakened, and the power of the sword chi was not as strong as before. Good chance. Lin Fei did not plan to use his hands to grab the Great Path Essence Heart. He did not doubt that if he really used his hands to grab it, his body would be riddled with holes by the Great Path Essence Heart. Capture. Although he could not use his hands, it did not mean that he could not use them. Once the system was activated, everything in the surrounding area could be captured. The Great Path Essence Heart struggled instinctively. The sword chi was like rain. If it was a normal Great Path, it would have been pierced through. However, the Great Path decomposition was different. It was not that easy to break. When the system began to capture the Great Path Essence Heart, the green jade hand reached in again. Compared to the last time, the hand was covered with a layer of scale-like substance, blocking most of the power of the Great Path decomposition. You are not bad. I didn't expect someone to be able to force me to use this in such a backward place. The green jade hand was fast, but it was still not as fast as the system. The moment the green jade hand grabbed the Great Path Essence Heart, it was as if it had disappeared from the world, leaving no trace of its aura. The green jade hand grabbed thin air. Chapter 2352. Lin Fei had collected the Great Dao Origin Heart at lightning speed, giving the other party a huge shock. In the end, he had failed. The Great Path Origin Heart disappeared. Bastard, hand over the Great Path Origin Heart. An angry voice came from the void. The green jade hand attacked again. Compared to the last time, the attack was much sharper. An invisible sense of danger enveloped the area. From the beginning to the end, his opponent had not used the power of the Great Path. It was purely an instinctive attack. Come and get it yourself if you can. After Lin Fei knew how extraordinary the Great Path Origin Heart was, he naturally would not hand it over. Even if his opponent was from the Judgment Organization, he would not be intimidated. Moreover, Lin Fei really wanted to see how strong his opponent was against an expert from the Judgment Organization. Such arrogance! How dare you! When the green jade hand was about to approach, it split into 2, then into 4. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of green jade hands. The real and fake hands were indistinguishable. "Master, the green jade hand in front of you is real." Lin Fei used his hand as a blade again and slashed at the green jade hand closest to him. Sparks flew again, and the power was weakened again. If one slash doesn't work, again. This was a rare opportunity. How could Lin Fei be willing to let it go? His origin energy surged, and every saber strike landed on the green jade-like hand. This kind of continuous attack was not something anyone could handle. Spirit Rush. The opponent's strength was beyond imagination. Lin Fei activated the Great Path of Spirit. The boundless Great Path of Spirit rushed towards a certain direction. A muffled groan came from the void, and a green figure fell out. The opponent was injured. From the beginning, Lin Fei had been looking for the opponent's traces. The Great Path of Spirit used a spirit rush to force the opponent out. "I didn't expect you to cultivate two great paths. A place like the sacred world actually produced a talent like you." The azure-clothed person's bright eyes flashed with shock. "Unfortunately, your attacks are too ordinary." The azure-clothed person knew very well what kind of place the sacred world was. This was a place abandoned by the Judgment Organization. The continent had collapsed, and the origin energy was no longer complete. It was extremely difficult to produce one or two experts. This was also why the higher-ups had arranged for them to come here. No one could threaten their lives. But today, there was someone who could affect their lives. The tyrannical power of disintegrating matter, if placed on their side, would definitely be an honored guest of the various powers. In the face of the great Tao of decomposition with great destructive power, only one would appear every 1,000 or even several thousand years. Both of them would receive the attention of the Judgment Tribunal. The green-clothed man threw down a sentence. "Now I'll let you experience what a real attack is." As soon as he finished speaking, a green shadow appeared in front of Lin Fei and slapped toward Lin Fei's chest. "I forgot to tell you that my great way is the ultimate speed." This was the first extreme speed that Lin Fei had encountered. It was indeed fast. Invincible defense and body of 10,000 curses were instantly activated. Still, a tyrannical and terrifying force landed on his body. The huge force directly sent Lin Fei flying. Not bad defense, but it's a pity that it's still not enough. The azure-clothed man's movements were beyond the range of Lin Fei's spiritual sense. He basically could not see any traces. He only felt the opponent's punches land on his body one after another. The great Tao body protection was shattered after a few hits. When one's speed reached a certain level, experts of the same level would not be a match for him. Lin Fei could not resist the opponent's attack now. The moment the great Tao body protection was shattered, the opponent's fists landed on his body. Furthermore, it was not just one punch. Hundreds of fist marks landed on his body, almost causing his body to explode. Powerful. He is indeed powerful. This was the first time Lin Fei had been in such a sorry state. With the invincible defense, the body of incantations, and the great Tao body protection, Lin Fei looked like he was in a sorry state, but he was not seriously injured. However, he also realized that the people from the Judgment Organization were tyrannical and terrifying. The fourth step and fifth step experts in the sacred world would definitely lose if they encountered this azure-clothed man. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that the opponent had underestimated him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to snatch the great Tao origin heart. "In front of me, your attacks are too slow. Since you snatched my great Tao origin heart, let me strip it from your body. Only on my body can your great Tao decomposition shine." Lin Fei kept moving through space, but he was still one step slower than the opponent. Just as he had said, in the same realm, the opponent was the king of speed. The difference was that the opponent could attack once and the opponent could attack 100 times. This was the situation that Lin Fei was facing now. Have you calculated the opponent's movement traces? Lin Fei could only adopt a defensive stance. The great Tao decomposition unfolded and formed a forbidden zone. However, the azure-clothed man had a treasure that could greatly resist the attack. The destructive power of the great Tao decomposition was infinitely suppressed. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not alone. He had the little devil and the powerful system. So what if it was the ultimate speed? Almost there. Just a little more. Lin Fei continued to resist. Even so, his destiny energy and origin energy were being consumed very quickly. Moreover, it was the fastest in history. The opponent's attack was too overbearing. Not everyone wanted to meet this kind of enemy, especially when his methods were restricted by the opponent. Lin Fei became more and more serious about the mysterious trial organization. Did they recruit all the geniuses? Unbeknownst to him, the azure-clothed man was also very shocked. This was the first time he met someone who could resist his attack. In the outside world, almost no one could last for such a long time. Even if you can resist, so what? So what if you have grasped the spiritual great Tao? You can only say that you are unlucky to meet me. Who asked me to control the ultimate speed? In every realm, I am invincible. The azure-clothed man pushed his speed to the limit. All right, I have calculated the opponent's movement data. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the little devil sent good news. That's great. Help me figure out my next attack and movement route. Lin Fei had not felt so sullen in a long time. It was the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He basically couldn't defend against the opponent's attack. Fortunately, he was different from ordinary people. If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. Not to mention standing here. It's here. The opponent's next position appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Blade. Capturing the opponent's position in advance, the spiritual great Tao quickly penetrated. At the same time, a blade slashed at the position of the azure-clothed man. The spiritual great Tao couldn't be used because the opponent was constantly moving and could avoid being captured by the spiritual great Tao. But this time, the opponent was obviously going to be disappointed. The azure-clothed man felt his body tremble. A look of shock appeared on his face. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered yet. A blade light slashed over, forcing him to put his hands together to block the opponent's blade. He can actually discover my position. Chapter 2353. The man in green didn't think that Lin Fan could see his position. Ever since he condensed his extreme speed, every time he advanced, he would be invincible among those of the same realm. Even if he met someone with a higher realm than him, he would still be invincible. It must be a fluke. The man in green told himself that no one would be able to pinpoint his position in advance. Lin Fan was just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. It was just once. There won't be a second time. The man in green changed his position again. His body was pierced by his spirit once more. Even if there was a treasure to reduce the power, it was still very uncomfortable. Following closely, another saber slashed over. I was hit again. The man in green changed his position again. Without exception, he was hit again. Impossible! This was the first time the cyan-clothed man had encountered such a strange situation. As he lost his advantage in speed, the other party's attacks landed on him every time, forcing him to be unable to get close to the other party. He was completely blocked outside. Once, twice, thrice, 10 times, 30 times, 50 times, the man in green's face was a bit pale. He was about to collapse. He couldn't understand why his extreme speed would lose its effect. Lin Fan was able to hit him every time. Unable to display his speed advantage, the man in green felt very sullen. Dealing with Lin Fan had become a joke. How did you find out where I was? The man in green pulled away and didn't attack anymore. He wasn't in a good state. If he continued, it would just be pointless. Do you think I will tell you? Lin Fei smiled. The man in green was startled. He thought about it and realized that it was true. Why would Lin Fan tell him? This was his secret. If he told him, how would Lin Fan suppress him? You are strong today. Let's wait and see. Next time, you might not be able to break my speed so easily. The man in green was unwilling, but he knew that if he continued, it would be pointless. Rather than wasting his effort, he might as well leave now. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He is really straightforward. He said no and he left. Such a person isn't easy to deal with. Lin Fei's face turned solemn. Such a straightforward person was the hardest to deal with. Although the man in green left, Lin Fei didn't relax. Little Devil had been monitoring him. After confirming that the man had left, Lin Fei left. At the same time, he concealed his aura. Is that person the legendary leader of the Avengers? The azure-clothed man stood on an uninhabited mountain peak, revealing a trace of doubt. If it weren't for him, the Saints' world would be far more extraordinary than I imagined. There's actually someone with this ability. The azure-clothed man had been in the Saints' world for a very long time now. He had always been searching for the Heart of Ways. He had used a treasure to find the Heart of Ways in the past, but he never thought that it would be snatched away right before his eyes due to underestimating it. He returned empty-handed in the end. I wonder what their expressions will be like now that the greatest expert of the Saints' world has appeared. Perhaps it'll be extremely interesting. Ha! The azure-clothed man turned around and left. Lin Fei returned to the wild Sacred Mountains cave dwelling. Along the way, Lin Fei had been very careful, concealing his aura and erasing all traces. After exchanging blows with the azure-clothed man, Lin Fei realized something. The experts of the judgment hidden in the sacred world should not be weaker than this azure-clothed man. It should be said that all of them were geniuses. If a prodigy was already this strong, then the others were even more obvious. Lin Fei felt a sense of pressure. If it wasn't for the little fiend calculating the opponent's position, he would definitely be the one who lost. This point, Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. That azure-clothed man should be at the 6th step. If he advances by another minor realm, even if the little fiend can calculate the opponent's position, my attack speed will not be able to keep up, and my ability to restrict the opponent will be greatly weakened. Then, it will really be difficult to deal with him. Lin Fei suppressed the thoughts in his heart, no longer thinking about this matter. He arranged an array formation around the cave mansion, isolating the aura from leaking out. For safety's sake, he ordered the little fiend to shield it and monitor the cave mansion's surroundings. Lin Fei didn't want to do it again. The battle with the azure-clothed man had consumed 20% of his origin energy and 40% of his heavenly mandate energy. Fortunately, he had snatched the Heart of Ways this time. In comparison, it was still very worthwhile. The Heart of Ways was taken out, and sharp sword chi burst out. Lin Fei was already prepared. The great Tao decomposition formed a forbidden zone. Although the sword chi was powerful, it was instinctive and had limited power. It was easy to suppress it. Seeing the Heart of Ways activate the sword chi to shoot randomly, Lin Fei's eyes also felt a stinging pain. Little fiend, analyze and replicate. Lin Fei couldn't miss such a high-level great Tao. He had to master it. With the existence of the system, he didn't need to worry about having too many great Tao. It was just a matter of switching. It will take about 10 days. Lin Fei could wait for 10 days. However, 10 days wasn't long. It could be done in the blink of an eye. On the 10th day, Lin Fei opened his eyes. The little fiend had sent good news. The Heart of Ways had been replicated, and there was a complete great Tao in the system space. Even through the system space, Lin Fei could still feel the sharp sword chi. It was indestructible, as if it could destroy everything in the world. It was comparable to the great Tao decomposition. Great, another great Tao is in my hands. It's a 5th grade great Tao. Its power must be extraordinary. The great Tao decomposition was very powerful. With another sharp great Tao, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Refine, grasp. Lin Fei directly grasped it. With the existence of the system, it was very easy for Lin Fei to refine the great Tao. A stream of light entered his body. Lin Fei's entire body released traces of sharp aura. They were like sword chi that shot through the void. The array restriction was also shot through by the sword chi. Fortunately, the little fiend kept repairing and setting up layers upon layers of arrangements. It didn't leak out. Done. Not long after, when Lin Fei opened his eyes again, he shot out 2 sharp sword chi that tore through the void. His entire body was filled with a sharp aura. Ordinary people would feel a stabbing pain in their eyes if they looked at him. Those who were weaker would be blinded on the spot. A branch of the great Tao under the metal attribute, the Tao of benefits. After completely refining it, Lin Fei knew the name. At the same time, The memories contained in the Heart of Ways were controlled by Lin Fei. Relying on the powerful ability of the system, he erased the consciousness of the Heart of Ways, leaving behind pure memory fragments. Lin Fei knew the origin of the Heart of Ways. The previous owner was an 8th-step expert in the Wild Continent. Relying on the Tao of Benefits, he was at the top among 8th-step experts. I originally planned to master the use of the Tao of Benefits, but it seems that I don't need to anymore. Some of the sword techniques left inside can come in handy. This was the benefit of completely refining it. Chapter 2354. 4th and 5th step experts appeared one after another. It was as if a stone had been thrown into the peaceful sacred world, causing a huge ripple. The era where 3rd step experts dominated was gradually gone. A 4th step expert was enough to suppress them, let alone a 5th step expert. That was an unreachable position. They could deal with them with one hand. The sacred world was only so big. There were only so many small saint worlds. As some people advanced, the situation began to change. The 3 great sacred lords, who had always maintained a cooperative relationship, began to crack, and they began to fight for control of the sacred world. In less than a year, the 3 great sacred lords had fought several times. The tyrannical strength of 5th step experts quickly roped in a large number of forces, and their influence expanded rapidly. In the next short period of 150 years, there were constant battles in the sacred world. One force after another was swallowed, and it almost never stopped. All the forces, big and small, sought refuge with the powerful sacred lords. 150 years later, the forces of the sacred world became a situation where several forces fought for supremacy. The first force, Yama's Death Domain. The second force, Yen Huang World. The third force, Wave-Breaking Domain. The fourth force, Seven Fiends Domain. The fifth force, Foreign Race Tribe. 150 years later, there were only 14 powerful forces left in the sacred world. These 14 forces controlled the 33 small saint worlds of the sacred world. The other forces, including the sacred lords, either sought refuge with them or disappeared from the sacred world. Now, there were only 14 powerful factions left. Among them, the 5 major factions were the most powerful. Each faction had at least one 5th step expert overseeing it. After dividing the forces, the 14 forces remained united and did not make a move. The sacred world entered a temporary period of peace. Although it was peaceful, the saints' world was filled with a large number of spies. They filled the entire saints' world. At the same time, there was an uninhabited continent below space. Spies would appear in places where no one would normally appear. Even they could not understand the reason behind this. They constantly repeated the same thing. On an uninhabited continent, the entire continent was filled with ravines, and there was no sign of life. I don't know what the higher-ups are doing. Why did they send us to such a place? Be careful with your words, Kit. Don't say such things. The higher-ups want us to keep it to ourselves. If someone hears it, everyone will be in trouble. On the continent, 2 figures landed in the sky above a desolate valley, one after the other. Uncle Lee, I was just joking. A slightly childish young man said with a hollow laugh. Alas, we've come here for nothing again. There shouldn't be any special activity in this place. Another middle-aged man shook his head after looking around, appearing very disappointed. The 2 of them were sent here by the higher-ups. Their mission was very simple. They were to search for some special places on the continent. At the same time, the higher-ups would bestow them with treasures to examine them. Uncle Lee, it's better to check if it's clean. If there's nothing, we'll change places. Uncle Lee took out a treasure that looked like a disc. He activated his Heaven's Will energy, and the disc released a special energy that spread out with them at the center. Just when the 2 of them thought that they had made a wasted trip, a slight vibration came from the disc without any warning. Something good. Hurry up. This was the first time the 2 of them had met, and their faces lit up with joy. Once they discovered the commotion and reported it, it would be a great merit, and the reward would be very generous, enough to make people salivate. It's here. The 2 of them quickly arrived at the location. As they got closer, the vibration of the disk became more intense. Above a lake on the uninhabited continent, the two of them were very excited, as they had finally made a great contribution. "Uncle Lee, it seems to be under the lake. Is there a treasure buried under it?" The middle-aged man, Uncle Lee, was very excited. He knew that almost everyone in the sacred world was looking for it outside. This was something that had never happened before. "You'd better not think about it." Uncle Lee was very knowledgeable, and he knew very well that he should not be curious about this kind of thing. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. Before he finished speaking, the lake under him moved even though there was no wind. But the lake turned into a human face, which opened its mouth and swallowed the two of them. Even though the two of them had the strength of a first-step expert, they were still very weak in front of this human face. Everything happened too quickly. Uncle Lee and the young man did not even notice that they were eaten by the human face. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the entire lake moved, and a blue-clothed man walked out of the water. The lake water turned into a water dragon, which appeared under the blue-clothed man's feet. There was not a single drop of water left in the huge lake. However, the bottom of the lake was covered with bones. "I'm back." The blue-clothed man looked at the sky, and an ancient aura filled the entire continent. In the endless starry sky, Deacon Lee, who had been sitting cross-legged on the blue lawn in the starry sky, slowly opened his eyes. "It's finally starting. It's a little earlier than the higher-ups predicted." Deacon Lee had never left since he sent the geniuses of the trial hall here. He only needed to bring them back at the end. I don't know how many of those experts from the wasteland continent will return. In order to arrange this, the higher-ups have put in a lot of effort. Deacon Lee closed his eyes once again. "It's finally here. Those experts are starting to return. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. It's time to exercise. Don't disappoint me." In some dangerous places in the sacred world, groups of energy woke up one after another. They revealed a look of joy, and then closed their eyes again, waiting for those experts to return. "Master, on an uninhabited continent, there is a fluctuation of the great Tao primordial heart." In a cave in the savage sacred mountain, a black-robed man sat cross-legged on a stone platform. Sharp sword chi revolved around him, and anyone who saw him would feel terrified. The black-robed man opened his eyes, and his sharp eyes pierced through the void. "Turn the surveillance screen." It was a plan that took nearly 200 years. Lin Fei controlled every movement in the sacred world, and there was almost nothing that he couldn't know. The secret actions of those forces were all monitored. When the screen turned, Lin Fei seemed to be at the scene. He could clearly see the conversation between Uncle Lee and the young man. Until they came to the sky above the lake water turned into a human face, swallowed them, and then the blue-clothed man appeared. Those fallen experts are starting to return. With just a glance, Lin Fei felt an ancient aura from the other party. The strength of the fifth step. Controlling the power of water. Lin Fei quickly analyzed and realized that the returning experts were not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Chapter 2355. "Damn, are you sure? An 8-step expert?" Lin Fei could no longer remain calm. 150 years ago, in order to seize the great Tao primordial heart, he had fought with the azure-clothed man and realized how powerful the people of the Judgment Organization were. Now, an 8th-step expert had appeared. What kind of joke was this? I'm not mistaken. It is indeed an 8th-step expert. He should be escorting the geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Lin Fei took a deep breath. "Turn around." The scene changed again, and an endless starry sky appeared. This bird. The huge bird that covered the sky gave Lin Fei a great shock. When he looked at the bird's realm, it made him feel ashamed. Many people might not be able to reach the height of the bird even if they cultivated for a lifetime. That was not all. On the back of the unknown bird sat a middle-aged man. He did not release any great Tao, but he gave people a shocking feeling that they could not surpass him. So far, the middle-aged man on the back of the bird was the most powerful person Lin Fei had ever seen. The Judgment Organization controlled the sacred world for a reason. It was just a figure, but Lin Fei felt immense pressure. However, it was only pressure. In the past 150 years, no one had improved faster than him. He had continuously taken Tier 5 Dao pills, but the effects were weak. He could not take them for 150 years. Lin Fei was now a 7th-step expert. With the Grade 5 Dao pills, Lin Fei had taken a step forward. However, compared to the person on the back of the bird, he was still lacking. After years of cultivation, he had a deep understanding of the Great Tao. It was difficult to defeat someone with a gap of a small realm. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. An 8th-step expert acted as a healer. The judgment organization was rich and overbearing, and ordinary people could not compare. The sacred world has become a testing ground for them. The return of those experts must be related to the arrangements of the judgment organization. Lin Fei understood the cause and effect. Decades ago, Lin Fei had a guess, but he was not sure. After seeing the 8th-step expert on the back of the big bird, Lin Fei was sure that the holy world seemed to have become a testing ground. The cyan-clothed man he had fought before should be a genius of the judgment organization or a disciple with a bright future. Continue to monitor that guy. It's best to be careful. With such an 8th-step expert around, Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless. He had to keep an eye on him at all times. He believed that that person wouldn't make a move. She was here to be a nanny and be responsible for his safety. It won't be easy to kill them. Luckily, I didn't arrogantly attack them when I reached the 7th step. If I really did, this person would definitely attack. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he did not act rashly that day. Who would have thought that there was a hidden expert of the judgment organization in the distant space outside the sacred world? Knowing that the enemy's nanny was overseeing the starry sky, Lin Fei knew that it would be troublesome to kill them and take the Dao core from them. Since 20 years ago, Lin Fei no longer took the Tier 5 Dao pill because it was no longer effective. He was able to reach the 7th step because the quality of the Tier 5 Dao pill was several times better than ordinary ones. This was the main reason why Lin Fei could advance. After the Tier 5 Dao pill lost its effect, Lin Fei wanted to find a higher quality Dao pill. Even if it was just one, he could rely on the system to replicate it. Now, he had to put this idea aside for the time being. The judgment organization could arrange for an 8th-step expert to come over and keep watch, so they wouldn't pretend that a genius was killed. Once it was a matter of life and death, the 8th-step expert would definitely make a move. Lin Fei planned to continue watching. The resurrection of the blue-clothed man from the uninhabited continents seemed to open the door to the resurrection of experts. After that day, there were constant movements in the uninhabited continents and even some mystic realms. Anyone who had reached the 1st step could clearly sense the huge movements. The sacred world was in an uproar. The prophecy has come true. Those experts have resurrected and returned. The sacred world is going to change. The patriarch is coming back. Some of the forces in the sacred world sensed something was up. After all, this was not a small matter. Instead, it was a big matter that no one could ignore. The prophecy had come true. The experts that had fallen in the battle on the wild continent had actually resurrected and returned. This was definitely a shocking matter for everyone. It could be said that the forces in the sacred world were basically the ones that had survived after the wild continent had shattered. Some forces were starting to become restless. Perhaps there were experts from their ancestors among the returning experts. From everyone's point of view, it was time to bring glory to their families. While everyone was waiting, a shocking piece of news spread. Yama's Death Domain's Sacred Lord Blood Prison and his subordinates had killed a newly resurrected 4th-step expert on an uninhabited continent and seized his great Tao origin heart. Everyone was dumbfounded when the news spread. The resurrected expert had been killed? Was Sacred Lord Blood Prison this strong? While everyone was still in shock, a piece of explosive news spread. Sacred Lord Yen Zixing had also led a group of people to kill a 4th-step expert. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. The experts from back then had been killed? The great Tao origin heart had been taken as well? After Sacred Lord Blood Prison and Sacred Lord Yen Zixing started to kill the resurrected expert, the other forces also started to take action against the resurrected expert. At the same time, In the distant space, there was a giant bird that was about the same size as the starry sky green one. Its speed was also extremely fast, and it silently approached the sacred world. The back of the bird was like a plane, and 5 experts with powerful auras sat on it. If Lin Fei saw this, he would definitely be shocked. One of them was at the 8th step, and the rest were at the 7th step. This was a very powerful lineup. Elder, the fallen experts have started to resurrect. The judgment's plan has come true. 4 of the 5 people looked at one of the gray-clothed men. The person in gray seemed to be very old, and his face was covered in scars. He looked very fierce and fierce. I didn't think that they would actually succeed. The person in gray said coldly, "We're going to the sacred world this time to secretly support some forces and use them to fight against the judgment. We can't let them achieve their goal." Elder, they were the ones who started the wild continent back then. In the end, the wild continent was destroyed, and the sacred world that was rebuilt became a weak existence. Now, they want to obtain the great Tao origin heart of those people and raise them into disciples so that they can join the empire. We must stop this. Chapter 2356. The commotion in the sacred world grew. The prophecy left behind in the past had come true. Some fallen experts had been resurrected, blinding everyone. It turned out that there was a chance of resurrection when one cultivated to an extremely high realm. The return of the experts caused quite a commotion, but they were also besieged by the factions in the sacred world. The newly resurrected experts were not as strong as they had been in the past, so they were besieged. The craziest ones were the 5 major factions, who besieged the resurrected experts. Often, the resurrected experts would be killed before they could accumulate much strength, and their great Tao origin heart would be taken away. This situation lasted for a whole month. In the first month, the resurrected experts suffered heavy losses. They were besieged and killed before they could make a sound. There was no chance for them to make a comeback. In the second month, there was a huge commotion in a secret realm. A blood-colored power soared into the sky, immediately attracting the attacks of 7 or 8 factions. They tried to destroy the blood-colored power and seize its great Tao origin heart. A shocking scene appeared. The blood-colored power was extremely powerful as soon as it was resurrected. A sea of blood surged into the sky, causing the 7 or 8 factions to retreat. "I'm the Yellow Springs sect master. I'm not someone you can covet." The blood-colored power was the famous Yellow Springs sect master. The Yellow Springs sect master controlled everyone's blood and killed a large number of people from the inside out. He calmly escaped the pursuit of a group of people, leaving behind an elegant figure. The sacred world was in an uproar, and the legend of the Yellow Springs sect master was brought up. I didn't expect the Yellow Springs sect master to be alive. It said, the Yellow Springs sect master was an 8th-step expert at his peak. The Yellow Springs sect master seems to cultivate the bloodthirsty Great Tao. It's a 6th-grade Great Tao, infinitely close to a 5th-grade Great Tao. There was more and more information about the Yellow Springs sect master. Those who didn't know about the Yellow Springs sect master were shocked. Everyone realized why the Yellow Springs sect master was so powerful. It turned out that he cultivated the bloodthirsty Great Tao, which specialized in devouring people's blood. If a person lost all their blood, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. This was the Yellow Springs sect master's trump card. The appearance of the Yellow Springs sect master made everyone realize that the powerful experts of the past were resurrected. What should they do? A few days later, a small sacred world in the Saints' world was attacked by the Yellow Springs sect lord. He devoured the lives of several 100,000 people in an entire city, recovering his strength to the 6th step. On this day, when the Yellow Springs hierarch was wreaking havoc, he was attacked by 7 or 8 experts through the air. They heavily injured him, but it was a pity that he still managed to escape. The Yellow Spring hierarch had not only mastered the great Tao of bloodlust, but he had also cultivated a powerful escape technique called the blood escape technique. He could mix the real with the fake and the fake with the real. No one could tell the difference. Even though the Yellow Spring sect master had escaped, everyone noticed it for the first time. So, it turned out that the sacred world was still hiding such an expert. The aura of his attack from a distance was suffocating. 14 forces? In a remote place, the red-robed Yellow Spring cult master was digesting all the information he had devoured. His face was not as rosy as before. Judgment Organization, what a great plan. The Yellow Spring cult master looked like a middle-aged man, but he was furious. In the battle back then, no one had gained the upper hand. Instead, they had all fallen into the opponent's trap. After the city was bathed in blood, those who attacked me must be from the Judgment Organization. Using our great Tao primordial heart to increase their strength is indeed a good plan. I won't let you get away with it so easily. Boom, boom. The Yellow Spring Sect Master's location was attacked by several experts. Yellow Spring Sect Master, you're quite fast. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape today. Hand over your great Tao primordial heart obediently. 8 people came out of the void and locked 8 positions, blocking the Yellow Spring Sect Master's escape route. At the same time, 8 tyrannical great Tao locked onto the Yellow Spring Sect Master. You guys are so fast. The Yellow Spring Sect Master snorted coldly, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Yellow Spring Sect Master, if we don't move quickly and let you continue to devour, it won't be easy for us to deal with you. Your bloodthirsty great Tao is to drink human blood. Once you lose your chi and blood, your combat strength will plummet. Back then, you relied on this move to become famous in the wildland. Everyone knows about it. Everyone, let's attack together. A grade 6 great Tao is still worth our time. The 8 people did not dare to underestimate the Yellow Spring Sect Master, even though he was only at the 6th step. After all, he had been famous for a long time, so no one dared to look down on him. The 8 genius experts of the Judgment Organization attacked like lightning, not giving the Yellow Spring Sect Master any chance. The bloodthirsty Great Tao was a well-known Great Tao in the Judgment Organization. In the past, the Yellow Spring Sect Master had dominated the wild land and was infamous. Experts of the same level were no match for him. Apart from some 8th-step experts with special Great Taos, the rest were defeated by him. This time, the Yellow Spring Sect Master had met his match. All of them were very talented. After joining forces, they sealed the sky and locked the ground, cutting off the Yellow Spring Sect Master's escape route. As soon as they attacked, the Yellow Spring Sect Master was defeated. The bloodthirsty Great Tao, which he was best at, lost its effect. It turned out that the 8 people were wearing a set of armor, which blocked the bloodthirsty Great Tao's devouring ability. Now that he had lost his greatest support, coupled with the fact that he didn't have any treasures in hand, his strength was greatly affected. These should be the experts of the Judgment Organization who sneaked into the sacred world. On an unknown continent, the scene of the 8 experts of the Judgment Organization besieging the Yellow Spring Sect Master fell into someone's eyes. The azure-clothed man did not appear. From the moment the Yellow Spring Sect Master appeared, Lin Fei knew that his heavenly blood seal contained a treasure belonging to the Yellow Spring Sect Master. After completely refining it, it still reacted. A grade 6 Great Tao, the bloodthirsty Great Tao. No wonder they are so interested. I'm afraid they have been waiting for this day for a long time. Since the expert's resurrection, Lin Fei had been paying attention to the progress of the matter. He was not very interested in the Great Tao Primordial Heart. Lin Fei was very interested in the Yellow Spring Sect Master. If he could learn some more secret information from the Yellow Spring Sect Master, it would be quite a good thing. From the moment the Yellow Spring Sect Master appeared, he entered Lin Fei's vision. The entire sacred world was under his control. No one knew the Yellow Spring Sect Master's whereabouts better than him. I'm going to lose. I wonder what trick the Yellow Spring Sect Master will use this time. This feeling of control was very good. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. In any case, the people of the Judgment Organization would always be a big trouble. Chapter 2357. Although the Netherworld Sect Master was powerful, he could not withstand the siege of tigers and wolves. Most importantly, his strength was not at its peak. Therefore, the Netherworld Sect Master was unlucky. The bloodthirst Great Tao could not exert its power and was suppressed by the opponent. Soon, the Netherworld Sect Master was covered in wounds, and the energy supporting the bloodthirst Great Tao was consumed rapidly. Just as the Netherworld Sect Master was about to use the blood escape again, the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm that were attacking him stopped for a moment. Their movements began to slow down, and they all fell to the ground. Gravity. A terrifying gravitational force pressed down on them. The Netherworld Sect Master heard a familiar voice that he had not heard for a long time. "I didn't expect you to help me." The Netherworld Sect Master looked at the void with complicated emotions. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We all have a common enemy. If you die in their hands, we will have one less expert on our side." In the void, there was a spatial fluctuation, and a black-robed man appeared. Even through his clothes, one could see that the black-robed man was burly like a mountain, full of a heavy aura. The black-robed man looked at the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm that were suppressed by gravity. "Help me tell your superiors that what happened back then will not end like this. The Judgment Realm must pay the price." A hand stretched out, a pitch-black palm pressing down, and with a huge rumbling sound, the 8 geniuses on the ground all fled into the ground. "Let's go!" The black-robed man and the Netherworld Sect Master tore the void and disappeared. When they left, 8 people rushed out from underground. Right now, they seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. Even though they had some understanding of the experts that had fallen back then and had made some preparations, they didn't expect to still meet their match. That person should be Chen Junshan from back then. He cultivated the gravity Great Tao and is very terrifying. He is indeed powerful. It's useless no matter how powerful he is. They are all my prey. The few people snorted and left one after another. A bloodthirst Great Tao and a gravity Great Tao. How interesting. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the whole process. As the expert who used gravity appeared and crushed the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm, Lin Fei was shocked. He did not know about this expert. He realized that the system's monitoring of the sacred world was not perfect, and there were loopholes. Qin Junshan. Although there was a great distance between them, Lin Fei could still sense the terrifying gravity that the other party had exerted. No matter how the 8 geniuses tried to resist, their physical bodies were unable to withstand the crushing gravity that came from the other party. Lin Fei did not doubt that Qin Junshan would have killed them if not for the 8th step expert in the cosmos. From some of their words, Lin Fei obtained some clues. The war on the wild continent back then might have been orchestrated by the Judgment Organization behind the scenes. Previously, Lin Fei thought that the Judgment Organization was established later, but now it seemed that it was clearly someone else's arrangement. In the short span of a month, those resurrected powerhouses had become their spoils of war. One by one, their Great Tao origin hearts were taken away. Lin Fei couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this method of collecting. He said, "Good plan." The sacred realm was huge. There were many uninhabited continents near the Saints' world. When the war on the wild continent had broken out, the large and small continents outside had also been affected. It could be said that a fire at the city gate brought disaster to the fish in the moat. Countless continents had been destroyed. Therefore, there were now many uninhabited continents. Some continents even had traces left behind by some powerhouses after the war had broken out, which had turned into killing intents. This place should be safe. The black-robed Qin Junshan brought the Netherworld Sect Master to an uninhabited continent and sneaked into a broken mystic realm. "I didn't expect that we would have to hide here and there now." The Netherworld Sect Master's eyes revealed a trace of regret and unwillingness. The black-robed man was the Qin Junshan that the Judgment Organization's elite had mentioned. He sat cross-legged on a rock and said, "It seems that you are all so old. You are starting to recall the past and become sentimental." The Netherworld Sect Master said angrily, "Nonsense. Don't think that I will thank you just because you saved me. Even if you didn't come, I could still leave." Qin Junshan said with a smile, "You are powerful. Why didn't you kill them? You made them look like stray dogs that were being chased by them. I advise you to hurry up and recover from your injuries if you have time. Who knows when those elite geniuses will attack?" The Netherworld Sect Master was very angry. He knew that if it wasn't for Qin Junshan's help, he would have definitely died. His great Tao origin heart would have been taken away and become someone else's wedding dress. It is easier said than done to recover from injuries and restore strength. The Netherworld sect master was unwilling. If I have a Tao pill, it won't take long for me to restore my original strength. A trace of despair flashed in Shinjunshin's eyes. Tao pill is easier said than done. Back then, the Judgment Organization's scheme caused our wasteland continent to suffer a crushing defeat. Why would they leave a Tao pill for us to restore our strength? As long as we don't restore our strength, those people from the Judgment Organization will always be a threat to us. The two of them sighed subconsciously. Tao pills were not easy to obtain. Kill the elite geniuses of the Judgment Organization? Who could guarantee that without the Judgment Organization's elites, they would definitely suffer a thunderous blow if they made a move. Seniors, why worry about Tao pills? If you don't have anything else, I happen to have it. Suddenly, a voice exploded in their ears. Both Chen Junshan and the Netherworld sect master were shocked. Someone had actually quietly approached them, and their expressions turned ugly. Who is it? Chen Junshan activated the Great Path of Gravity, and the area around him became a special zone. Even if it was a powerhouse, their strength would be suppressed infinitely within this Great Path domain. But this time, Chen Junshan's Great Tao of Gravity lost its effect. There was no one. The Great Tao of Gravity did not find the other party's whereabouts. Seniors, why do you have to do this? If I wanted to deal with you, I wouldn't even need to speak to you. I only need to inform the people of the Judgment Organization. The two thought about it and felt that it made sense. Now, these elites were no longer as prominent as they were in the past. Instead, they had become dogs in the water. Not to mention the Netherworld sect master. Even Chen Junshan had been ambushed several times after his resurrection and almost died. Since you are looking for us, why don't you show yourself? Hiding your head and tail is not a hero. The Netherworld sect master said sinisterly. It's because I am worried that the two of you will attack me. My small arms and legs may not be a match for you. There were no fluctuations in the space. A black-robed man wearing a mask appeared and looked at them with a smile. I am the Avengers Alliance Master. Chen Junshan and the Netherworld sect master had not been resurrected for a long time, so they knew about the current changes in the sacred world. They especially knew that the top expert was called the Avengers Alliance Master. You are the Avengers Alliance Master, the top expert in the sacred world. Chen Junshan has heard of this person. He is the top expert in the sacred world. He was once suspected to be a fourth-step expert or even a fifth-step expert. Now, it seemed that his strength was unfathomable. Chapter 2358. Be it Chen Junshan or the Yellow Spring sect leader, neither of them felt good. Back then, they had fought for it. In the end, they had lost to the Judgment Organization. They would never forget that day. After being resurrected, they were still pawns of the other party. No one hated the Judgment Organization more than they did. Why should I believe you? The Yellow Springs sect leader said angrily. Just because of your words? That's ridiculous. Do you know what a Tao pill is? Have you seen it? Being chased by a group of juniors, the Yellow Springs sect leader retorted. Chen Junshan did not say anything, seemingly waiting for the other party to answer. Who didn't want a Tao pill? They were well aware of the importance of a Tao pill. If they had a Tao pill, they could recover a portion of their strength in a short period of time. I don't have a high-grade Tao pill, but I do have a fifth-grade Tao pill. Lin Fei could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He took out a fifth-grade Tao pill. Once the seal was undone, the aura of a Tao pill spread. This was naturally an ordinary fifth-grade Tao pill. It really is a fifth-grade Tao pill. The Yellow Springs sect leader's expression immediately changed, revealing a look of joy. Other Tao pills might be good, but they were far inferior to a fifth-grade Tao pill. Because this was the most suitable Tao pill, it was easier to refine. Chen Junshan was also moved. If not for the lack of Tao pills, would he be chased by juniors and live a life of peril? This was not the life that Chen Junshan wanted. He wanted to break free. Vengeance, if we want a fifth-grade Tao pill, what price do we have to pay? Chen Junshan hit the nail on the head. Snatch? The two did not have the confidence. the other party could follow them silently. It was not as simple as they thought. The sacred world was full of enemies. There was almost no place to hide. The Vengeance Alliance leader in front of them was not easy to offend. It's simple. I don't need anything else. I just need a trace of pure Tao power from the two of you, and I can give you 10 fifth-grade Tao pills each. To be able to make Lin Fei come. Actually, it was for the other party's Tao, which was more valuable. That's impossible. The Yellow Springs sect leader reacted subconsciously. This was a part of the Great Tao's power that had been stripped off. There was no consciousness at all, and it was completely blank. No one was willing to hand it over. Who knew what the other party would do? Lin Fei smiled and said, "Seniors, I only want a sliver of your Great Tao power. Do you think it will affect you? If we weren't on the same side, I can guarantee that no one would be willing to give you a grade 5 Tao pill for free." The two of them were shocked and speechless. Old Ghost Jun Shan, do you think we should agree? The Yellow Springs cult master grew worried. Do you think we have a choice? As he said, it's just stripping away a trace of the Great Way's power. It won't affect us at all. As for what his purpose is, we don't have to worry about it. What we need to do now is to restore our strength. Qin Junshan got to the point. Strength. That was their key. Without strength, he might be killed at any time. We promise you. Qin Junshan made a choice. They could afford to pay such a small price. In front of him, Chen Junshan and the cult master of the Netherworld extracted a trace of pure Great Tao from the Great Tao. They did not carry any imprint, and they were clean and swift. Grade 5 Tao pill, keep it well. They gave it straightforwardly, so Lin Fei naturally gave it straightforwardly. The value of this thing was not as great as the value of these two traces of pure Great Tao. Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs cult master were indeed worried that the other party would go back on his word. In the end, they had worked hard for nothing. The blow was very big. Your Excellency Vengeance, you are very straightforward. I hope we will have a chance to cooperate next time. Chen Junshan kept the grade 5 Tao pill and finally smiled. To have someone provide them with grade 5 Tao pills, and he just realized that the quality of the grade 5 Tao pills was very good. Back then, it was also a very top grade one. Don't look at the difference between an ordinary grade 5 Tao pill and a top grade 5 Tao pill. In fact, the effect was like heaven and earth. If they knew that there was an enhanced grade 5 Tao pill, they would definitely go crazy. Fortunately, they did not know. I think we can cooperate on another matter. Lin Fei suddenly said, I am very interested in the Great Tao. If you can help me get more Great Tao power, I don't need a lot each time, just a trace will do. I will pay you 10 grade 5 Tao pills. Of course, only people of your level are worth it. I believe you will be able to see the benefits. Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs cult master immediately realized that this was an opportunity, a chance to recover their strength. They were not the only ones who had returned. Don't look at how they were being chased by the younger generation. They were the ones who were not being chased. They believed that they would be very willing to cooperate. Can you be more specific? Lin Fei explained briefly. According to the levels of the Great Tao, each level was a few grade 5 Tao pills, all the way to the grade 5 Tao pill. When Lin Fei finished explaining, the two's eyes lit up. Even if they suppressed 1 or 2 pills, it would still be a huge harvest. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs cult master did not know the real background of the other party for the time being. They were very grateful that the other party was willing to help them. The Judgment Organization was aggressive. The Sacred Realm had become their chessboard and they had become their pawns. Those who could help them at this time, no matter what their motives were at least on their side. This time, Lin Fei did not chat with them for too long. They needed to do it step by step. If they were impatient, they would not be able to eat hot tofu. We have not truly failed yet. As long as we get enough grade 5 Tao pills, even if we cannot fully recover our strength, those bastards of the Judgment Organization will not be able to take advantage of us. A chill flashed in Qin Junshan's eyes. Now, let's find a place to cultivate. It is best if we go together. Those bastards of the Judgment Organization are not easy to deal with. If they are blocked, we will be in big trouble. That's a good idea. The Yellow Springs cult master did not want to cultivate alone. If they were besieged again, they might not have the chance to leave. Those bastards of the Judgment Organization would not let them go easily. The two left the mystic realm and decided to find another place to cultivate. If those geniuses of the Judgment Organization know that they have recovered their strength, and not just one or two of them, they will probably have a headache. Lin Fei saw it very clearly. The reason the Judgment Organization could bully them was because they could not recover their strength. Once they recovered more than half of their strength, they would be like ferocious tigers coming out of their cages. In a one-on-one or one-on-two situation, they would no longer have any advantage. This was the confidence of the veteran experts. Chapter 2359. Lin Fei didn't know about the influence of giving the 5th grade Dao Core to Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch. Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs sect leader obtained the rank 5 Dao Core and spent a month absorbing and refining it. Their strength increased greatly, and they attacked a minor sacred world in the sacred world. They killed the big boss of the minor sacred world, and even fought against a genius who was secretly in charge of the trial. They suppressed him and almost killed him. This was quite a big commotion. The genius of the Judgment Division couldn't take this lying down. He swore to kill the two to tell the resurrected experts that they were all pawns in the sacred world. The geniuses of the Judgment Division fought with Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch again. There were fewer people than last time. Only 5 attacked the two. The result was unexpected. They lost. Chen Juanha and the Yellow Springs Patriarch's strength increased greatly. The Great Tao of Gravity and the Great Tao of Bloodlust suppressed the 5 of them. In the end, they couldn't stop them. Chen Juanha and the Yellow Springs Patriarch defeated the geniuses of the Judgment Division. The aftermath was not small. The experts who were chased by the major forces in the sacred world chose to join Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch after hearing the news. They saw hope after defeating the geniuses of the Judgment Division. In a short time, Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch had many experts around them. After discussing, they established a force to recruit the resurrected experts in the sacred world. The sacred world had one more force, the Anti-Judgment Alliance. Everyone could tell from the name of the organization that they were going to fight the Judgment Organization to the end, and it was the kind of organization that wouldn't stop until one side was dead. The people in the sacred world also learned of the existence of the Judgment Division for the first time. All kinds of rumors spread like wildfire. These rumors basically discredited the Judgment Division. For example, the chaos of the Wasteland Continent back then was actually a conspiracy of the Judgment Division to overthrow the Wasteland Continent, and the Judgment Division was the mastermind. All kinds of rumors against the Judgment Division spread everywhere. Although the local forces of the sacred world had submitted, they still remembered the chaos of the Wasteland Continent. If it hadn't been for the collapse of the continent, it wasn't impossible to cultivate to the unparalleled realm. Everyone began to feel resentment towards the Judgment Organization, especially some rumors that accused the Judgment Organization of secretly manipulating the sacred world and so on. All of these were spread by people. For a moment, the Judgment Division was at the heart of the storm. All of this. Of course, Lin Fei didn't know. After obtaining the 2 great Daos, he immediately went to the cave abode in the wild sacred mountain. After almost 200 years of preparation, this place had long since become an impregnable fortress. Even if the prodigies of the Judgment Organization were to come, they wouldn't be able to barge in a short time. This place was safer than any other. 1 month later, Lin Fei duplicated the Bloodthirst Great Tao and the Gravity Great Tao. If Chen Junshan and the Yellow Spring sect leader knew about this, they would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. For the sake of a 5th grade Tao pill, this loss was huge and completely irreparable. No one knew that Lin Fei only needed a trace of the energy of a great Tao to replicate a great Tao and use it for himself. Gravity. The Gravity Great Tao enveloped the cave abode. Under the cover of the Gravity Great Tao, the gravity was as heavy as a mountain, incomparably heavy. Any expert's physical body was an inseparable part of their body. As long as they had a physical body, they would be affected by the Gravity Great Tao. The Gravity Great Tao is really amazing, specifically targeting the physical body. No wonder the Judgment Division's geniuses suffered a loss before the Gravity Great Tao. Lin Fei released the Destruction Warrior. Even without a physical body, it was immediately restricted, unable to move. Without even needing to make a move, the Destruction Warrior had already lost the ability to fight. First step, second step, third step. Lin Fei took them out to experiment. The results were the same. Before the Gravity Great Tao, he was in an invincible position. Bloodthirst Great Tao. After the Gravity Great Tao was replaced, the Bloodthirst Great Tao followed suit. This frightening plundering ability was no less than the Fortune Gate's treasure, possessing frightening plundering ability. Blood essence was one of the essences of a person. It was normal for the Yellow Spring sect leader to have such a fierce reputation. However, there is still a flaw in the rotation. Lin Fei currently possessed 5 types of Great Taos. It would be an abnormal thing for anyone else, but for him, it was nothing out of the ordinary. I have to think of a way. For the first time, Lin Fei had a headache. Having too many Taos was also troublesome. Little devil, come up with a feasible method immediately. After refining the Great Tao, Lin Fei once again began to plan for the 5 Great Tao, trying to find the best method. It would be best if the power of the Great Tao could be increased. The little devil did not disappoint Lin Fei's expectations. In 5 days' time, he came up with a feasible method. During this time, he eliminated countless methods. Fusion. Lin Fei was confused. There's such a thing as fusion? Why haven't I heard of it before? The little devil rolled his eyes. That's because you don't know. Do you know that Deacon Lee in space? He should have gone through the fusion. The aura he exudes is terrifying. Even if Chen Junshan and the Yellow Spring sect leader join forces, they won't be his opponent. Lin Fei blinked. Then why didn't you tell me about this before? Aren't you afraid that I would make a move on that guy? I know Master's temper very well. I guarantee you won't come knocking on my door. Lin Fei said. Then I'm convinced. No wonder I felt that guy was terrifying when I first saw him. So, he has mastered a new power. Have you studied the power obtained after the fusion? Profound. The little devil said. After the fusion of 2 Taos, the power grasped is the profound power. That Deacon Lee should have a rank 1 profound power. Then, how to fuse them? I don't know anything about it. Any one of the 5 Taos was powerful, and it was troublesome to use them back and forth. In the eyes of experts, it was a flaw. Lin Fei did not want to leave any flaws. The fusion of Taos, Lin Fei had learned something new. It's not difficult to fuse them. I just need to consume energy. As for the profound power obtained from the fusion, it depends on luck. Lin Fei had advanced to the 7th step, but he knew it himself. The realm was illusory, and strength was the real deal. Profound power obtained from the fusion? Lin Fei wanted to give it a try. He opened the system and began the fusion. All Lin Fei had to do was to use his destiny power. Each fusion would consume 100 million destiny points. The first time, failure. The second time, failure. The third time, failure. 10 failures, 50 failures, 98 failures, 150 failures, 200 failures. Lin Fei was numb. What a scam. Fortunately, Lin Fei was rich now. The consumption of 100 million energy was not a big deal. Chapter 2360. 387th time. Lin Fei was about to go numb when he finally heard the system's voice. Fusion successful. The path of fusion is really not easy. Lin Fei wasn't a fool to know that he had fused nearly 400 times in total. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people. He had relied on the system to fuse more than 300 times before succeeding. This showed how difficult this path was. After fusing 5 Great Taos, Lin Fei soon discovered that the original 5 Great Taos had disappeared, leaving only 1 Great Tao. Lin Fei's heart stirred. An unfamiliar Great Tao aura surrounded him. It was on a completely different level from the previous Great Taos, giving off an even more terrifying feeling. So this is level 1 fusion. As soon as this Great Tao appeared, a dangerous aura filled the air. If the previous Great Taos were like hungry wolves, then level 1 fusion would be like a ferocious tiger, a very ferocious kind. Lin Fei himself could feel the power of the level 1 fusion. It was a brand new power that he had never seen before. By the way, do you know what my level 1 fusion is called? Lin Fei was very confused. If Lin Fei's words were to spread, many people would probably be dumbfounded. Not knowing about the fusion power would definitely make them laugh their heads off. You can actually call it level 1 fusion power. Moreover, it's the fusion of 5 great Daos. If Master wants to fuse level 2, he has to fuse all 5 great Daos and then fuse them together. Lin Fei gave it a try. He sent a palm strike into the air, and a huge explosion rang out. The original formation seemed incredibly weak in front of this palm strike. The Immortal's cave was split open, and boundless demonic black wind howled. What a terrifying attack! In order to set up the cave abode, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. He didn't expect that it would be so easily swept away by level 1 fusion power. It was definitely unimaginably terrifying. The demonic black winds howled, but before they could even get close to Lin Fei, they were completely melted by the terrifying power. Little devil, use the system's numbers to calculate how much my current strength can match up to. Lin Fei wanted a comprehensive understanding. Create a database. Begin analysis and calculation. Please wait a moment. Lin Fei was looking forward to this. His combat strength could be calculated using numbers. Data establishment successful. Master's current battle power can be regarded as 10 million battle power. Lin Fei frowned. That doesn't seem right. That's not how the data was divided. The little devil rolled her eyes. Master, are you the same as you are now? It was completely different. The data analysis will also change. Only by doing so will we be able to better classify your strength. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. The bigger the number, the better. It had to be in line with himself. Deacon Li in the starry sky, what is his combat power? Lin Fei wanted to know Deacon Li's level of strength. Deacon Li's combat power should be around 5 million. Lin Fei blinked. That can't be. Didn't you say at the start that he was dangerous? Why is it only 5 million? His fusion can't be compared to Master's at all. Master, you have fused 5 great Daos. That guy has fused 2 great Daos at most, and his grade isn't high either. So I am so awesome. Originally, he thought that 10 million battle power was nothing. But now, it seems that he is very awesome. Then what was my previous battle power? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. Must I say it? The little devil was humorous. Of course, Master's previous battle power was 2 million. Lin Fei was still shocked. No wonder, one with 2 million battle power and the other with 5 million battle power, it's a complete crushing. No matter how many people go, they will be destroyed. After fusing 5 great Daos, his combat power soared from 2 million to 10 million. Then it seems that I can do something else. After his battle power reached 10 million, Lin Fei can do a lot of things. In the starry sky. The starry sky blue Luan stopped in the starry sky. This aura, Deacon Li, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes without warning. A trace of fear flashed across his face. This is a rare thing. How can there be such a terrifying aura in the sacred world? This is clearly a fusion of great Daos. Could it be that those people have fused great Daos? Deacon Li stood up, completely not calm. Impossible, fusing great Daos is difficult to reach the sky. Who can successfully fuse in a place like the sacred world? Could it be that those people have come? Deacon Li is very clear about how powerful a powerhouse who has fused great Daos is. Even if 2 ordinary great Daos are fused, their strength will immediately increase. It's okay. This elder has fused 2 great Daos. Even if the other party has fused great Daos, they will not dare to act rashly. No one dares to go against the judgment. In another place, a few people also stopped. Elder, the situation is not right. This aura seems to be. The leader stopped, and a trace of horror flashed across his face. Fusion power, this is the aura after fusing great Daos. Could it be that someone in the sacred world has successfully fused the power of great Daos? They are not people of ordinary forces. No one knows better than them the difference between great Daos that have fused and non-fused great Daos. It is simply the difference between heaven and earth, a naked power crushing. Elder, could it be that someone else intervened? If there is really a fusion powerhouse, even if it is a first-stage fusion powerhouse, it is an existence that cannot be ignored. Lin Fei did not know that after he slightly displayed the power of fusion, it would cause such a big movement. The cave residence in the wild sacred mountain was destroyed, but Lin Fei did not care at all. It is all thanks to the Netherworld sect leader and Qin Junshan's great Daos. It turns out that after the great Daos fuse, the power is so terrifying that it can increase my data from 2 million to 10 million. Master, you can finally show your power. Why don't we go to the nearest place, catch a genius from the Judgment Organization, and interrogate him? The little devil waved his small steel fork. That's what I was thinking, huh? Lin Fei did not know much about higher-level things, but he knew about the geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Even if he did it himself, that Deacon Li would not dare to do anything. After taking this step, Lin Fei was really unfathomable. 5 great Daos fused and failed more than 300 times. Ordinary people could not do it. Anyone who knew would be dumbfounded. The demonized black wind of the wild sacred mountain was no longer a threat at this time. In these 200 years, although the wild sacred mountain was not completely under control, 1/3 of the area was under surveillance. Coincidentally, there was a genius from the Judgment Organization hiding in the wild sacred mountain and opened up a cave residence. Unfortunately, no matter how well he did, he could not escape from the comprehensive surveillance of the little devil. After a while, Lin Fei came to the sky above a mountain peak and grabbed the void with one hand. Chapter 2361. Lin Fei, who was standing in the demonized black wind, casually grabbed with his hand. All the restrictions and formations seemed to have disappeared, and he reached the person sitting cross-legged in the depths of the cave. Yi Lung was a genius disciple of the Judgment Organization. He was now a 6th-step expert and had mastered a grade 6 great path. He was extremely powerful. Ever since they failed to ambush the Netherworld cult master and Qin Junshan some time ago, Yi Lung had been recuperating in the cave abode, thinking about where the problem lay. Regardless of whether it was the Netherworld cult master or Qin Junshan, after they were resurrected, it was impossible for their powers to return to their peak. It would even be difficult for them to return to half of what they had been back then. In the previous encirclement, they had displayed half of their powers. Their great Tao had worked together and caught them off guard. Yi Lung's injuries were not light. Who is it? Yi Lung, who was originally sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A sense of danger enveloped him, and he was greatly shocked. He was the one who found this place and no one knew about it. Could it be the Netherworld Hierarch and the others? Without waiting for Yi Lung to make the right choice, a hand reached into the cavern abode, and all the matrices that he had set up collapsed. Yi Lung was shocked, and he quickly retaliated. He soared into the sky and blasted out over 100 punches. Every punch contained the power of the Great Path. However, this time he had met his match. All of his attacks were unable to stop this hand. The other party grabbed lightly, and an unimaginably terrifying power enveloped his body. Yi Lung was shocked to discover that the power of the Great Path was suppressed, and his entire body was lifted up by the other party. This power! Yi Lung was still in a daze. Then he saw a person standing in the void. The genius of the Judgment Organization is indeed not bad. Your fist technique is not bad either. Lin Fei had to admit that the other party was very powerful. According to the analysis of the Little Devil's data, the strength of this genius from the Judgment Organization had reached an astonishing 7 million battle power. This kind of combat power was very powerful. If Lin Fei wanted to suppress them at that time, he would need a certain amount of time. Who the hell are you? Yi Lung was very calm, but he was shocked inside. Since when did an expert like this appear in the Saints' world? There did not seem to be any in the past. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Avengers, the #1 expert in the sacred world according to your information. Yi Lung's heart skipped a beat. That's impossible. You can't possibly be that powerful. This place is too conspicuous. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Lin Fei carried Yi Lung and used spatial movement, arriving in a secret realm. He sliced at a tall mountain with one hand, and a platform appeared. Lin Fei casually tossed Yi Lung onto the platform. Don't have any other thoughts. A large hand slammed down. Yi Lung's small movement was only halfway through when he was slapped so hard that he vomited blood. The power of the great path in his body was extremely chaotic, and he was almost unable to condense it. You are a first transition fusion expert. Yi Lung had clearly seen a first transition fusion expert before, and he could not help but exclaim in shock. Even his eyes turned pale, as if he had never thought that a first transition fusion expert would appear in this place. I only used less than half of my strength just now. You should understand. Yi Lung came from a big place and was very clear about the power of a rank 1 fusion expert. With his strength, even if he encountered a 7-step expert, the other party would not be able to defeat him. Only a rank 1 fusion expert could cause him to vomit blood and be seriously injured with just one palm strike. What do you want me to do? Lin Fei smiled. I'm very interested in the Judgment Organization. Tell me everything you know. Tell me everything. I believe that as a proud son of heaven of the Judgment Organization, you should know many secrets. I hope you don't miss out on anything. If I'm not happy, I can't guarantee that I won't poke you to death. Facing a suspected first transition fusion expert, Yi Lung had to put away his pride. Yi Lung was not like those people who would stubbornly resist to the end after losing. He understood very well what he could not disobey, especially when he was facing such an expert. Lin Fei learned many secrets from Yi Lung. As long as he was interested in something, he would make Yi Lung tell him in detail, such as why he came to the sacred world and why he wanted to obtain the Great Path Origin Heart. For the first time, Lin Fei learned about the origins of the Judgment Organization from Yi Lung. It was far greater and more shocking than he had imagined. According to Yi Lung, the Judgment Organization was not a small force. Instead, they controlled hundreds of continents that were similar to the sacred world. The Judgment Organization was not like what Ouyang Ba had said. It was a force that was formed after the Wasteland continent was destroyed. It had been passed down for countless years and had many experts. Lin Fei also knew that the Judgment Organization, which was filled with experts, wasn't the strongest. It was only one of the powers in this empire. Above the Judgment Organization, there was actually a vast and powerful empire. It could be said that Lin Fei was also one of the citizens of this empire. This news was definitely shocking. Lin Fei thought that the Judgment Organization was the strongest force. No one expected that there was another empire, and an extremely powerful one at that. The Judgment Organization could barely be considered as a first-rate force in the empire. It was too terrifying. After Lin Fei finished asking about the Judgment Organization and the empire behind them, he had a comprehensive understanding of them. They were a huge existence. I've already told you everything. How do you plan to deal with me? Yi Lung was fearful of the Alliance leader of the Avengers. He did not think that the Alliance leader would kill him. Attendant Li was just outside in the starry sky. If the Alliance leader wanted to kill him, Attendant Li would definitely act. If one offended the Judgment Organization, even a first transition fusion expert would become a stray dog. The Judgment Organization had the confidence to do so. You're quite confident. Lin Fei had merged 5 great Daos and became a first transition fusion expert. In this region of the sacred world, he was undoubtedly the #1 expert. Seeing that you're tactful, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you die or you work for me. A genius of the Judgment Organization was qualified to enter the empire and be conferred the title of king. Lin Fei really did not want to kill such a talent. It was better to make the best use of him. A hint of anger flashed in Yi Lung's eyes. Yi Lung had no intention of relying on someone he did not know. He had the Judgment Organization behind him. They were the overlords of hundreds of worlds. His own clan was also a first-rate clan. That's a pity. Lin Fei slammed his palm down and Yi Lung was smashed into a pile of mud. Only the great Tao primordial heart remained intact. Lin Fei didn't mind sending a self-righteous person on his way. Before Yi Lung died, a sealing force erupted from his body. However, it was easily broken by Lin Fei. That should be the imprint left behind by Attendant Li. It can withstand at least 3 attacks from an expert. The moment Yi Lung died, the imprint's power erupted. Attendant Li, who was outside the starry sky, sensed it. His expression changed drastically. He disappeared from Yi Lung's back, his face filled with anger. How dare you kill a genius of the Judgment Organization leader? In the sky above the savage sacred mountain, the space was torn apart. After a few teleportations, he entered the secret realm. Attendant Li saw a black-robed man. With a flick of his slender fingers, over 10 streams of energy shot out. Chapter 2362. Deacon Li brought a group of geniuses to the sacred world. Not only was he here to lead the way, but he was also here to watch over the place and ensure that no accidents happened to the geniuses. The geniuses that could come along were all valued by the Judgment Organization. Each of them had a strong background. Now, the kid from the Yi clan was killed. The moment his imprint was broken, Deacon Li knew what had happened. The kid from the Yi clan had encountered an expert. Deacon Li passed through space and broke into the secret realm. He attacked without saying anything. Deacon Li didn't know how to explain the death of a genius from the Yi clan. The sacred world was a second-rate world. It was ranked at the bottom among all the continents of the Judgment Organization. Under such circumstances, Yi Lung was still killed. Deacon Li felt ashamed. Those people from the Judgment Organization would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to make things difficult for him. Deacon Li attacked with lightning speed, not giving the opponent any chance to resist. With Deacon Li's 5 million battle power, no one could escape from his casual grab, even if the opponent was very strong. But this time, Deacon Li was wrong. Just as Deacon Li made his move, an unexpected scene appeared. The opponent's palm appeared in front of him. His hand. Deacon Li was sent flying, smashing through several mountains before finally crashing into a huge mountain. First-rank fusion power. No, this is at least a second-rank fusion power. In the ruins, Deacon Li's mouth was wide open. He didn't dare to believe what had just happened. He was a first-rank fusion expert, yet he was sent flying with a single slap. Come out! This thought flashed through Deacon Li's mind. He was sent flying again. His body was instantly hit by hundreds of attacks. He fell to the ground like a dead dog. Complete defeat. Deacon Li didn't even have the ability to resist. As soon as the opponent's power came out, he couldn't mobilize the power in his body. He was completely suppressed by the opponent's power. Cough, cough, cough. Senior, I am an elder of the Judgment Organization. Do you really want to go against the Judgment Organization? Deacon Li couldn't move. The energy in his body was disrupted. He couldn't condense it. He had less than 10% of his strength left. Let me introduce myself. I am the #1 expert in the sacred world, the leader of the Avengers. You trespassed into my territory, yet you have the nerve to mention the name of the Judgment Organization. Lin Fei kicked Deacon Li, sending him flying. He vomited another mouthful of blood. Deacon Li had never seen anyone in the territory of the Judgment Division who wasn't afraid of the Judgment Division. Could it be that he didn't know how powerful the Judgment Division was? The only thing I know is that your life is now in my hands. Do you think it's useful to bring up the Judgment Organization? Lin Fei grabbed Deacon Li and lifted him up. What you need now is to be obedient. The battle between Lin Fei and Deacon Li was completely one-sided. With a battle power of 5 million and 10 million, Lin Fei had a profound experience. It was a huge increase in quantity, and the opponent's attack could not tear his defense. Lin Fei carried Deacon Li and barged into a mystic realm. He was prepared to interrogate Deacon Li. He knew more than Yi Lung. After Lin Fei left, a few people broke into the secret realm where the battle had taken place. It's here. Li Guangming's aura. He's not here anymore. Could it be that it's over? As soon as they entered, they found traces of battle. The shattered mountains were the best proof. The leader frowned slightly. We're a step too late. Li Guangming seems to have lost. That person is more powerful than we thought. The leader's face flashed with a hint of uneasiness. How is that possible? Li Guangming has fused 2 great Daos and is a first-profession fusion expert. His battle power has reached 5 million. Who can defeat him? The sacred world is the world that the Judgment Organization doesn't care about the most. Back then, the forces of the Wasteland continent tried to join forces to fight against the Judgment Organization, but they were suppressed by the higher-ups of the Judgment Organization. After that, they set up a trap for them. To be able to defeat Li Guangming, his strength must be at least at the peak of the first profession fusion expert. That's a battle power of 8 million. I can't be wrong. Look here, this is Li Guangming's remaining aura. As an old opponent, I can't be wrong. The leader said solemnly. We made the right decision to come here. Next, we should get in touch with this mysterious expert. It's best if we can rope him to our side. Lin Fei did not know that someone had followed the trail. In a certain secret realm, Lin Fei used violent means. At first, Li Guangming was stubborn, but later on he couldn't hold back in the face of Lin Fei's violent means and spilled everything he knew. During that time, Li Guangming tried to lie. With Little Devil watching from the side, any changes could be detected. In the end, he was beaten up by Lin Fei, and his strength was suppressed. Li Guangming suffered a lot. If it wasn't for Lin Fei restraining his strength, he would have died after being beaten up. From Yi Leng, Lin Fei learned many secrets of the Judgment Organization, including the shadow of the empire behind them. This time, Li Guangming could only explain to Yi Leng one by one. Li Guangming was afraid. To be able to defeat him so easily, the other party might have surpassed the first profession fusion expert and reached the second profession fusion expert level. That was something that Li Guangming could not fight against. Lin Fei also knew about the fusion expert. He explained in more detail than Yi Leng, and Li Guangming told him everything he knew. The first profession fusion expert has a maximum combat power of 8 million? Lin Fei's face was unmoved, but his mind started to think. I didn't expect the strength calculation to be the same as the data established by Little Devil. This is very surprising. You use data to divide combat power? What is this? Lin Fei sneered. How can there be such a calculation in this world? Li Guangming wanted to ridicule the other party, but when he thought of the other party's violent means, he immediately felt numb. He really didn't dare to show a mocking expression, and could only say, Alliance Master Fu, I really didn't lie to you. Using data to divide combat power is actually the establishment of the empire. As for why it is divided by data, we don't really know. I reckon that only a few people know. It has been passed down for too long. Empire? Lin Fei moved slightly. Then, about this first profession fusion expert, tell me in detail. Who asked a country bumpkin like me to not understand? I believe that Deacon Li will be happy to explain the origin of it. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Li Guangming regretted in his heart. Why did he come to the sacred world? Why did he meet a guy who didn't know anything, and who was much stronger than him? He was considered a first-class expert in the Judgment Organization, but he actually suffered a big loss in the sacred world. The first profession is actually the fusion of great Daos. The first fusion is considered a first profession fusion. Once the two great Daos successfully fuse and become a first profession fusion expert, you can go to the branch palace established by the empire to be tested. The more Lin Fei listened, the more shocked he became. Chapter 2363. Expeditionary Empire. The empire that Li Guangming spoke of was a very powerful empire. At the same time, it used data to calculate, and there was also the theory of integrating experts. Lin Fei felt as though a whole new world had opened up in front of him. The Expeditionary Empire became especially mysterious in Lin Fei's eyes. From a small world to the current sacred world, he had never heard of an empire whose strength could be calculated by numbers. I'm very curious. How did you calculate combat strength? This seems to be an impossible matter. Lin Fei was very curious. He had the Little Devil to build a database, collect everyone's strength, and calculate combat units. Then what exactly did the Expeditionary Empire rely on? Anyone would be curious, especially Lin Fei. Could it be that the Expeditionary Empire had an intelligent computer? Li Guangming smiled bitterly. I don't know about this either. The only thing I know is that the Empire's division seems to have installed a mysterious instrument. Rumor has it that it was created by a supreme expert of the Expeditionary Empire. There are also rumors that the great emperor of the Expeditionary Empire obtained a special treasure from a different world and created this system. Lin Fei didn't obtain too much useful information. Rumors and legends couldn't confirm how the Expeditionary Empire was divided. As long as you are a citizen of the empire, as long as you pay a certain fee, you can go and test your combat strength. After the test, you will be able to know your specific combat strength. Li Guangming added. Lin Fei asked about another matter regarding the Expeditionary Empire. The most important thing was still the data. This was what he was most concerned about. He originally thought that he was the only one in the world who could create data. Now that an expeditionary empire had appeared out of nowhere, and it was an abnormally powerful one at that, Lin Fei felt a trace of worry in his heart. I heard that your judgment organization wants to select geniuses to participate in the Expeditionary Empire's assessment. What are the specifics? Lin Fei asked. Yi Leng's answer wasn't very satisfactory. Lin Fei hoped to get specific information from Li Guangming. It's like this. The Expeditionary Empire controls countless continents. In order to make it easier to manage, the Empire's master has divided the continents into 38 galaxies. Out of these 38 galaxies, we, the Judgment Team, are in charge of one of them. Every 5 years, the Empire will recruit geniuses. We, the Judgment Team, are prepared to use the Great Path Origin Hearts of the Holy Realm to train geniuses. At the same time, we will obtain a large number of Great Path Origin Hearts to nurture the strongest genius. We hope to successfully pass the preliminary selection, enter, and finally enter the Capital Institute. Lin Fei finally understood. It turned out to be a selection for the Imperial College outside the Empire. No wonder the Judgment Division had to make arrangements. So this was what it was all about. What a good move. Lin Fei knew that the geniuses of the Judgment Realm were all very strong. Their combat power was about 1.5 million to 2 million. If they could improve their strength in the Holy Realm, it would be a good thing for the Judgment Realm. The powerhouses who were suppressed back then and resurrected now would undoubtedly become training targets for the geniuses. Perhaps only a powerful organization like the Judgment Union would be able to do something like this. In the end, Li Guangming was controlled by Lin Fei. He was a fusion powerhouse with a combat power of 5 million. In the entire Holy Realm, there was basically no one else who could suppress him except him. Master, someone has found us. He's very strong with a combat power of about 4.6 million. The people around him all have a combat power of about 1 million. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave with Li Guangming, Little Devil's voice sounded. A screen was opened, and someone was walking towards the secret realm. Good heavens, another fusion powerhouse has appeared? Lin Fei's interest was piqued. The Holy Realm is getting more and more lively. This person is probably not from the Judgment Division. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come one after the other. Come in. The middle-aged man who had arrived a step later carefully brought his people to the outside of the secret realm. He was about to find a way to enter when he heard the other party's voice. This person is more powerful than I thought. Mu Chu's heart skipped a beat. Don't talk nonsense later. When Mu Chu first arrived, he had concealed his aura. His technique was very mysterious, but he did not expect to be discovered. After giving some instructions, he led his people into the secret realm. It's you! Mu Chu came to a platform in the secret realm, and Li Guangming immediately recognized him. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come to the Holy Realm. I thought you were going to hide forever. When Mu Chu saw Li Guangming, he cursed inwardly. The other party was not killed, and it seemed that they had reached some kind of cooperation, which gave Mu Chu a very bad feeling. Li Guangming, the Judgment Division is amazing, but it's not easy for you to kill all of us. If you can come to the Holy Realm, why can't I come? Mu Chu said, but his eyes fell on the black-robed man standing with his hands behind his back. The black-robed man in front of him did not emit any aura, but Mu Chu knew that this person was the one who defeated Li Guangming. Okay, stop arguing, Lin Fei said lightly. From a few words, he knew that the person who came was from the Star Field, and it seemed that he was a sworn enemy of the Judgment Division. Li Guangming immediately became obedient. Why are you looking for me from outside, or are you planning to cause trouble in the Holy Realm? Lin Fei's sharp eyes swept towards Mu Chu, and the aura of 10 million combat power pressed down on him. Lin Fei did this deliberately. After the fusion of the Great Path, the Holy Realm was Lin Fei's territory in his eyes, and no one was allowed to cause trouble, especially people from outside forces. It was necessary to show the necessary power. Mu Chu felt a sense of suffocation on the spot. This aura was really too terrifying. How can there be such a strong person in a place like the Holy Realm? This aura is at least a second-stage fusion powerhouse. It's really scary. Fortunately, I didn't put on airs as soon as I came. Mu Chu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding, we are not here to cause trouble. Mu Chu hurriedly explained. If this went on, he would not feel good, and his qi and blood would definitely be injured. Humph, it's good that you are not here to cause trouble. Lin Fei snorted coldly, causing trouble in my territory, even if you have a powerful background, even if you are from the Judgment Division, you will still have to deal with me in this place. As Lin Fei withdrew his aura, Mu Chu felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his shoulders. In the face of the aura of a second-stage fusion powerhouse, Mu Chu really could not bear it. Mu Chu originally wanted to rope him in. After all, he was also a first-stage fusion powerhouse, but now it seemed that there was no chance. A second-stage fusion powerhouse also had a high position in their organization. Forget about roping him in. Chapter 2364. Mu Chu left the secret realm. Elder Mu, what should we do now? I didn't expect that there would be a fusion second-rank expert in the sacred world. Li Guangming seems to have suffered a great loss. Under the starry sky, Mu Chu and the others had ugly expressions. They had come from a distant star field for the trial. They would be very happy if they could disrupt the selection. They were shocked by the existence of a fusion second-rank expert. This was far from what they had imagined. How could there be a fusion expert in such a backward place like the sacred world? Mu Chu smiled bitterly. What else can we do? We can only give up the mission. Do you want to fight with that person? Everyone fell silent. What a joke. They only had a little more than 1 million battle power. Fighting against a second-stage professional fusion expert with more than 8 million battle power was simply suicide. Didn't you see Li Guangming's honest look? He definitely suffered a lot. It was impossible for them to fight against that expert even if they were given 100 guts. Everyone should feel lucky that that expert has no ill intentions towards us. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave the secret realm. Mu Chu continued, moreover, our goal has been achieved. The plan of the trial in the sacred world is probably going to fail. This trip was not in vain. They were stunned once again, and then they all revealed looks of joy. Yes, we succeeded. The trial's plan in the sacred world is destined to fail. That person appeared out of nowhere, and the trial is going to be furious. A smile appeared on Mu Chu's face. They had spent decades coming from a distant star field just to stop the trial and prevent them from easily nurturing geniuses. The only thing they did not expect was that there would be a fusion second-rank expert in the sacred world. Mu Chu did not doubt that the other party would only need one move to kill them. Mu Chu was not too happy. He was thinking about something else. This matter was very important. Li Guangming's clone was sent back. At the very least, Lin Fei would not be too close to Li Guangming for a period of time. It was not a small matter to be able to control a fusion first-rank expert. Lin Fei did not want to be suspected. He had communicated with Little Devil, and he also felt that the expedition to the Empire was not simple. It wasn't that there weren't any who could use data to categorize it, but there really weren't many who could do it like the expedition to the Empire. Lin Fei learned something else from Li Guangming. Almost every expert that went on the expedition to the Empire had a book of life. Li Guangming's clone returned, while his main body stayed in a cave on the wild sacred mountain. The savage sacred mountain was one of the best places in the world, and it was the place with the densest origin energy. If Lin Fei wanted to maintain his powerful strength, he had to continuously absorb origin energy. Master, This is the new cultivation method that the Emperor of the Expeditionary Empire opened. The Book of Life is the key to this. Li Guangming summoned a Book of Life, which floated above his head. It was a golden book, and it was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a book. After Li Guangming took out the Book of Life, Lin Fei had the little demon analyze its origins. Did you cultivate this by yourself? Lin Fei had never seen anything like this before. The Expeditionary Empire became even more mysterious in his eyes. I didn't cultivate it by myself. Li Guangming explained, the Book of Life was actually created by the Expeditionary Empire. Every citizen of the Expeditionary Empire will receive a Book of Life from the Empire's branch palace when they are young, and then insert it into their body. As they grow up, they will awaken at a certain time. After awakening, the Book of Life will assist their growth. Lin Fei felt as if he had heard wrong. Isn't this the same as high-tech? Lin Fei was inwardly shocked by the Expeditionary Empire's generosity. The other party's behavior was similar to his own system. Although it was much weaker, it was definitely a cheat for others. Li Guangming opened the Book of Life. According to him, other than himself, no one could see the information of the Book of Life unless he was willing to show it to others. Otherwise, even a top expert would not be able to see the specific information of the Book of Life. Next, Lin Fei saw a shocking scene. After the Book of Life opened, a page of properties appeared. This time, Lin Fei could not remain calm. Properties page, what kind of joke is this? A page of properties actually appeared on the originally blank page. Li Guangming, first job transition fusion occupation, first job transition swordsman strength. 150 speed, 110 endurance, 80 reflexes, 90 combat power, 5 million, shocking. This was Lin Fei's greatest feeling. The Expeditionary Empire's properties page actually appeared. If not for the fact that he had fused 5 types of Great Tao and his strength had increased, Lin Fei would definitely not have known that such a thing existed in this world. Could it be that the origin of my system is related to the Empire, or... An extremely unreliable thought flashed in Lin Fei's mind. However, once this thought appeared, it lingered and was deeply imprinted in his mind. First job transition swordsman, isn't this the setting at the end of the game? Lin Fei suddenly thought of something. Ever since he came to this world, his memories of that year had been buried deeply. If not for those words, Lin Fei would have almost forgotten about them. However, he did not expect it to come so suddenly. Back in the game, there was a mention of occupations. Back then, Lin Fei had studied it carefully. It was a decent strength system, but after coming to the alternate world, he gradually forgot about it. The Judgment Organization, the appearance of Li Guangming, and the others made the things that he had almost completely forgotten resurface. First job transition swordsman, first job transition assassin. First job transition, all kinds of occupations. That was where the true experts were as numerous as the clouds. Li Guangming's first job transition swordsman was far weaker than Lin Fei, which was why he was easily defeated by Lin Fei. In fact, he did not even get to use his best swordsmanship. It could be said that he had lost in a very sullen manner. Li Guangming did not dare to have any other thoughts. The cultivation system of the Expeditionary Empire covered almost the entire star region. The sacred world was an exception, and it was basically abandoned. The master in front of him had grown up in the sacred world, so he had to be a genius. What was the strongest expert in the Expeditionary Empire? Lin Fei suddenly asked Li Guangming. Li Guangming replied, the strongest expert in the entire empire should be the great Emperor Yuanzhang. It is said that His Majesty Yuanzhang has not appeared for more than 100 years. It seems that he is in seclusion. More than 100 years ago, the great Emperor Yuanzhang seemed to have reached the 9th revolution, and he is the only 9th revolution expert in the empire. A 9th revolution expert, the only one. Lin Fei was very clear that the 9th revolution fusion was not easy to cultivate. There was only one 9th revolution expert in the entire empire, and his combat power was incomparably terrifying. Chapter 2365. Lin Fei placed a lot of importance on what class it was. The information that he had almost forgotten in the depths of his memory resurfaced. 9th class advancement. a peak existence in the game. Lin Fei had a deep impression of it. The king who went on the expedition to the empire was extremely powerful. According to the information he had read, the strength of a 9th class advancement was at least 10,000. This was a huge difference. His Majesty seems to be a storm warrior, Li Guangming said. Lin Fei's memory resurfaced again. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's actually a storm warrior. That's a class that specializes in strength. It can be said that it's the strongest of the 4 major attributes. Among the 9th class advancement professions, it's invincible. Among the 4 major attributes, strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance were the 4 major attributes in the game. When each attribute was developed to the limit, it would become a terrifying existence. At that time, Lin Fei had specially studied it and had a deep impression of it. Storm warrior was one of the powerful professions. Lin Fei still remembered that to become a storm warrior, it wasn't just strength. One had to reach a certain standard in speed as well. It could be said that among the 4 major attributes, strength and speed were higher than ordinary people. The word storm could be seen from this. This kind of profession would be very terrifying when it matured. Lin Fei didn't expect that person to be a storm warrior. Moreover, he was the only 9th class advancement expert. That was an existence that could casually kill 8th class experts. Lin Fei asked a few more questions about the Book of Life. Although Li Guangming was a deacon, his knowledge was limited. The Judgment Division wasn't a top force, so he didn't know much about the origins of the Book of Life. To be able to ask this much, Lin Fei was very satisfied. He had a vague guess about the expedition to the Empire. The masters of each of the 38 starfields were all high officials of the Empire. Each of them was an 8th class advancement expert. The masters of the 38 starfields were all 8th class advancement experts. Each of them was a veteran who had the chance to advance to the 9th class advancement in the future. Lin Fei also learned from Li Guangming that the reason the Judgment Organization arranged for the geniuses from the sect to come here was to provide them with a chance to improve. The Great Tao Primordial Heart could be refined into a Tao Pill, which could be used to improve the 4 attributes. This was also the reason why the Saints' World had set up a trap in the first place. It was to provide them with an opportunity. Of course, the geniuses of the Judgment Court were not first-job integration masters. It was very difficult to integrate the Great Tao. Therefore, in the Empire of Conquest, those who could become first-job experts and cultivate professions were all influential figures in the Empire. Big and small clans would extend an olive branch to them. Li Guangming was one of them. It was because he had become a first-job expert and a first-job swordsman that the Judgment Court extended an olive branch to him, and he successfully became a deacon in the Judgment Court. Master, I think I have figured out what is going on. After Li Guangming left, Lin Fei began to think. The little devil's words interrupted Lin Fei's thoughts. Quick, tell me about it. Lin Fei really wanted to know what the Empire of Conquest was all about. Master, the system released a message just now. I think the Empire of Conquest that we met is actually a technological civilization. The Book of Life is one of the developments in technology that helps humans cultivate. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. A technological civilization? Yes, the Empire of Conquest should be a higher-level civilization. In other words, it is a civilization that combines technology and cultivation to help humans cultivate, said the little devil. The system didn't have this information at first. Then it appeared. Maybe our system came from a technological civilization. In fact, Lin Fei did have such suspicions that day. With such advanced technology, other than coming from a very prosperous technological civilization, Lin Fei really couldn't think of where else it could come from. Lin Fei had always felt that the distance was too far. He didn't expect it to be so close. A technological civilization. Fortunately, Master didn't rashly go to the Empire of Conquest. If you really went, you might have been exposed. The little devil reminded. Master's improvement in strength has always been different from others. If you had the Book of Life, it wouldn't be so out of place. After hearing the little devil's words, Lin Fei felt that it made sense. Can the Book of Life simulate? Of course. Lin Fei also wanted to see to what extent his data would be displayed with the Book of Life. With the Book of Life, he wouldn't be so out of place. No one would be able to see any traces of him. An hour later, the little devil simulated a Book of Life for Lin Fei. The aura was exactly the same. Even if that person from the Empire of Conquest was in front of him, he wouldn't be able to see any flaws in the Book of Life. Lin Fei profession, none strength, 320 speed, 210 reflexes, 180 endurance, 270 combat power, 10 million, not bad, not bad. Well done. You can pass off the fake as the real one. Lin Fei was very satisfied. The little devil snorted. Master, you might be mistaken. You can't pass off the fake as the real one. This Book of Life is actually the real one. There are no flaws or flaws. If Master says it's fake, it will make me look bad. After hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then it's real. If Master says it's real, then it's real. No one can say it's fake, the little devil said very seriously. In fact, Lin Fei couldn't find any flaws in the Book of Life. It was as if it was real. Even Li Guangming would think it was the real one after seeing it. Is the data about the same? In theory, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. The difference between the two shouldn't be too big. Lin Fei wasn't worried anymore. Others used the Book of Life to measure themselves, but Lin Fei didn't need to worry about this. He walked a different path from others. The numbers in the Book of Life didn't really help him much. By the way, little devil, can you see through the other party's Book of Life through the system? With the existence of the Book of Life, Lin Fei had an invisible advantage. The little devil said disdainfully, Master, you don't have to look down on me so much. It's just a Book of Life. Its technological level isn't high. It's very easy to crack. It's not difficult at all. Lin Fei seemed to have forgotten that the system's level was definitely higher than the civilization controlled by the Expeditionary Empire. The Book of Life might be a great existence in the eyes of others, but it was really nothing to the little devil. There was no technical content. Then what do you think I should do next? Now that I have the Book of Life, what do you think I should focus on? After the fusion of the Great Daos, Lin Fei hadn't found the right direction. After seeing the 4 major attributes and the original game system, Lin Fei understood what he was missing. Chapter 2366. Duplicate 6th grade Dao Core. Duplicate 7th grade Dao Core. Duplicate 8th grade Dao Core. Establish a database. Lin Fei not only learned from Li Guangming about the trial and the expedition to the Empire, but also obtained a complete Dao Core. In the expedition to the Empire, Dao Cores are the most commonly used currency. Continuous consumption of Dao pills could enhance one of the 4 major attributes. Of course, it is not easy to keep taking them. It requires a huge amount of resources. The medicinal pills that Li Guangming had on him were all speed-type medicinal pills. After refining them, he could increase his strength by a bit. He could accumulate a large number of Dao pills. Lin Fei bluntly copied them and established a database. After the little devil's research and analysis, Lin Fei found a suitable profession, which is a profession that increases strength. It is called the Roaring Warrior. Lin Fei has a deep impression of the origin of the Roaring Warrior. This profession mainly focuses on increasing strength. The other 3 major attributes basically do not need to pay attention to. The goal is to increase strength. The Roaring Warrior is a top-notch profession among the 4 major attributes. Almost no one can successfully cultivate it. Outsiders can't, but Lin Fei can't. In addition to the Roaring Warrior, Lin Fei also values speed among the 4 major attributes. For example, among the speed attribute, there are several professions that are very powerful. Some professions can rely on speed to contend with strong enemies and be invincible. Lin Fei will not miss this opportunity. 3 months later, Lin Fei came out of the wild sacred mountain. 3 months is enough for Lin Fei's strength to go to the next level. His original 10 million battle power increased by 1 million, reaching about 11 million. This method of improvement is enough to be amazing in the expedition to the Empire. In just 3 months, the entire sacred world is in chaos. Not a single big or small force is idle. All of them are attacking the resurrected powerhouses and snatching their great Dao origin heart. The Yellow Springs sect master, Qinjunshan, and some other veteran powerhouses have established their own forces to contend with them. Even so, this side is still at a disadvantage. After all, the geniuses who came from the judgment all had a battle power of around 1.5 million. On the contrary, those resurrected experts didn't have such tyrannical strength. Basically, their battle power was around 800,000. Who asked them to not have Great Tao primordial pills? Back then, after the trial, the primordial Great Tao pills were not left behind. They were all confiscated, and the primordial Great Tao pills disappeared from the sacred world. It's time to restore peace. With a battle power of 11 million, Lin Fei could be said to be the strongest existence in this area of the Holy World. The battle between the people of Judgment and the resurrected powerhouses actually affected Lin Fei's resources and interests. In the end, they didn't lose anything, but Lin Fei lost a lot. Yama's death domain. Sacred Lord Blood Prison was in high spirits and had been in the limelight recently. With his peak 5th step battle power, he had killed dozens of revived experts. All of the unwillingness he had felt back then had vanished into thin air. The strong always like to follow the strong. In the face of increasing their strength, it was nothing to give up their freedom. At the very least, they had reached a new realm. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to achieve in a lifetime. Blood Prison, you have done well recently. Your next mission is to continue to lead people to kill them. Don't show any mercy. A ball of energy in the palace said. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's face lit up. A loud bang interrupted Sacred Lord Blood Prison's words. The palace shook, and the top was clawed open. A hand reached in, and the ball of energy high above and Sacred Lord Blood Prison fell into this hand. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's strength was suppressed, and he couldn't use it at all. Similar situations kept happening in every small sacred world in the sacred world. No matter how well the other party hid, in front of Lin Fei, who had absolute strength, they seemed vulnerable. A battle power of 11 million against a battle power of 1.5 million was indeed a crushing defeat. Almost every genius from the judgment who was caught was suppressed in one move, and the strength in their body was suppressed. This time, their expressions changed. How could there be such an expert in the sacred world? Could it be an enemy from the star field? Bang bang bang. On an uninhabited continent outside the sacred world. One by one, figures lost control and fell on the continent like broken bags. As soon as they got up from the ground, a tyrannical and terrifying force pressed down on them and they couldn't move. Let us go. We are the geniuses of the judgment. You can't offend the judgment. Let us go immediately. Deacon Lee, do something. The arrogant geniuses of the judgment were lying on the ground, and it was difficult for them to raise their heads. It's them. What's going on? The Yellow Spring Sect Master, Qinjunshan, and some other old powerhouses were also pulled by an invisible hand. In front of this hand, they couldn't resist at all. When they saw the figures lying on the ground, they were all stunned, and then burst into cheers. If it wasn't for the existence of that terrifying force, they would have gone up to take revenge. Ever since they came back to life, they knew that they had fallen into the judgment's trap and became pawns for others. They gritted their teeth and had deep resentment towards the judgment. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to take revenge. The geniuses of the judgment were all powerful, and at the same time, they controlled the major forces of the sacred world. There was almost no place for them to hide in the entire sacred world. As long as they hadn't recovered their strength, the geniuses of the judgment would always be their Dharma sword. They could fall at any time and kill them with a sword. They didn't expect that the powerful geniuses of the judgment would be suppressed one by one. How delightful was this? It turned out that this day would come for them too. Everyone is here. Lin Fei said lightly. The people who had been moved over realized Lin Fei's existence. Previously, they were all attracted by the people on the ground. Thank you, Senior. The Yellow Spring Sect Master cupped his hands. He knew who this person was. He was the one who had helped them back then. The only thing he hadn't expected was that this person's strength would be so tyrannical. Looking at him now, he was unfathomable. When these old powerhouses saw the black-robed Lin Fei and his unfathomable aura, they were secretly shocked. A genius who could suppress the judgment was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. They knew that the Judgment Organization had arranged for an 8th-step powerhouse in the starry sky outside. "I'll speak, you listen." Lin Fei's voice wasn't too heavy, but the invisible pressure made them feel that they couldn't disobey. It seemed that if they opened their mouths, they would definitely not have a good ending. "No matter who you are, let us go immediately. Otherwise, when Deacon Li arrives, you will all die without a burial place." A young man roared. "You talk too much." Lin Fei snorted coldly. He grabbed with one hand and crushed the young man, leaving only the Great Path Primordial Heart. Chapter 2367. Lin Fei casually made a grabbing motion, and all the cultivators present were shocked to see this scene. Their scalps went numb. The genius of the Judgment Realm in their eyes was crushed, and the primordial heart of the Great Path was perfectly preserved. This was enough to prove that Lin Fei's control over his strength had reached the point of perfection. "I don't like it when people talk too much." Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. No one dared to look him in the eye. Even the prodigies of the judgment didn't dare to breathe too loudly. To be able to kill them in one move, the other's strength was very likely at the level of merging the Great Path. After a glance, everyone's temper was gone. The prodigies of the judgment didn't dare to speak again. Administrator Li hadn't come for a long time. Something might have happened. In the distant holy world, they really had nothing to be arrogant about. Without Administrator Li, they were like toothless tigers. They couldn't be arrogant no matter what. At this moment, it was as if the world had collapsed. "I'll give you two choices. Either you submit or you die. This is the reason why I've brought you here. You only have 3 breaths of time to think. Submit or die." At this moment, everyone was no longer calm. Especially the prodigies of the judgment. All of them had great backgrounds. Not only did they have the judgment behind them, but their families were also very powerful. They had been prodigies since birth. Now that they were being asked to choose, this was something that had never happened before. "We're from the judgment. We won't submit." As soon as he finished speaking, the young prodigy exploded into a bloody mess. The heart of the Great Path landed in Lin Fei's hand. "Continue." The prodigies who had wanted to resist were now covered in cold sweat. They realized that this was no longer a situation where they could strut around. The black-robed man before them had the strength to kill them. Killing 2 of the judgment's prodigies left them in despair and fear. "Submit or die." "I'm willing to submit, I don't want to die." In the face of death, someone couldn't help but speak. In the face of death, no one was willing to choose death, especially these prodigies. Surviving was more important than anything else. Moreover, surviving meant that they had a chance. The judgment was the leader of the star field. No matter how strong this person was, he couldn't withstand the judgment's fury. Not to mention this, just the families behind them could suppress the other. "I'm willing to submit." Since there was one unlucky person, the rest chose to submit. The Yellow Spring Hierarch and the others had never thought that one day someone would demand their submission. However, 2 of their geniuses had been killed in a single strike, so they didn't have the confidence to fight back. The geniuses of the Judgment Hall were stronger than them, but in front of this alliance Master Fu, they were still killed in a single move. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. Since that was the case, why should they resist? They decisively chose to submit. Without being targeted by the judgment, they could also take a breather. In the future, it would not be impossible for them to regain the strength they had in the past. In fact, it would not be impossible for them to reach even greater heights. Lin Fei didn't place any restrictions on the Yellow Spring Hierarch and the others. There was no need for that. The geniuses of the Judgment Division were different. They all had puppet insect seals placed on them. These puppet insects were of a higher grade and could be easily controlled. After a round of torture, the Yellow Spring Sect Master and the other veteran experts felt their hair stand on end. There was actually such a terrifying existence in this world that could torture people to the point of hovering between life and death. At this moment, they rejoiced in their good luck. It seemed that the other party had no interest in controlling them. The chaos in the sacred world completely calmed down. All the forces in the sacred world were wiped out. All the forces in the sacred world were gathered together, and the 14 forces from before had all disappeared. After the forces in the sacred world were swallowed up, the strongest force in the sacred world was left behind, the Avengers Alliance. The controller of the sacred world became Alliance Master Fu. Lin Fei's invincible palace was also hidden. As long as he didn't expose his identity, the entire sacred world would be controlled by the mysterious Avengers Alliance Master. The Avengers Alliance was divided into two camps. One was the geniuses of the Judgment Division, and the other was the veteran experts like the Yellow Springs Sect Master. They monitored each other and balanced each other. At the beginning, the geniuses of the Judgment Division tried to suppress them with their strength. However, Lin Fei gave them Dao pills to recover their strength, which dispelled their thoughts. The two sides were at odds with each other. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this situation. Ouyang Ba and Qi Lin were the strongest experts who were controlled. Lin Fei had given them the strength Dao pills, which increased their strength very quickly. Although they were still far from merging with the first class, their combat power was around 1,000,000. This was already very strong in the sacred world. The sacred world returned to peace in the face of such strong means. The influence of the Avengers Alliance also spread throughout the sacred world. The wild sacred mountain was directly listed as a forbidden area by the Avengers Alliance. No one was allowed to enter, and every entrance was set up with layers of arrays. This place became the source of origin energy for Lin Fei. He exchanged for equipment through the system and began to plunder origin energy units. The effect was not ordinary fast. After plundering for a year, a problem appeared. The origin energy was decreasing. In this year, Lin Fei's system kept replicating Dao pills, and the consumption was very fast. As the origin energy units began to decrease, Lin Fei began to feel anxious. The Saints' world is still a little too small at the end of the day. Most of the origin energy was destroyed in the battle back then. Fortunately, the savage sacred mountain is different and managed to preserve a portion. I've constantly plundered it, and it's almost dried up. I need to come up with a new plan. The business was big. There were too many needs. For example, replicating the Great Tao and replicating Tao pills. All of these required origin energy. Lin Fei consumed a lot of origin energy units. Do I really have to go to the star field? According to Li Guangming, there is a popular thing called an energy block in the Expedition Empire. It is a special creature that absorbs the origin energy between heaven and earth. As long as I have a chance to replicate it, this creature will no longer be a dream. This idea was out of control as soon as it came out. The sacred world was too small for Lin Fei to use. If he continued, the origin energy units of the sacred world would be plundered by him. This amount of resources was not much help for Lin Fei's needs. Lin Fei had to go to a bigger place. Lin Fei was also very interested in the technological civilization of the Expedition Empire. It seemed that only by going to the Expedition Empire, he might have a chance to find out the origin of the system. According to Little Devil, there should be something in the Expedition Empire that had been guiding it to the Expedition Empire. Then I will prepare to go to the Expedition Empire and see the technology of the civilization. Lin Fei quickly made a choice. This was something that he had to come into contact with sooner or later. Li Guangming had become the #1 expert in the sacred world. Lin Fei was not afraid of the people from the Judgment Empire at all. It would take more than 90 years to travel from the Judgment Star Field. Chapter 2368. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The entire sacred world had always been under the control of the Avengers. The originally chaotic sacred world had also begun to flourish. All sorts of experts were constantly emerging in the sacred world. Those experts who had been resurrected had regained 60 to 70% of their original strength. This was only possible with the help of the Dao pills provided by the leader of the Avengers. During this period, it was inevitable that some experts who thought themselves infallible would try to express their own opinions. In the end, they were all suppressed. Within the Avengers, the two major forces suppressed each other and managed the sacred world very well. I really have to leave. There aren't enough resources. In these 5 years, Lin Fei could be considered to have lived in seclusion. He did not pay much attention to the matters of the sacred world. He was also not interested in the internal conflicts of the Avengers. As long as he existed, those people would not dare to raise any objections. The resurrected experts were not satisfied. Lin Fei would not pay any attention to them. Those geniuses from the Judgment Hall alone could easily suppress them. If they didn't want to stay, Lin Fei would not force them. The world was so big and they could go anywhere. He had no interest in stopping them. On a mountain peak in the wild sacred mountain, the demonized black wind whistled. However, the mountain peak had formed an independent space. The demonized black wind passed through both sides. In these 5 years, Lin Fei had explored some of the dangerous places in the sacred world and obtained many useful things. Lin Fei had plundered the White Bone Plain in the center of the World Wall battlefield several times and obtained many things that he wanted. It could be said that these 5 years were actually for Lin Fei to prepare to leave the sacred world. It's time to go. The resources were getting smaller and smaller. Lin Fei could not sit still. Outsiders did not feel anything because they were not strong enough. Lin Fei had the leveling system. No one knew the amount of resources better than him. Lin Fei had already explained everything about the sacred world and left behind a trump card. As a trump card of the Saints' world, Li Guangming was enough to block any attack. In order to avoid being discovered, Lin Fei had created a perfect trap so that no one would suspect that Li Guangming had disappeared for some other reason. In 5 years, Lin Fei also increased Li Guangming's strength to the level of 6 million, which could be regarded as a great increase in strength. In the Expedition Empire, increasing 1 million battle power in 5 years was something that very few people could do. Li Guangming was even more loyal to Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't afraid that Li Guangming would be able to break the puppet bug. As it continued to strengthen itself, it became extremely powerful. With just a thought, even if Lin Fei was far away, he could still instantly kill Li Guangming. Lin Fei did not like the sadness of parting. After settling down, he left in the middle of the night. In the starry sky blue Luan remained in the starry sky. This time, they would be relying on a powerful flying beast like the starry sky blue Luan to head to the star field. If they wanted to reach that star field by relying on human strength, it would take at least 200 years. The starry sky blue Luan was that powerful and heaven-defying. Compared to 200 years, 90 years was indeed a very long time. After controlling Li Guangming, Lin Fei controlled the starry sky blue Luan. According to Li Guangming, the starry sky blue Luan was also a very precious flying beast in the star field. In terms of price, it would cost more than 100 million energy blocks. In the star field, energy blocks were more popular than Dao pills. Energy blocks were controlled by the great forces and belonged to the Empire's resources. It was very difficult for ordinary people to obtain them. An unparalleled powerhouse's net worth was around 10 million energy blocks. Those who were not doing well would have a net worth of a few million energy blocks. When I reach that star field, I must get a long-distance teleportation gate. Lin Fei secretly clenched his teeth. He had also learned about the long-distance teleportation gate from Li Guangming. In the star field, due to the distance between worlds and star fields, there would basically be teleportation gates. As the sacred world was an abandoned world, its resources were almost depleted. No one was willing to come to the sacred world. Therefore, long-distance teleportation gates had become impossible. It was said that the cost of a long-distance teleportation gate was a shocking 500 million energy blocks. Star field, here I come. Standing on the starry sky blue Luan, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The starry sky blue Luan spread its wings and flew high. Traveling was a very boring thing. It would take 95 years to reach the star field from the sacred world. Lin Fei began to slowly adapt to traveling. With Li Guangming's star field map, he was not afraid of going to the wrong place. He would usually cultivate on the back of the starry sky blue Luan and familiarize himself with some of the Roaring Warrior's attack techniques. When he reached the star field, Lin Fei would be a Roaring Warrior, a second-stage professional Roaring Warrior. Of course, he would need to pass the test first. The expedition to the Empire was very important to personal information. If Lin Fei wanted to gain a foothold in the star field, there were many things he needed to do. It was not as simple as he imagined. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. In the first few decades, he almost didn't meet a single person. It seemed that the sacred world was too remote. Along the way, apart from the starry sky blue Luan and those uninhabited continents, there was nothing else. Living people? There was no need to even think about it. In the 85th year, Lin Fei finally saw some living people. Those living people seemed to have bad intentions. Especially when they saw that the starry sky blue Luan was worth hundreds of millions of energy blocks, many of them were provoked. If there were many people sitting on the back of the starry sky blue Luan, they would definitely not dare to make a move. Now that there was only Lin Fei, under the temptation of the energy blocks, those people finally made a move. For the sake of the energy blocks, those people went crazy. When Lin Fei stepped into the periphery of the star field, he encountered a group of bandits. Their strength was not bad. Almost all of them had a combat power of more than 1 million. Besieging an expert with a combat power of 2 million was not a problem. For the first time, Lin Fei saw the mysterious veil of a first-stage professional. These people were not strong, and their professions varied. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He let them do whatever they wanted until they lost interest and suppressed them with one move. This should be the Empire Medal. After destroying the corpses, Lin Fei looked at the spoils of war. The most eye-catching one was a round black medal. Lin Fei remembered what Li Guangming said. All martial artists who had achieved the first-stage professional would have an Empire Medal. This Empire Medal was issued by the Empire and recorded the information of the profession. If one didn't have the Empire Medal, then congratulations, one would be considered an unregistered person in the Empire. Once caught, one would be sent to become a slave. Little devil, try to analyze and copy it. Lin Fei was now a standard unregistered person. Once caught, he would be assigned a different fate. Basically, unregistered people would be sent to open up mountains. In the end, they would die of exhaustion in the mines. In order to gain a firm foothold in the Empire, Lin Fei must make some preparations in advance. Putting down the Empire Medal, Lin Fei's gaze fell on a black stone. Rather than saying it was a stone, it would be better to say that it was a round stone. The stone was pitch black, but it was filled with an ancient aura. Lin Fei tried to hold it in his hand and felt the vigorous aura inside. It was the aura of origin energy. Chapter 2369. After absorbing a black energy block, Lin Fei was shocked. This is good stuff. One energy block is equivalent to the amount of energy a device can absorb in a month. Lin Fei smiled. So far, what Lin Fei lacked the most was origin energy. However, the sacred world had been destroyed many years ago, so origin energy was scarce. Fortunately, he had the system which could absorb origin energy. Special creatures can grow energy blocks. Can I absorb them directly? An idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. This was much faster than planting. After checking the Empire Medal and energy blocks, Lin Fei absorbed the Great Tao Origin Heart. This thing was not good. After absorbing 20 to 30 Great Tao Origin Hearts, his combat power increased by less than 30,000. This result was more or less out of Lin Fei's expectation. It seems impossible to increase combat power by absorbing the Great Tao Origin Heart. I can only find those high-grade pills. After being besieged, Lin Fei kept the starry sky blue Luan. This guy was too conspicuous. It was hard not to notice it. Lin Fei kept it in the pet space. This was opened by the system later. Putting the starry sky blue Luan in the pet space could also increase its strength slowly. There was no need to worry about the information being leaked. Originally, it would only take 10 years to reach the destination by riding the starry sky blue Luan. However, it took Lin Fei 20 years to finally enter a magnificent starfield. Since 3 years ago, Lin Fei had entered the periphery of the starfield. There were prosperous continents one after another. Each of them was bigger than the sacred world. Their overall strength was incomparable. The empires will left the deepest impression. The empires will covered 38 starfields. No one disobeyed the empire's will. Lin Fei slowed down his pace. Along the way, he learned about the empire's strange and interesting stories and customs. After seeing it with his own eyes, Lin Fei felt the power of the empire. Very powerful. For example, Ashwolf Star. It was one of the 38 star sectors that Lin Fei was currently in, the Tsonglang Star that was controlled by Judgment Division. Back in the day, the great emperor had established the Expeditionary Empire. The rulers of the 38 planetary systems had all been promoted to high officials because of their contributions. Each of the 38 star sectors had different sizes. The Tsonglang Star was not considered big, but it controlled more than 100 worlds and continents. Compared to the other star sectors, the gap was not small. No matter how big or small the gap was, no one dared to look down on the high officials of the Imperial Expeditionary Expedition who controlled a star region. In the Tsonglang Star, the Judgment Palace was like a local tyrant. Perhaps that great emperor was worried that the influence of the star field would be taken away by others, so he established a branch palace in every star field called the Expeditionary Guard. In fact, everyone knew that the Expeditionary Guard's role was to monitor the movements in the star field. They were the eyes and ears of the great emperor. Fortunately, the Expeditionary Guard usually did not manage the affairs of the star field. Unless it was a major event, it was rare to see the Expeditionary Guard. Moreover, the Expeditionary Guard's branch palace was not located in the center of the star field. It was precisely because of the existence of the Expeditionary Guard that the territorial lords had great influence, but they did not dare to do anything disgraceful. The Expeditionary Guard had also become a sharp sword hanging over their heads that could be cut off at any time. Every Expeditionary Guard had an elder who was very powerful. Together with the treasures bestowed by the great emperor, their strength could increase exponentially. All along, the most terrifying person in the star field was not the territorial lords, but the Expeditionary Guards. There was a rumor that once one was on the blacklist of the Expeditionary Guards, even if one was extremely powerful, he would be removed from the list overnight. Lin Fei walked and stopped from time to time. He had a detailed understanding of the star field and even the Expeditionary Empire, which overlapped with the information in his memory. Wow, what a huge city! Is this Tsonglang City? The center of the star field? Unbelievable! This is too unbelievable. Tsonglang City was huge. It could be described as magnificent. Everyone who came to the outskirts of Tsonglang City would stop in their tracks and be shocked from the bottom of their hearts. After more than 100 years, Lin Fei walked and stopped from time to time. Finally, he arrived at the center of Tsonglang Star, Tsonglang City. Standing outside Tsonglang City, Lin Fei was also shocked. First of all, Tsonglang City was huge. One could not see the end of Tsonglang City. The sky above Tsonglang City was covered with a huge blue energy shield that was constantly activated. With just one look, Lin Fei could tell that the shield had a strong defense. He had heard about it along the way, and now it seemed that it really lived up to its reputation. This is definitely a technological method. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and walked towards the city gate. Every time he entered the city, he had to pay a piece of energy block. This entrance fee was not small. After a year, the entrance fee would definitely be a huge figure. Lin Fei did not encounter any trouble from the guards at the city gate. This was also because he was prepared. Through the system, he had duplicated an empire medal. This empire medal was of the lowest grade and was sufficient to enter the city. Although Tsonglang City was magnificent, in fact, there were special measures set up. Whenever blacklisted people entered the city gate would show them. Many blacklisted people tried to sneak into the city, but were all discovered and sent to the mines. Lin Fei was very confident about the empire medal that he duplicated. Therefore, Lin Fei openly entered Tsonglang City, the central city of this star field. After entering the city, Lin Fei first found an inn to stay in. Following that, for the next 5 to 6 days, he basically spent all his time outside to gather information. He had gained a lot. There was not much information about the Judgment Palace. Recently, the most popular news in Tsonglang City was about the Capital Institute. Songlang City had an organization to deal with the Capital Institute. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of the Capital Institute. This was an institution established by the emperor himself. It was above all other colleges. Those who graduated from the Capital Institute were all outstanding people. If they were not in the military, they would become the elders of a faction. It could be said that those who graduated from the Capital Institute were very popular. The Capital Institute recruited students once every 5 years. The assessment was very strict. The percentage of students who could enter the Capital Institute was very low. Even so, there were countless geniuses who signed up for the recruitment. This was because the geniuses who graduated from the Capital Institute had another identity. They were the disciples of the emperor. This honor was not something that anyone could obtain. As long as they did not commit any crimes in the empire, they could sleep peacefully for the rest of their lives. No matter what, they had an unimaginable advantage over others. This was also one of the reasons why the Capital Institute was popular. Everyone wanted to stand out, and the Capital Institute was the first choice. The temptation of being the disciple of the emperor was not small either. Lin Fei was very interested in the Capital Institute. The resources of the Capital Institute were unimaginable. It controlled many mystic realms. The resources of various sizes were unimaginable. It's very difficult to become a student of the Capital Institute. Others might not have a chance, but I have a very high chance. I also want to know if the Capital Institute has all the occupations I saw previously. Chapter 2370. Songlang City, the administrative center of the 38 star sectors. The Expeditionary Empire had 38 star sectors under its jurisdiction. Each star sector had its own administrative center and was also the most prosperous place in the entire star sector. Regardless of whether one was from a powerful faction or a nouveau riche, anyone who came to Songlang City would be shocked by the prosperity of the administrative center. It would also make them realize how insignificant they were. Recently, the hottest topic in Songlang City was the Capital College's preliminary selection. To any genius, being able to enter the Capital College was the glory of a lifetime. Once they graduated from the Capital College, their status would be different and they would stand at the top for the rest of their lives. There would be people coming to the Capital College office in Songlang City every day to gather information. Some of the spies even kept watch all day long, not wanting to miss out on any news. The Capital College assessment that was held once every 5 years attracted the attention of countless people. There was nothing more influential than the Capital College. Songlang City, the governor's residence. The most powerful place in the entire Songlang Star Sector, the Expeditionary Guard, was not included. Recently, the higher-ups of the judgment team were not in a good mood because of a piece of bad news. They had completely lost contact with the geniuses who had gone to the remote sacred world. If not for the fact that the life tablet left behind by the geniuses had not been broken, they would have suspected that they had been killed. Still no news. In the governor's residence, in the main hall, a voice that was neither soft nor loud reverberated, filled with an irresistible pressure. It was as if a giant was pressing down on them. Below the throne, a dozen or so people were pale and sweating. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the person in front of them. Not yet, not yet. His voice sounded powerless. Continue to search. We must get to the bottom of this. Everyone is watching the judgment team. If our geniuses do not return this time, you all know the consequences. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed since he arrived at Songlang City. In these 10 days, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had learned about the Expeditionary Empire, the Capital College, and many secrets. It was an eye-opening experience. Lin Fei pondered for a while and decided to go to the Capital College to take a look. Originally, Lin Fei had wanted to find a place to secretly absorb the origin energy. Unfortunately, the origin energy in Songlang City, and even the entire star sector, was incomparably powerful. He had tried to plunder the origin energy many times, but an accident had occurred in the star sector. Yes, it was an accident. At that time, Lin Fei was so angry that he almost jumped up and down. If origin energy could not be absorbed, then the powerful system would lose most of its functions, such as duplication. Lin Fei would not be so stupid as to waste the origin energy he had on hand. Inside Imperial College, there were unimaginable resources. It was said that there were special plants that could be used to make energy blocks. Lin Fei's thoughts became urgent. The star domain had been cursed countless times and all his plans had been disrupted, forcing him to go to Imperial College. Songlang City, Occupation Certification Management Office. In the 38 star regions, every star region and every city had a professional certification management office. Songlang City's Occupation Certification Management Office occupied a huge area. Since Songlang City was the administrative center, there were countless people who came here for the certification every day. Being certified here was equivalent to receiving a portion of the empire's benefits. Sigh, there haven't been any good classes appearing recently. That's right. Usually, only ordinary jobs appear. There isn't a single powerful job. I've heard that the neighboring star field has recently given birth to several powerful jobs. In the lobby of the management office, 2 staff members were chatting about the recent happenings. Imperial College's preliminaries are about to begin. How many prodigies from Songlang City do you think will make it? There must be at least a few dozen of them. During the last preliminary selection, a total of 32 people from Songlang City passed the preliminary selection and 6 of them were admitted into the Capital Institute. I heard that the prodigies from the Judgment Hall have all gone for training. They say that they are the biggest competitors this time. I heard that too. I heard that they disappeared for 200 years just to prepare for the preliminaries. I heard that this year's recruitment has a different meaning. The great emperor places great importance on it. All the prodigies of the empire have given up on the previous Imperial College and are all here for this assessment. The 2 of them could not help but look envious. Because this year's Imperial College was different from the previous ones, it had a special meaning. All the prodigies had chosen to participate in the assessment this year. If they could stand out among the prodigies and catch the eye of the great emperor, their future would be limitless. The prodigies of the 38 star regions were all ready to compete. Is this the place for certification? As they were chatting enthusiastically, a sudden voice interrupted their conversation. A young man dressed in ordinary clothes had appeared in the hall out of nowhere. The 2 of them glanced at him and knew that he was an ordinary person. There were countless people like him every day. Yes, this is the place for certification. Each certification requires 10 energy blocks. The person who had entered was, of course, Lin Fei. Although he had the Empire Medal and was no longer an unregistered citizen, certification was a must. Actually, Lin Fei could have used the system to make it. However, after the origin energy was blocked, he had to be careful when using the origin energy units. Even a simple matter had become complicated. Lin Fei had no choice but to come to the certification office. First job certification? Yes, first job certification, Lin Fei said. This way. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Fei came to a room on the left of the lobby. Job certification was not that troublesome. In fact, it was very simple. The staff took out a crystal ball. This crystal ball was extraordinary. At first glance, it gave off the impression that it was a treasure. In fact, the crystal ball was indeed a treasure. This is a magic energy detection ball made by the Empire. It can detect the 4 major attributes. In fact, Lin Fei had already understood some of the procedures of the certification office. The magic energy technology ball was a very good treasure. It specialized in identifying the 4 major attributes. What job do you want to be certified for? The staff asked as usual. The 4 major attributes were tested for certification, and there was also job certification. For job certification, the Empire had a set of certification procedures that they were familiar with. Roaring warrior. The staff did not listen carefully at first. Usually, the people who came for certification were mostly ordinary people. As for those with money and background, they had to make appointments in advance. Roaring warrior? The staff thought it was an ordinary job. Just as he was about to register, he subconsciously stopped. This name sounds a little familiar. Roaring warrior. What? You want to be certified as a roaring warrior? The staff could not remain calm anymore. He stared at the young man. Are you sure you want to be certified as a roaring warrior? Chapter 2371. As the leader of the Certification Management Office, Yuan Fei was not in a good mood these few days. The reason for his bad mood was simple. The Songlong Star region had been suppressed by the neighboring star regions. Recently, there had been a lot of good news coming out of their star region. For example, a certain profession had been certified successfully, or a certain profession was regarded as a first-rate profession with a bright future, etc. In contrast, the Songlong Star region had produced 2 or 3 first-rate professions in the past few years. The rest were common professions. As a result, every time Yuan Fei returned to the imperial capital for a report, he would lose face and be ridiculed by his colleagues. However, he could not come up with any useful rebuttal. In a month's time, I'll have to go for a report. This year is the same as last year. Yuan Fei put down the documents and could not help but smile bitterly. The Songlong Star region was getting worse year by year. Basically, most of the certifications were for third-rate and fourth-rate professions. Second-rate professions were too ordinary in front of those first-rate professions. Recently, there had been good news coming from the nearby star regions. Not long ago, a good friend had even specially sent him a message to remind him. Boss, bad news, bad news. Before Yuan Fei could finish lamenting, he was pushed away. Yuan Fei pulled a long face. Little Zhang, how many times have I told you to knock before entering? Have you forgotten the rules? Get out now. Little Zhang was one of the staff outside. He had barged in a moment of excitement and had forgotten that his boss hated it when people barged in. He had to knock before entering. Boss, let me explain. Little Zhang was anxious. It's not that I've forgotten the rules, but this matter is too serious. Just now, a young man came to our hall. He wants to get his profession certified, and it's a top-level profession. Boss, you said last time that this kind of certification must be done by you, so Yuan Fei was really angry. He was in a bad mood, but his subordinates were not sensible, so his mood was naturally not good. Just as he was about to chase little Zhang out, he heard a few familiar words: roaring warrior, top-level profession. Wait, you said someone wants to get a top-level profession, roaring warrior? Yuan Fei stood up with a whoosh. His eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. Yes, someone wants to get a roaring warrior certification. Yuan Fei felt as if he had been hit by a piece of pie. Bring me there immediately, quick. Yuan Fei was completely unable to remain calm. He had to see this young man immediately. If this was true, Lin Fei was arranged to be in the reception room, and the staff brought him fragrant tea. His attitude changed drastically. This is the right step. No one can resist the temptation of a peak profession, no matter where they are. Besides, this is the Certification Administration Office. As Lin Fei took a sip of the fragrant tea, the door to the reception room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man dressed in green entered. Are you the one who wants to be certified as a roaring warrior? Lin Fei knew that this person should be the leader in charge of this place. Little Zhang rarely saw his boss so moved, so he took the initiative to introduce, Your Excellency, this is the person in charge of our Certification Management Office, Lord Yuan. The certification of a top profession requires the highest person in charge of the management office to certify it. Lin Fei smiled. That's right, it's me. Yuan Fei was slightly disappointed when he saw the other party. No matter how he looked at it, the other party seemed to be a roaring warrior, a peak profession, and had nothing to do with it. However, he saw absolute confidence in the other party, which was very rare. For him to have such confidence, he must have 120% confidence in his certification. At this moment, Yuan Fei was a little doubtful. Could this young man really have the ability? First transition profession certification was not an easy thing to do. Ordinary third or fourth grade professions could be certified in one try, but second and first grade professions were extremely difficult. As for peak professions, there might not even be one in decades. The difficulty was extremely high, as difficult as ascending to heaven. Do you know about the Roaring Warrior? It is one of the Empire's peak professions, and its future is limitless. But you should know that the difficulty of the peak profession certification, especially the first transition certification, is very high. There might not even be 1 out of 10,000 people who succeed. Do you really want to get certified? Moreover, once you fail, you won't be able to get certified again for at least 3 to 5 years. Yuan Fei was a very good person in charge. Regardless of whether the other party was here to fool him, Yuan Fei was willing to give him a chance based on the other party's absolute confidence. For such things, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if he really succeeded? Yuan Fei did not want to miss this opportunity. This was his only chance to turn things around. Once he was certified as a peak profession in his own territory, those who had mocked him back then would be dumbfounded at the meeting a month later. At that time, their expressions would definitely be very pleasing to look at. Thank you for your reminder, sir. Regarding the certification, I have already thought it through. Moreover, I am confident that the certification will succeed. Lin Fei said. Yuan Fei rarely saw such a confident young man. It was as if for a moment he felt that he had aged. Even a young man was more confident than him. Before the certification, as the person in charge of the certification, I have to introduce you to the peak profession certification. This was not a necessary procedure like in the past. It was a description of the peak profession certification. In fact, the peak profession certification was not a small matter. For third or fourth grade professions, it was not difficult at all. As long as one's attributes reached a certain level, they would be able to obtain the certification. The peak profession certification had a certain amount of risk. Success was often accompanied by failure, or even death. Yuan Fei felt that there was a need to make things clear first. After talking for about the time it took for an incense to burn, Yuan Fei explained the peak profession certification, the things to take note of, etc. He then brought Lin Fei to the depths of the ground. This is the certification space of our certification administration. Lin Fei had long understood the process of the certification. It was a special space opened up by the experts of the Expeditionary Empire. In this space, a special energy would be produced. Only by reaching a certain level of the 4 major attributes would one be able to obtain the certification of the special energy in this special space. Then, congratulations, the peak profession certification was successful. Once the peak profession certification was successful, one's strength would change. At the same time, one would obtain some of the instinctive skills of the peak profession certification. Although many people wanted to understand the secrets of this space, until now, no one had figured out what was going on. In fact, Lin Fei also wanted to experience this mysterious certification space and see what was so mysterious about it. Yuan Fei reminded Lin Fei again and opened this mysterious space. Alright, you can go in. Inside, you will have 3 days to certify. I wish you success. Thank you. Lin Fei took a deep breath and walked into this mysterious space. With a rumble, the door closed again. Don't let me down. Chapter 2372. A bright light flashed. Lin Fei was in a special space. Lin Fei had been to many places like space secret realms, but no matter how magical they weren't as magical and special as the space in front of him. What a strange place. Lin Fei observed his surroundings. What was different from other places was that he seemed to be in a starry sky, and the world in his eyes had become a myriad of stars. Real, very real. It wasn't virtual reality, but real existence. At least, that was what Lin Fei felt now. Lin Fei tried to walk a few steps, and it was as if he was walking in the starry sky. It was very real. Master, don't be fooled by the scene in front of you. Little Devil suddenly said. You said that this is fake. Lin Fei was very confused. Based on his perception, this place seemed real, and everything seemed to be real. However, these words were said by Little Devil, so he had to believe it. Seeing was believing, but it could also be fake. Master, don't be impatient. If the scene in front of him was fake, Lin Fei really admired the person who made the certification space. He was definitely a genius. Even a top expert might not be able to make it. What a professional. Authenticator, please come up. While Lin Fei was waiting, a cold voice came from the space. It was emotionless, just like the system's voice. The most unbelievable thing was that the voice was almost the same. For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that the system was reminding him. Damn, how can there be such a voice? Dumbfounded. In such a place, no one would be calm when they met a voice similar to the system. Lin Fei was the same, and he hesitated for a while before coming back to his senses. Expeditionary Empire, civilized technology, could there be such an existence? Lin Fei didn't walk up. Who knew what was waiting for him? It was better to wait for Little Devil. Master, it's fine if you go up. Give me a little more time, and I will be able to understand everything here. Little Devil said very domineeringly. Understand everything? This time, Lin Fei's expression changed. The establishment of the Expeditionary Empire had probably obtained the technology of the civilization. No wonder there were so many professions. Do I have to come here after I get the system? Lin Fei took a deep breath and walked forward. With Little Devil's words, his heart calmed down. No matter how awesome this place was, compared to Little Devil, there was obviously a gap. After all, Little Devil was a virtual life form created by the system. After walking for a long time, a high platform appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was a huge platform. Lin Fei walked up step by step. After a short while, he arrived at the high platform. Welcome, Authenticator. I am the Authenticating Space's assistant. Please stand still while the assistant scans your data. A burst of light enveloped Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. His data could be modified. Even the assistant in front of him might not be able to scan it. What he got was nothing more than virtual data. Scanning. Analyzing, Lin Fei wasn't stupid. He realized that the authenticating space relied on the system to authenticate. It was more accurate than humans, and there wouldn't be any problems. Fortunately, I came. If I really simulated the authentication, there would be problems. The Expeditionary Empire is full of evil. Little Devil was more powerful than he imagined. Master, it's done. Do you want to take control of this system? Lin Fei was startled as if he heard wrongly. What? You want to control this system? Yes, just now, I hacked into this system through the system. As long as Master says the word, I will be able to take control of this system, and no one will find out. Little Devil's words were sonorous and powerful. Lin Fei was also stimulated. This place was really controlled by a system. Lin Fei didn't doubt that the Expeditionary Empire was a country with advanced technology. This was the combination of technology and power. Advanced technology, a great world. Are you sure it's okay? Lin Fei asked worriedly. This matter involved too much. Once it was exposed, the entire Expeditionary Empire would make a move on him. Even the strongest person would make a move on him. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Safety was the most important thing. To control the system and expose himself, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't agree. Master, don't worry. The system in this space is actually just a piece of equipment. It doesn't have any intelligence and the program is very rigid. There's no contact with the outside world. Controlling this kind of system is as easy as blowing off dust in my eyes. All right, then control it well. Got it. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. Little Devil controlling this equipment would be of great help. When the time comes, there wouldn't be any problems with the authentication. Although Lin Fei wasn't afraid of trouble, it would be best if he could solve it. Master, I've already controlled this equipment and obtained some information. I'll transfer it to you immediately. A large amount of information was transmitted over. After being summarized by Little Devil, it was sent into Lin Fei's mind. He easily received all of it. Among the information that came in, there was information about the professions of the Expeditionary Empire. It was even more detailed than the outside world. It could be said that Lin Fei easily obtained a database of professions. No one would have thought that a piece of equipment would be controlled by someone else. Even if those strong people came, they wouldn't be able to control the equipment. Perhaps it was because of this that the Expeditionary Empire established a certification management office. It was a pity that this time, Lin Fei was someone with a system. He easily controlled the equipment and copied the data inside. So this is what certification is all about. After digesting the information, Lin Fei finally understood. Certification allowed people to absorb the power of the four main attributes under preset circumstances. Only by meeting the requirements of the system would the certification be successful. At the same time, each profession would have additional profession talents. This kind of profession talent was activated by the equipment. As for what kind of talent could be activated, it depended on the individual and also depended on the individual's luck. It didn't look like it was easy, but in reality, it wasn't like that. The difficulty wasn't small, especially the first-class and top-notch profession certifications. The difficulty was very high, and the failure rate was very high. This wasn't arranged by the equipment. The success rate was low to begin with. In that case, if I want to be certified as a roaring warrior now, I don't need to absorb the power of the 4 main attributes. I can do it in one step, right? Yes, it can be done in one step. In a place like the certification space, even if that person came, he wouldn't be able to see any clues. It's 100% safe. Chapter 2373. It's the last day. Certification Management Office, in front of the underground door. Yuan Fei didn't know how many times he had said this. He had never been so anxious before. A roaring warrior, a top-notch job. Once he succeeded, his future would be limitless. As the last day arrived, Yuan Fei's heart kept sinking. With his many years of experience, the shorter the time, the higher the success rate. Once the 3rd day arrived, be it in terms of energy or other aspects, their condition would decline. The chances of success were very low. Back then, Yuan Fei remembered that there was a genius who was certified as a top-notch job. He only came out on the 3rd day. In the end, he didn't succeed. Instead, his vitality was greatly damaged. Later on, he was certified as a second-rate job. Yuan Fei was very worried. This was related to his future. The news in the Certification Management Office was blocked by Yuan Fei. He was worried that it would cause trouble outside. Before he was sure, Yuan Fei wouldn't release the news. If he didn't succeed, he would become a joke. He wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of his colleagues. There's only 2 hours left. The door didn't open. Yuan Fei sighed. The chances of him succeeding were very low. He still hoped that he would succeed. This was his only chance to turn things around. If he missed this chance, he didn't know when it would appear again. You have to succeed. Humans were selfish. Yuan Fei was one of them. Once he succeeded, he would be able to use this chance to leave Songlong Star region. Yuan Fei, the person in charge, hoped that he would succeed more than anyone else. It's over. It's over. There's no hope. There was still 1 hour left. Yuan Fei had completely given up on him. If he still didn't come out, he wouldn't succeed. Yuan Fei was very depressed. He turned around and prepared to leave. Under such circumstances, almost no one could succeed. No matter who it was the same. Yuan Fei hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly heard a cracking sound behind him. That sound was very pleasant to his ears. This is... Outside the door, a pale-faced Lin Fei walked out, his body swaying slightly. Yuan Fei turned his head and saw that extremely confident young man. His spirit, energy, and spirit were all very poor, but there was absolute confidence on his face. Lord Yuan, I didn't let you down. I succeeded. Yuan Fei's heart shook. His body also trembled slightly. He was too excited. Ah, that's great. I succeeded. Certification Management Office, in a courtyard. Lin Fei was arranged to stay here, and Yuan Fei brought medicinal pills to help Lin Fei recover from his injuries. It could be said that he was a scout who treated him like an ancestor. This is the right step. Only by coming out at the last moment will no one suspect what happened in the certification space. Sitting at the head of the bed, Lin Fei's face was still a little pale. This was done on purpose to prevent others from suspecting him. His job certification was much easier than the average person's, and he did not need to do anything. The little demon had already settled everything. It was very easy for Lin Fei to become a first transition roaring warrior. No, it should be a death god roaring warrior. As for why there was an additional Grim Reaper, Lin Fei himself was very surprised. The same was true for the little demoness. She did not understand what was going on. According to the Book of Life, he was a death god roaring warrior. Compared to the previous name, this class was much more impressive. As long as Lin Fei did not take out the Book of Life, no one would suspect that there was a problem with his class. Right now, he was a genuine roaring warrior. With the little demon's help, Lin Fei was the most powerful roaring warrior in history. Flipping through the class, he also had a deep understanding of the roaring warrior. From now on, he had a deep understanding of how to make the roaring warrior class stronger. Master, your death god roaring warrior should be the most powerful of all the classes. Even the current storm warrior is not a match for Master. My luck is not bad. I actually obtained 3 talent skills, one stronger than the other. Does this count as my luck being off the charts? After the certification was successful, Lin Fei obtained a talent skill. Under normal circumstances, the average person would have 1 skill, but Lin Fei was different. He obtained 3 skills, and they were all very good skills. At least, during this period of time, Lin Fei had not heard of anyone obtaining 3 talent skills after the certification. Skill 1, Terrifying Roar. This was a must-have skill for roaring warriors. As the name suggested, Terrifying Roar was a very powerful skill. Within a certain range, it could carry out 2 attacks. One was a physical attack, and the other was a mental attack. It could be said to be a domineering and brutal killer move. This skill consumed a lot of energy. For Lin Fei, this was not a problem. As long as he found an opportunity to replenish his energy, Terrifying Roar could be used as many times as it came. It was a terrifying torture for the enemy. Skill 2, Grim Reaper's Eye. This was also a powerful skill, the Grim Reaper's Eye. Once it was used, it could imprison an opponent. The length of time depended on the opponent's strength, and the lowest duration was 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, the opponent wouldn't be able to move and wouldn't be able to use anything. When experts fought, life and death could be decided in 1 second. This skill was more powerful than Terrifying Roar. First a Grim Reaper's Eye, then a Terrifying Roar. Almost no one could withstand it. It was best if they were seriously injured. Skill 3, Infinite Plunder. This was the most terrifying of the 3 skills. The first 2 were offensive, but this skill was amazing. Within a certain range, it could plunder all life essence, which was the opponent's energy. However, such a domineering move could only be used once a day. This talent skill was so powerful that it defied the heavens. When a person's energy was almost depleted, once it was used violently, there was no need to fight at all. They could plunder as much as they came. Moreover, Lin Fei was not worried that there would be a situation where he could not hold them. The system was an amazing container. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that if news of these 3 innate skills spread out, the entire empire would be shocked. He decided that under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't use these 2 innate skills. Yes, it was the last 2 innate skills. Once he used them, he wouldn't leave anyone alive. Peak professions only had 1 innate skill, while he had 3 innate skills. Moreover, each was more heaven-defying than the last. Keeping a low profile was the best choice. On the other side, Yuan Fei was in a very good mood. He was smiling wherever he went. Chapter 2374. Outside Songlang City, Expeditionary Guard. As the Great Emperor's special department that monitored the star field, it was established in a quiet place outside Songlang City. Usually, unless something big happened, the Expeditionary Guard rarely interfered with the star field's affairs unless there was an order from the top. Only then would they interfere. During the year, the Expeditionary Guards were basically all in the branch, except for the necessary information gathering. The Expeditionary Guard had become an invisible existence in the star field. As a deacon of the Expeditionary Guard, Xiao Mingshan's daily task was to read the collected information and choose some to send to the top. It was a very easy task. Sigh, it's not good to be too quiet. Xiao Mingshan put down a document and rubbed his forehead. Every day was a trivial matter. After a long time, he naturally lost interest. The Expeditionary Guard monitored the star field's movements. Their spies were all over the star field. In fact, there was really no movement. This is the last one. Xiao Mingshan picked up the last document. When he saw the words on it, his expression changed slightly. Yuan Fei from the Serious Management Department. He knew Yuan Fei. He was the person in charge of the Serious Management Department. Yuan Fei had been in Song Lang's star field for decades and had never been promoted. In fact, there were very few high-level professionals in Song Lang's star field. The top's impression was that they were incompetent. How did he find the time to send a message? Did a first-rate profession appear? But even if it's a first-rate profession, he doesn't need to send a document. Xiao Mingshan could not figure out why Yuan Fei would send it. He decided to open it and take a look. Roaring warrior, a peak profession? The information inside was very short, but it had a huge impact on Xiao Mingshan. He stood up. A peak profession actually appeared in Song Lang's star field, and it's a roaring warrior. This is big news. Xiao Mingshan had the responsibility of monitoring the star field. At the same time, he had another responsibility, which was to select some outstanding talents for the empire. All these years, the star field had been very peaceful. However, the empire had not done a good job in selecting talents. This had always been a sore point for Xiao Mingshan. Usually, there were not many first-rate professions. Suddenly, a peak profession appeared. Moreover, it was a roaring warrior who majored in strength, one of the 4 major attributes. This was definitely a talent that the empire needed. Xiao Mingshan himself was a second-rate class, so he was very clear on the strength of a peak class. Once a peak class matured, it would be equivalent to the empire having a war god great general. That's great. This won't do. I have to go and confirm it immediately. The news of a masterclass appearing in the Serious Management Office cannot be hidden for long. Once it gets out, all the forces in the star field will come to recruit him. Xiao Mingshan did not hesitate. He turned around and left the expedition guards. The person in charge of the expeditionary guard, Xiao Mingshan, personally came over. Yuan Fei was overwhelmed by the favor. They were both staff members of the empire, but their power was completely different. The expeditionary guard had the power to kill. Deacon Xiao, why are you here? Xiao Mingshan was a tall and strong man. He casually said, "Not bad, you finally did a good deed. You found a good seedling without a sound. I have to congratulate you. Maybe you can take this opportunity to return to the imperial capital to work." Yuan Fei could not help but reveal a trace of joy. However, he said, "We are all working for the empire. What's there to talk about returning to the imperial capital to work?" Xiao Mingshan did not expose him. Yuan Fei had made a great contribution, so his chances of returning to the imperial capital were very high. This was something that everyone envied. Even if his position was not as high after returning, it was still something that others would envy. Right, is the roaring warrior kid still here? Xiao Mingshan had to personally come over to find a peak class talent. He also had to investigate the other party's information, in case he was a spy sent by an enemy nation. When he comes out, he must be weak. I've arranged for him to stay in the courtyard to recuperate. What's his background? Yuan Fei said, "No problem. He came from a small world outside the star field. It's not easy to impersonate someone from our empire. The authentication space will not allow him to pass. The people of the empire all have demonic qi in their bodies. There is no way to hide it. That kid's aura is pure. He is not someone from the empire. I can guarantee this." Xiao Mingshan also believed Yuan Fei's words. After all, the star field's Songlang city was not ordinary. There was an array formation at the city gate. If someone from the Celestial Beast Empire wanted to sneak in, they would not be able to pass the city gate. Not to mention the authentication office's checkpoint. If he was able to pass the authentication successfully, then he must be someone from the empire. The Expeditionary Empire controlled a large territory. Although there were 38 star fields, there were still some territories that were not included. It was not impossible for 1 or 2 geniuses to appear in these places. I will arrange for an investigation. Lin Fei stayed in the courtyard for 3 days. Over the next 3 days, Yuan Fei had more or less recovered from his injuries, and he appeared once more. In these 3 days, Yuan Fei did not stay idle. He cooperated with Xiao Mingshan's investigation. The expeditionary guards mobilized a large amount of resources and really found some information. For example, there was no doubt that Lin Fei came from a small world outside the star field. In order to investigate Lin Fei, Xiao Mingshan did not hesitate to use his treasures. Fortunately, Xiao Mingshan was not disappointed. Lin Fei was indeed someone from a small world. It was not easy for him to reach this step. "Little Lin, have you rested well these days?" Yuan Fei came in with a smile. When Lin Fei saw the other party smile, he knew that the issue of identity information had been resolved. Previously, he specially went to a small world and spent a lot of time to create an identity to confuse everyone. When Xiao Mingshan arranged for people to go to that small world, Lin Fei's arrangements were activated. Their actions were seen clearly. When Yuan Fei came today, Lin Fei was relieved. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Sir Yuan, for your care. My injuries have almost recovered." After Yuan Fei confirmed that the identity information was correct from Xiao Mingshan, he was completely relieved. After all, no matter how important a genius was, if he was someone from the empire, no matter how good he would still be crippled. Fortunately, the scene that he worried about did not happen. Lin Fei was also registered in the Expeditionary Guards. "Good, that's good." Yuan Fei smiled and said, "I wonder what little Lin is planning to do next." Lin Fei said helplessly, "Master Yuan, I've been having a headache over this matter recently. When I first came to the Tsang Star sector, it was also to verify my profession. Who knew that I would be a howling warrior? I really didn't have any plans for my upcoming journey." This was exactly what Yuan Fei wanted. "Little Lin, if you don't mind me being long-winded, I have a few suggestions for you to choose," Yuan Fei said kindly. Chapter 2375. In the end, the news from the Certification Management Office spread. Yuan Fei was very secretive. He did not want the news to spread out so quickly. Coupled with the news from the Expeditionary Guards, the news about the Howling Warriors had spread throughout the entire Tsanglang city in a few days. It was even spreading out at an extremely fast speed. "Top class Howling Warrior? Oh my god, this is incredible. Our Tsanglang Star Field also has a top class. Howling Warrior is a top class with terrifying combat power. He will definitely become a rank 8 powerhouse in the future, and a top existence among the rank 8s. Once the news spread, there was an uproar. The Howling Warrior was a class that had not appeared for hundreds of years. Once it appeared, it would definitely cause a sensation. Tsanglang Star Field would be excited for a long time when a top class appeared, not to mention the rare Howling Warrior, a top class. Some major forces in Tsanglang City were the first to receive the news. After a long history, the nature of the Expeditionary Guard began to change. The Great Emperor had always been in seclusion and rarely appeared. All the power was given to the subordinates, and the Expeditionary Guard, who were the eyes and ears of the Expeditionary Guard, also began to change. For example, some people planted by the major forces, etc. As long as it was not really top-secret information, it could not be hidden and would soon be spread out. The Expeditionary Guard was also used to this. The first to know was the City Lord's mansion. As the controller of the Star Field and the governor of the border, no news could be hidden from their eyes and ears, unless they did not want to know. "Region Lord, the news has been confirmed. That person came from a small world and obtained some benefits by chance. He seems to have been enlightened and successfully certified a few days ago. He has a top-class Howling Warrior. A top class, even if he had not grown up, was still worthy of attention. Immediately send a generous gift on behalf of the City Lord's mansion to test his attitude and see if he can be drawn to our side," the person on the throne said lightly. "Yes, sir." The person retreated. The person on the throne said to himself, "Interesting, Tsanglang Star Field has a top class, a Howling Warrior who majored in strength. Imperial College Branch." They also received the news as soon as possible. Li Xiong, the head of the school branch, showed a rare smile on his face. He immediately found someone. "God is helping me. If this genius is willing to participate in the selection, he will be the top student of this year's Rookie King. The professional geniuses from other star areas may not be a match for the Roaring Warrior." As a historically significant selection, this year's Capital Institute selection was grander than any other. All the prides from previous years had chosen to participate in this assessment just to prepare for this year's selection. Li Xiong had been worried that this year, the Songlong Star Zone could not find a genius profession that would make people's eyes shine. The appearance of this person with a clear identity was undoubtedly the best choice. If the other party became the newcomer king of this year's selection, as the branch head, it was very likely that he would become a teacher in the academy. There was no better news than this. You go to contact this genius immediately. No, it's better for me to go in person, so as not to spoil the good thing. Li Xiong decided to go by himself. After the news spread, all of a sudden, a sea of people filled the certification office. They all wanted to see this heaven-defying genius, and there were even some who came for certification, hoping to reach the heavens in a single bound. Lin Fei didn't leave the yard of the certification office. There was no quieter place than this. Ordinary people didn't dare to break in. This was an institution of the empire. Attacking an institution of the empire was a felony and would be punished with capital punishment. Big forces are really big forces. They are all generous. Lin Fei looked at the gifts sent and couldn't help but laugh. These forces basically sent energy blocks, which were basically between 100,000 and 200,000. For them, this was just a drop in the bucket. If they could leave an impression on the future top profession, this was a much more cost-effective deal. City Lord's Mansion, 1 million energy blocks. What a generous gift! In just 1 or 2 days, Lin Fei received a lot of gifts. He had no taboo, so he didn't refuse any of them. He would eat the sugar first. Those who tried to invite him, Lin Fei just smiled perfunctorily. Lin Fei had no interest in joining any force. His ambition was not here. Looking at the time, that person should be here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Fei pushed the door and came in, looking very excited. Xiaolin, Minister Li is here. Lin Fei smiled. Minister Li Xiong was the minister of the Imperial College branch. He had the privilege to recommend a person to skip the primary selection and enter the next round. This privilege was rarely used. For this privilege, the big forces of the Songlong Star Zone had come to greet him, but Li Xiong hadn't made a decision yet. Li Xiong was also glad that he didn't use his recommendation right. Roaring Warrior, a top profession, recommended by him, those people of the Imperial College would definitely look at him differently. This time, Li Xiong came in person. In any case, this talent must be recommended. If someone else got it first, it would really be a joke. The news just came out, and it was not a big deal. But once the minister of the neighboring star zone knew it, things would not be simple. Li Xiong decided to make a quick decision. Minister Li, why are you here? Why don't you inform me? There is no need to come all the way here. Yuan Fei accompanied Li Xiong carefully. Li Xiong was expressionless. He treated everyone the same. In addition, sitting in the position of minister, he had a strong aura of a superior. Ordinary people could not stand his coercion. Talents are rare. Yuan Fei flattered Li Xiong a few times. It was also a very good thing to show his face in front of Minister Li. If he was lucky, Li Xiong could be transferred back to the Imperial College with this matter alone. Li Xiong soon saw Lin Fei in a black robe. He was very ordinary, but he had confidence that ordinary people did not have, and his spirit had become different. Little Lin, this is Minister Li of the Imperial College branch. Yuan Fei introduced. I'm Lin Fei. Nice to meet you, Minister Li. Lin Fei said casually. After scanning with the system, he found that Li Xiong's strength was not bad. His combat power actually had 30 million combat power. He must be a 4th or 5th stage professional powerhouse. Show me your strength. Li Xiong narrowed his eyes and shot out a sharp black sword chi. As soon as the sword chi came out, everything was silent. Lin Fei felt that a sword chi appeared in front of him. The sword chi came aggressively, and his whole person seemed to be in a battlefield in an instant. Horrifying roar. Lin Fei knew that this was to test him. The success of the Roaring Warrior certification could not be achieved in a few words. So, he stamped one foot, raised his head, and launched Horrifying Roar, one of the 3 talent professions. Chapter 2376. Roar, roar, roar. Terrifying Roar was a special sound wave attack, which was originally aimed at the Sea of Consciousness. The profession of Roaring Warrior had mutated, and it attacked both the body and the Sea of Consciousness. Oh no! Yuan Fei did not expect that Minister Li would test it on the spot. As soon as Terrifying Roar was launched, there was a trace of panic in his heart. He hurriedly set up a protective body in front of him. The moment it was set up, the protective body exploded. At the same time, his body trembled slightly. The sound wave attack penetrated the protective body and entered the Sea of Consciousness. The Sea of Consciousness also began to collapse a little. What a powerful terrifying roar. This is only a first-stage professional. Yuan Fei was not strong. He was just a second-stage professional expert, and he deeply felt the threat of terrifying roar. It was the first time for Yuan Fei to see the horror of Roaring Warrior. The attack of this kind of talent skill could be said to be a fatal blow to anyone. No one could be safe and sound in this situation. Li Xiong, a fifth-stage professional expert, was much easier to deal with. He also set up a protective body to block the opponent's terrifying roar, but the protective body also left a lot of marks. Yes, it is indeed terrifying roar. Li Xiong was very satisfied. With such power in the first-stage professional, his future was limitless. He was now in a high realm. Once the opponent was a fourth-stage professional or even a third-stage professional, he would not be able to deal with it as easily as today. The attack just now was also a kind of test. Please don't take it to heart, little brother. Yuan Fei suspected that he had heard it wrong. When did Minister Li Xiong become so easy to talk to? In the school branch, he was impartial, and no one dared to talk to him. He was a typical old stone. If it was another place, he would have been beaten up. However, he had the shadow of the Capital Institute behind him, and no one dared not to give him face. Lin Fei's terrifying roar just now was not an all-out attack, but just at the level of a first-stage professional. Even Minister Li Xiong could not see that Lin Fei's strength had reached the second-stage professional. I can understand and I won't mind. Lin Fei really didn't care. After a test of terrifying roar, he had an understanding of the power. It was very easy to deal with a first-stage professional of the same level, but a second-stage professional had a certain degree of difficulty. If he went all out, he could suppress a second-stage professional and even affect a third-stage professional. Li Xiong was very satisfied. This was a genuine top-notch profession. Even if he had just completed his first job, he had shown unimaginable fierceness and suppressed the first-class professions in the Zonglong Star Zone. I am the head of the branch of Imperial College. I wonder if you are interested in further studies in Imperial College? Given your talent, it would be a pity if you don't. I can use my sole right to recommend you to skip the preliminary selection and directly enter the final selection. Li Xiong said sincerely. This kind of future strongman was worthy of Li Xiong's investment. Once he grew up in the future, his investment today would be huge. It's my honor to be able to study in Imperial College. Minister Li is here in person. If I still refuse, it would be too unkind of me. Lin Fei smiled. Li Xiong laughed. Well said. The matter was settled. Li Xiong was afraid of accidents, so he took out a communicator of Imperial College on the spot and reported Lin Fei's name. Lin Fei also saw the level of scientific and technological civilization of the Expeditionary Empire. It was really very advanced. The communication between the star areas was as convenient and easy as the video at the beginning. It was not a secret that Minister Li Xiong met Lin Fei in person. Since the profession of Roaring Warrior was spread out, the Certification Management Office was watched almost every day. Minister Li Xiong was famous, especially at this time. It was hard not to know him. Minister Li Xiong's sole right of recommendation was given to the newcomer Lin Fei. Lin Fei is the lucky one. He is exempted from all troubles and will definitely enter Imperial College in the future. Why did that guy take away the sole right of recommendation? Yes, he is a foreigner. Why? The matter of the right of recommendation could not be concealed. After it was spread, everyone was dumbfounded. Those big forces tried their best to get the sole right of recommendation from Minister Li, but in the end, it was taken away by a stranger. Even if the other party was a top-notch profession, everyone was very uncomfortable. This year's selection of Imperial College was different from any other. It was said that this year, Imperial College and the Emperor happened to be the 1,000,000th birthday. This year, the Emperor would give a reward. Therefore, everyone wanted to come out on top in this selection so that they could get the reward from the Emperor. A 1,000,000th birthday was definitely a big event, and the reward would definitely not be bad. It might be a chance to reach the sky in one step. Now, the sole right of recommendation in Songlong Star territory was taken away, and no one would feel comfortable. This was tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. They had one more strong enemy, which was not a good sign. Minister Li is really shrewd. In the end, he chose Lin Fei. In the city lord's mansion, the domain lord laughed. But he doesn't know that in this way, the lucky one named Lin Fei will stand out. Everyone in the entire Songlong Star territory will regard him as the #1 opponent. If it was in previous years, he would at most be in the limelight. But this time, it's different. No one is willing to be robbed of the limelight on His Majesty's 1,000,000th birthday. Next, there will be a good show to watch. Domain Lord, do you want to warn them? The Domain Lord laughed. No need. Let's just sit and watch the show. Minister Li's recommendation right had been given to a newcomer. Not only were some of the major forces unhappy, but the elites of Songlong City were also unhappy. The Drunken Immortal Inn was one of the more famous restaurants in Songlong City. Ordinary people would not be able to come to this place. A glass of wine was worth 1,000 taels of gold, and those without some wealth could not afford it. Why did Minister Li give it to an outsider? I'm not convinced. What's so great about a howling warrior? I'm a first-rate professional at the pinnacle of the first job transition. It's hard to say who will win. In a private room, 7 to 8 young people kept drinking and were in a bad mood. They were all elites of Songlong City. Each of them was a first-rate professional and could be considered the cream of the crop. Originally, they thought that the selection would be among them. They did not expect that an outsider would beat them to it. This made them very unhappy. If it had been one of them, they would have been convinced and would not have been so angry. Now that it had been given to an outsider, and a howling warrior at that, they subconsciously disliked him. Everyone, be careful with your words. Minister Li is an upright person. Since he gave it to an outsider like Lin Fei, he must have his reasons. He's a howling warrior, a top-notch professional. A young man sitting in the middle drank a mouthful of wine and said slowly. It sounded like he was doing it for everyone's sake, but if one listened carefully, it was undoubtedly a provocation. Brother son, I don't like hearing this. You're the strongest among us. Are you really willing to give it up? A long-haired young man said unhappily. That's right, but just because he has a top-notch professional? The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. Brother Sun was actually the person who had spoken just now. His name was Sun Li, and he was an influential figure in Songlong City. Chapter 2377. Lin Fei didn't care about the news of the outside world. He lived in a separate yard in the Certification Administration Office, which saved him a lot of trouble. At the same time, he declined some banquet invitations, and the reason to the outside world was to consolidate his first profession. In fact, Lin Fei was indeed consolidating. Since he promised Minister Li, the Capital College branch took the initiative to send some information about the Roaring Warriors. After all, it was very easy for a Roaring Warrior to become a student of the Capital College. It was nothing more than a matter of ranking. Minister Li knew how to invest in advance. Now he was weak, but once he entered the Capital College, those old fogies would come out and fight for him. At that time, it would be difficult for Minister Li to meet him. This was the best time to invest. Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. The information about the Roaring Warriors was not very detailed. Throughout the 1,000,000 years of the Empire expedition, the Roaring Warriors had only appeared more than 10 times. Every time they appeared, the Roaring Warriors would become the pillars of the Empire. Except for some who had fallen, there were only 3 Roaring Warriors left. For the Roaring Warrior profession, Lin Fei knew a lot. Now, combined with the information, he had a deeper understanding. It was not so easy to become a qualified and even powerful Roaring Warrior. Since Lin Fei wanted to become a roaring warrior, he needed to make preparations. He must not be seen through by others, so he had to study the roaring warriors carefully. The roaring warrior majored in strength, and the weapon was the most important. Most roaring warriors used long spears to cooperate with horrifying roar and cast some powerful skills. The skills of the roaring warriors are also very unique. They are not the same as cultivation methods. The Empire expedition is a combination of civilization and technology. If the cultivation method is practiced for a long time, the skills will be different. Mr. Deacon, bad news? After Li Xiong returned from the Certification Administration office, he was in a very good mood. The roaring warrior was the star of tomorrow. Just thinking about it made him excited. After returning, Li Xiong sent the information about the roaring warriors. If it were not for some reasons, he would even take the initiative to send some cultivation methods and skills. This period of time was a good opportunity for Li Xiong to get closer to him. This morning, a deputy dean of the Capital College personally contacted him and praised him. The deputy dean was famous for being old fogies and rarely praised others. Today, his attitude changed 120 times. The most important thing was that the deputy dean revealed that the college was studying his work. This was what Li Xiong was most happy about. What's the matter? Why are you making such a fuss? Li Xiong was in a good mood recently because of Lin Fei's affairs. If it were in normal times, he would have scolded Li Xiong. Mr. Warden, we just received news from the Certification Management Office. They said that some of the elites in Songlang City are not convinced. They said that they want to find trouble with Lin Fei. The man said cautiously. But Li Xiong punched the table, and the table immediately fell apart. Bastard, who allowed them to find trouble? How dare they? Do they not want to participate in the selection? He was furious. If the genius Lin Fei was injured, it would affect the competition for the ranking of the Capital Institute in the near future. Li Xiong didn't dare to think about it. He was clear about the abilities of those heavenly sons in Songlang City. None of them was good. With a wave of his hand, Li Xiong tore open the void and appeared in the sky above the Certification Management Office. Sure enough, outside the Certification Management Office, a lot of people gathered, including some heavenly sons whom Li Xiong had seen. They were either first-class or second-class professionals, and their influence was not weak. As soon as Li Xiong appeared, he snorted. The people surrounding the Certification Management Office all seemed to be hit hard. They could not stand steadily and all fell to the ground. Minister Li is here. Everyone saw Minister Li Xiong standing in the air. He was the minister of the Capital Institute branch. When everyone saw Minister Li Xiong just snorted slightly, they fell to the ground and could not get up. Fear arose in their hearts. What are you doing? Li Xiong was very angry. These people were so bold that they dared to make trouble, which was equivalent to questioning his behavior. Minister Li, it's great that you are here. Yuan Fei hurriedly came out. The Certification Management Office had no power. These heavenly sons had amazing backgrounds, and he could not afford to offend them. The appearance of Minister Li finally made him feel relieved. The Capital Institute's reputation was not just for show. When Minister Li Xiong came, those heavenly sons had to behave themselves. Minister Li, you misunderstood. We are not here to make trouble. A long-haired young man climbed up and said with a smile. Li Xiong knew this person. He was a heavenly son of the Nangong family, named Nangong Juo. The Nangong family had a great influence in the Songlang Star area. Nangong Juo, you are so bold. You surrounded the Certification Management Office. If you are not here to make trouble, what are you? Do you want to lose the opportunity to be selected? Li Xiong also had a headache with this person. The Capital Institute had a great influence, but the forces in these star areas were also complicated and very difficult to deal with. If they were not careful, they would get into trouble. Nangong Juo was still smiling. Minister Li, you think too highly of us. What kind of place is the Certification Management Office? It is an agency of the Empire. Even if we were given 100 guts, we would not dare to break in. We just heard that there is a rare top-notch profession in our Songlang Star area for thousands of years, So we specially came to find that genius and wanted to see the legendary roaring warrior. Like me, they are also here to see the heavenly sun. We are really not here to make trouble. Minister Li, we are really here to gain experience. Roaring warrior, a top-notch profession. Of course, we have to come to see it. If we can learn from each other, that would be great. We are here to gain experience. Everyone present said in unison that they were here to gain experience. In this case, Li Xiong was also helpless, but he also realized that these guys did not have good intentions, which would have a great impact on Lin Fei's reputation. Minister Li, I heard that you have a good relationship with him. Can you ask him to come out so that we can see him? It is said that the terrifying roar of the roaring warrior is very powerful. Nangong Juewu sneered in his heart. Even if that person did not come out today, as long as it was spread out, he would be regarded as a coward. As soon as Nangong Juewu finished speaking, the rest of the people began to make a fuss. On the surface, it was to gain experience. In fact, Li Xiong was very clear that as long as Lin Fei came out, they would have a good reputation and learn from each other. At that time, he really could not find a reason to refute. He could not stop them from learning from each other. Li Xiong knew that someone was playing tricks behind the scenes. If Lin Fei failed in learning from each other, those people did not mind bringing the topic to him. Those people in the college would definitely make a big fuss again. Don't think that it was impossible. Li Xiong was very clear about those people's means. Chapter 2378. I heard that you want to compare notes with me. When Li Xiong was in a dilemma, he heard a familiar voice. He looked up and found it was the young man named Lin Fei. Lin Fei came to the door of the certification management office unhurriedly. Why did he come out? Li Xiong's heart thumped. Wait, did he say he wanted to compare notes with me? The people outside reacted quickly. He is Lin Fei. I heard that he likes to wear a black robe and looks like a young man. That's him. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. It turns out that he has an undeserved reputation. He is not so good. Nangong Juewu's eyes brightened. It's good that he came out. Let me defeat you personally and become famous in the Zhonglong Star area. If he didn't come out, Nangong Ju had no choice. Once he came out, even Minister Li couldn't stop him from comparing notes with him. Why did you come out? Li Xiong walked over and took Lin Fei to the side. His tone was very urgent. Don't you know that they are not friendly? From the moment Nangong Juewu brought his men to cause a ruckus outside, Lin Fei already knew the situation. He also knew that they did not come with good intentions. From the moment the news spread out, the situation would definitely not be small. Minister Li, do you think they can affect me, or are you worried that I will be defeated by them and lose your face? Lin Fei smiled. If ordinary people said this, Li Xiong would definitely be angry. But Lin Fei was different. He was a talent, absolutely a talent. It was normal to be arrogant. Li Xiong didn't feel strange at all. He gave a hollow laugh. Actually, you don't have to come out. I can handle this kind of thing. There is no need to affect your practice and consolidation. Lin Fei didn't expose his words. He said with a smile, So, Minister, do you believe me? Or do you think my top profession is just an undeserved reputation? Li Xiong was a little worried. The genius in front of him was not a simple person. He had entered the first profession for a long time and his strength was amazing. It was reasonable to worry. Once the top profession roaring warrior was defeated by others, even if it was only once, it was a failure, which gave them an excuse, especially in this case. But why should I worry? Li Xiong suddenly asked himself, is it because of worry? If he's not worried, why should I? He's a peak-class howling warrior. Li Xiong quickly understood. The other party was so confident, so why should he be worried? I believe you. Li Xiong smiled. The top profession roaring warrior was not so easy to deal with. Brother Sun, that kid came out. Not far from the certification management office, Sun Li and a few others were watching with great interest. Lin Fei, a peak-class roaring warrior. So, you do have some guts. Sun Li laughed, a trace of hatred flashing in the depths of his eyes. If there were no accidents, Sun Li would very likely get the recommendation rights. There was some internal turmoil in the Palace of Judgment. There seemed to be a problem with the Chosen One that had been arranged back then. After Sun Li knew about it, he took the sole right to recommend the Chosen One as his own. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would come out and prove that he was a howling warrior, taking away the only free ticket in one go? Sun Li was quite angry. I hope you won't disappoint me. Li Xiong and Lin Fei came to the door again. Nangong Ju was worried that Lin Fei would reject him. Young Master Lin, I am Nangong Ju Wu, a member of Tsonglang City's Nangong family. I heard that you are a top-class howling warrior. I am a person who likes to spar with geniuses. Senior has said that only by continuously sparring and challenging others can one increase one's strength and knowledge. Therefore, I took the liberty to visit you. Young Master Lin, you shouldn't take offense, right? Nangong Ju said with a smile. Those who didn't know would really think that it was just a competition. What he said was too reasonable. It was the first time that Lin Fei saw someone who could talk like this. He described the provocation as a competition. Comparing notes, I like it very much. Lin Fei raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, Actually, I also think that comparing notes is a good thing to increase my knowledge. I have always been in favor of comparing notes with others. Nangong Ju smiled even more happily. I don't know if I have the honor to compare notes with a future expert. The other party had just completed his profession. It was not easy for him to master talent skills or even some exclusive skills or martial arts. Nangong Ju was very confident in his ability to defeat him. It was a chance to become famous. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. No way. I don't reject anyone who comes to compare notes with me. However, you can't do it alone. Anyone who is interested can fight with me. Only then will you know the gap between me and you. Why I am a peak class, but you are not. As soon as these words were spoken, it undoubtedly stimulated everyone present quite a bit. Crazy, arrogant, self-righteous, etc., all fell on Lin Fei. Nangong Ju also revealed a trace of anger. He was even happier in his heart. This kid is not smart. Under such circumstances, he actually stimulated the onlookers. This is just right. Defeating one person is a defeat. Defeating a group of people is also a defeat. As long as Lin Fei is defeated, it will be all right. Child Lin, such a big tone. Then, we will respectfully accept. Immediately, a young man stood up. Count me in. I also want to see the difference of a peak class. It is my honor to fight with a future expert. Without needing Nangong Ju to do anything, the surrounding people all chose to take action. Li Xiong didn't stop them. This kid is so tough. As long as he defeats them once, those who want to find trouble with him in the future will have to think thrice. It is really in line with the temper of a peak class. Li Xiong was very supportive of Lin Fei's approach. Roaring Warrior, the Empire Expedition's peak class. When the news spread out, some people didn't believe it. This kind of peak class appeared so easily. There were many people who doubted Li Xiong secretly. If today's matter spread out, it would undoubtedly be a loud slap in their faces. Since the recommendation right was used on Lin Fei, Li Xiong and Lin Fei were equivalent to standing on the same side. Anything that targeted Lin Fei was equivalent to targeting him. If it was not inappropriate, Li Xiong would definitely do it himself. Are you sure you want to exchange pointers with a group of us? Nangong Ju asked with no good intention. Even if you are a peak class, you may not be our opponent. Lin Fei said disapprovingly, if you want to exchange pointers, then do it. Otherwise, I will go back. I am not interested in wasting time with you all here. This is what you said. Nangong Ju said angrily, don't say that we are bullying you in the end. Lin Fei actually wanted to see the power of a second-rate and a first-rate class. Boom. Nangong Ju was the first to take action. He took out a silver-white long spear. It was more than 2 meters long and was flickering with silver light. The aura on his body changed into a berserk aura. The surrounding air also became chaotic. Chapter 2379. Berserk Knight was a first-rate class. It wasn't a particularly strong class, but it wasn't something a second-rate class could compare to. Nangong Ju Wu had been a Berserk Knight for a very long time after his first transition, and he had a very good understanding of his own battle style. For example, when he stabbed out with his long spear, he was very adept at controlling the strength and angle of his attack very well. Coupled with his berserk aura, he was able to gain a certain advantage. Every first transition job had their own chi field, and this chi field would become stronger as their abilities increased. The Berserk Knight's aura was a berserk aura field. Within this aura field, berserk particles were everywhere. Anyone who entered the berserk aura field would have their essence, energy, and spirit affected. Those with weaker strength would directly fall into an endless berserk state. There was no need for anyone to resolve it. When Nangongju thrusted his spear, many people secretly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The might of this spear was at least 4 million battle power. This should be a Berserk Knight. His first attack is more than 4 million battle power. It's a very powerful attack. Coupled with the Berserk aura, he has an invisible advantage. Enveloped by this spear attack, Lin Fei felt as if the blood essence within his body was about to gush out uncontrollably. The attack of a first-rate class truly lived up to its name. This kind of combat attack alone was unable to affect Lin Fei. Burning Sun's soul-hunting arrow. Nangongju Wu's attack was only the first attack. Not far away, in the crowd, a long-haired young man shot forward like an arrow and leapt onto a nearby building. A small golden bow appeared in his hand, and the aura behind him was like a blazing sun. A scorching aura swept out, causing the air to crackle as if it was about to split apart. Second-rate class, soul-chasing archer, Shen Lai. I didn't expect him to come as well. It's said that the soul-seeker archer specializes in shooting. His speed is astonishing, and it's impossible to dodge. Just last month, this Lord Shen Lai personally shot 6 first-job professionals to death. Moreover, it was a single arrow that pierced through their hearts. Damn, that's terrifying. Shen Lai, who was standing on top of a building, pulled his bowstring. The scorching sun behind him turned into an arrow. His expression was solemn, which was rarely seen. Top-class roaring warrior, let me see how powerful I am. A stream of light passed through. The onlookers didn't even see the traces of the shot. They only felt a scorching sun rushing towards Lin Fei's position. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows. 3 blazing suns in 3 different directions, sealing off all of the other party's escape routes. Triong life seizing. Shen Lai's archery skills were always successful. Lin Fei showed a disdainful expression to everyone as soon as he came up. There was no need to deliberately guide them. Countless youths attacked Lin Fei, and the onlookers had long since retreated, staying far away from the scene of trouble. Even so, they still felt an immense pressure, forcing them to defend themselves. Minister Li, nothing will happen, right? Yuan Fei asked cautiously, his gaze landing on Lin Fei at the door. Just now, over 20 geniuses had taken action. Among them, there were quite a few first-rate professions, and even the weakest among them was a second-rate profession. Li Xiong held up his aura in front of him to prevent others from being affected. Top professional, what do you think? In fact, Li Xiong also felt guilty. If it was him, it would be fine no matter how many came. However, Lin Fei was only a first transition howling warrior. He might not even be familiar with his power yet. If there is any danger, I have to save him no matter what. Li Xiong hated the mastermind behind the scenes. He decided to arrange for someone to investigate after everything was over. He wanted to see who had the guts to fight with him. Berserk Knight, soul-chasing killer, earth assassin. In the face of so many attacks, Lin Fei was extremely calm. He had to admit that these people were all geniuses. However, today he was the strongest one. Roar! When the attack was about to land on him, Lin Fei opened his mouth and roared. Horrifying roar. Roar, roar, roar. A simple tone turned into a terrifying existence that had never appeared before. It was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day that exploded in everyone's heart. Nangongju Wu's long spear was about to land on his opponent's body when he heard a tremor in his heart. An unimaginable force attacked him, and the web between his thumb and forefinger exploded. His vision became blurred, and his entire body flew out like a broken sack. He fell on the street and couldn't get up. Fresh blood gushed out from his body, and the street was dyed red. The people who besieged him were all the same. Any attack couldn't pass through the last distance, and then it was shattered by the horrifying roar and collapsed completely. In a moment, people were lying on the ground in a mess in the Certification Administration office, and all of them were unconscious. If it weren't for their breaths, everyone would have suspected that they were all dead after the roar. Li Xiong spread out his aura to protect everyone. He had seen the power of the horrifying roar before. If he didn't help them, many people would definitely die here. He didn't want to be affected by this matter. It's still so horrifying. More than 21st stage professionals all fell to the ground after the roar. Even the people in the distance could feel the horror of the roar. It's too horrifying. It's said that the horrifying roar is a double attack. At that moment, I felt that I was going to die, and Minister Li protected us. A top professional is indeed a professional. With a roar, more than 21st stage professionals were seriously injured. If the roar is not stopped, it will kill people. Who can withstand it? Everyone looked at Lin Fei again, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of their eyes. They would never forget today's scene for the rest of their lives. Lin Fei shook his head, nodded at Minister Li, and turned back. No one present dared to say the word no. They were all frightened by the horrifying roar. Li Xiong was very satisfied. Lin Fei still knows how to restrain his strength. If he goes all out, half of the more than 21st stage professionals will die. With this lesson, I think no one will doubt that Lin Fei is a roaring warrior anymore. Sun Li, who was watching from a distance, also turned pale at this time. Although he didn't suffer a frontal attack, the double attack released by the horrifying roar still affected Sun Li a little. Is this the power of the horrifying roar? Sun Li was very unwilling to accept it. He still underestimated the power of a top professional. The first stage professionals were already so powerful. If they reached the 5th or 6th stage, who wouldn't they die when they roared? If Sun Li knew that the current Lin Fei could roar people to death, he wouldn't think like this. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Brother Sun, what should we do now? Sun Li glanced at the people on the ground. No matter what, there is a barrier between Lin Fei and the forces of Tsanglang Star region. I believe that no one wants to see the growth of a top professional, such as the news of the battle in the Certification Management Office spread quickly. More than 21st stage professionals were seriously injured with a single roar. Tsanglang City was in an uproar. He had endless potential. Even a top professional might not be able to defeat more than 21st stage professionals in one move. Chapter 2380. A top professional is indeed a top professional. His moves are extraordinary. He defeated all his opponents with just one roar. Our Tsanglang Star area is going to make a name for ourselves. Those people are so despicable. They knew the top professionals, but they still went to fight. Now, they were defeated in less than one move. What a disgrace. The first professional job is already so powerful. What about the second professional job? The future belongs to the young people. Lin Fei was completely famous. The Certification Administration Office defeated all the competitors with just one move, which caused a sensation in the Tsanglang Star area. Now, everyone knew about it. At the same time, the news spread out of the Star area. Everyone was shocked by the power of Lin Fei. His talent skill was so domineering that it could destroy all the attacks with a roar and attack the opponent's body and spirit at the same time. Those who were unconvinced were now completely convinced. No matter how unwilling they were, they realized that they were not Lin Fei's match. Very few people dared to challenge Lin Fei. Most people tried to break through the attack, trying to figure out how to block it. Territorial Lord, our people can't come back. They may have been ambushed by someone and all died. Tsanglang City, City Lord Mansion. There was a hint of helplessness in the low voice. The people sent out by the Palace of Judgment couldn't come back. They all lost contact. At the same time, their life plates were all broken. It seemed that they were all killed in an instant. The Palace of Judgment in the Tsanglang Star area had always been the most powerful force in the Star area. Almost all the heavenly suns in the entire Star area were gathered in the Palace of Judgment. The influence of the Palace of Judgment had never been affected. This time, they were in big trouble. If the Palace of Judgment didn't have a heavenly sun entering the capital college this year, although it wouldn't be a big loss, it would still have an impact. Hold a banquet for me. I want to have a good chat with Lin Fei. Don't you think that if Lin Fei joins the Palace of Judgment, we will still be the biggest winner even without them this year? The middle-aged territorial lord said unhurriedly. Top professional, roaring warrior. A few simple words had a big impact. If they could really attract him to join the Palace of Judgment, it would be a good choice. Region Master, I heard that Lin Fei has a bad temper, and now he has the support of Li Xiong. It is not easy to let him join us. Just do as I say. Lin Fei was very free recently. From that day on, no one came looking for trouble, and at the same time, he became famous again. Lin Fei stayed in the courtyard almost every day and rarely went out. The energy blocks sent by the various forces in Songlang City were all digested in a short time. With the system, mere energy blocks could not satisfy Lin Fei's needs. It wasn't that Lin Fei didn't try to find out more information, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Energy blocks weren't something that ordinary forces could control. In the entire empire, only the empire could control them. Every star field had a piece of land that was used to grow special creatures and produce energy blocks. It was difficult for outsiders to get close to it. Every piece of land was classified as a restricted area. Anyone who entered the restricted area would be immediately killed. In this world, countless people wanted to obtain special creatures to satisfy their need for energy blocks. Unfortunately, not a single person had succeeded. Not only was there an imperial army guarding that place, but there were also experts overseeing it. The energy blocks had always been in the hands of the empire's royalty. They controlled the lifeline of everyone's cultivation, and any resistance would be futile. Lin Fei also tried to find out some information. Although it was some gossip, after the analysis of the little devil, the possibility was very high. For example, the Expeditionary Empire controlled some very powerful weapons. Yes, they were technological weapons. The Expeditionary Guards of Songlang Star Field had technological weapons. These technological weapons needed energy blocks to replenish their power, and their power was very terrifying. Even a 6th or 7th transformation expert would be killed by these technological weapons. No one believed these gossip, but Lin Fei did. Although he didn't find out the specific location of the special creatures, Lin Fei was more or less disappointed. The other party had sealed the information too tightly, and no outsider knew. The only thing was that every star field had a plantation for special creatures. The Domain Lord is holding a banquet for the geniuses. Lin Fei received an invitation. The person who sent it was Yuan Fei. He was very happy when he arrived. Little Lin, you're really lucky. The Domain Lord hasn't held such a banquet for many years. I think it's most likely for you. Yuan Fei was indeed very envious of Lin Fei. He was so young and had amazing talent. His future was limitless. Recently, Yuan Fei had been coming more often. He put away his arrogance and became more approachable. Lin Fei naturally knew that this Domain Lord was the one who created the Judgment Palace. He was also the guy who set up the Sacred World. In order to set up the plot, he destroyed a world continent. This kind of person was very resourceful and not easy to deal with. Through the outside investigation, Lin Fei knew that this Domain Lord was also a powerful person. He was an 8th transformation expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in his current position. For such a person to hold a banquet and invite him, Lin Fei thought about the plot he had set up in the Sacred World. Calculating the time, it should have been triggered. It seems that the Domain Lord is anxious. In order to hide it from the Judgment Palace, Lin Fei had set up some tricks to create the illusion that the heavenly talents of the Judgment Palace had been ambushed by a mysterious force and had died. This year, the Songlong Star region had gained nothing. Even if there were still some heavenly talents in the Songlong Star region, they were far behind those people. It would be extremely difficult to get a good ranking in the Capital Institute. But if it were him, just his top profession, the Roaring Warrior, would be able to suppress everything and steal everyone's limelight. In a moment, Lin Fei understood everything. This was not a difficult task. Little Lin, this is your chance. You must seize it. Yuan Fei said, "You're now famous in the Zhonglong Star region. After all, you're a foreigner. Although you're from the Zhonglong Star region, there are still people who are not convinced. I've seen many geniuses and many of them have died on the way. Little Lin, I have high hopes for you. If you can gain the domain lord's appreciation, it'll be equivalent to having a backer. Those who want to touch you will have to think carefully about the consequences. Let me tell you one more thing, the domain lord is on the third prince's side." "Brother Yuan, I understand." Lin Fei nodded. Lin Fei had heard about the internal competition within the royal family. It was quite intense. The Emperor Yuan Zheng had never appointed a crown prince, which undoubtedly made the princes ambitious and wanted to sit on the throne. Chapter 2381. The banquet ordered by the territorial master was still very noisy. As a big shot who controlled the Zhonglong Star area, the banquet ordered by the territorial master was held in person. Those who were invited were all first-class figures in the Zhonglong Star area, not to mention how glorious they were. As the night fell, waves of people came outside the magnificent city governor's mansion. "Old Wang, you are here too. I must come to the banquet held by the territorial master. The territorial master hasn't held a banquet for a long time. Have you heard? It seems that the heavenly son of Lin Fei will also come to the banquet." Lin Fei came neither too early nor too late. He did not come alone. Yuan Fei and Minister Li Xiong came, and even Xiao Mingshan of the expedition guard came. It could be said that all the big shots in the Zhonglong Star area came. Lin Fei even thought that if that strong man took action at this time, the situation in the Zhonglong Star area would change. "Look at that young man. He seems to be Lin Fei. Do you mean the young man standing with Minister Li Xiong? That guy is so young." It had to be admitted that as soon as Lin Fei came to the city governor's mansion, he caused a lot of noise. After all, Lin Fei was now a household name in the Zhonglong Star area. As soon as Lin Fei came to the city governor's mansion, many people noticed him, especially when he walked with Minister Li Xiong. Although Minister Li Xiong was only a minister of the branch, he had a lot of power. People with good eyesight knew that Li Xiong was likely to return to the Imperial College to take up a new job because he found a heavenly son of a top profession and his future was bright. When Lin Fei and Minister Li Xiong walked together, everyone was more jealous, especially those heavenly sons. Their eyes were almost green, and they wished they could be Lin Fei's heavenly son. The internal competition in the Imperial College was very fierce. If you could know a senior of the Imperial College, even if you were in the middle level, your life would be much better. Li Xiong was such a candidate. When he returned to the Imperial College, he would definitely enter the senior level and become a dark horse in the Imperial College. "Lin, you are famous now. Li Xiong has received the news that the Imperial College has decided to promote him to be an elder of the college, which is equivalent to a meteoric rise to the top of the college. Not everyone was qualified to be an elder of the Capital Institute. One had to have made great contributions to the institute. Although he was now the head of the branch college, he was actually just a steward. Many people would never be able to become an elder in their lifetime. Li Xiong did it. Every time he saw Lin Fei, Li Xiong's mood would be very good. Lin Fei was simply a noble person in his life. No matter when he saw him, he appreciated him more. Lin Fei smiled at those who came to him to be friendly, and he didn't look like an arrogant person at all. His impression in Li Xiong's eyes was enhanced again. Generally, the chosen one would be extremely arrogant after having some strength, but compared with Lin Fei, they seemed to be nothing. Li Xiong never saw a trace of arrogance in Lin Fei. He always behaved as usual. Ordinary people would not have such a temperament at such a young age. In tonight's banquet, Li Xiong actually wanted to see Lin Fei's performance. Fortunately, everything was very perfect. He was not a person who only practiced martial arts. The empire needed such a talent. A talent! Li Xiong withdrew his gaze. Xiao Mingshan came over with a cup. "Congratulations." As the person in charge of the expeditionary guard, Xiao Mingshan naturally knew Li Xiong's recent situation, and he was also very envious. The Imperial College was established by the emperor, and its influence spread all over the expeditionary empire. If he could become a senior in the Imperial College, his life would be worthwhile. Luck. Li Xiong said modestly, with a bright smile on his face. The territory master is here. When the loud voice came from outside, everyone stopped and looked at the door. The silver-armored territory master, like a god of war, appeared in everyone's sight. The territory master of the Cunlong Star Territory. Lin Fei also looked in the direction of everyone. What a powerful and unfathomable aura. It seems to be the 8th stage profession mentioned by the outside world. With just a glance, Lin Fei saw the power of this territory master, and he immediately asked the little devil to scan and judge the opponent's combat power. Master, this Cunlong territory master has an amazing combat power of 62 million. He is the strongest person in this star territory. Lin Fei knew that the territory master's combat power was very powerful, but when he heard that the territory master had a combat power of 62 million, he could not help but gasp. It was 6 times his combat power. The territory master of the Cunlong Star Territory has a combat power of 60 million, so the other 30 or so territory masters have combat power at least above this. Then, the Expedition Emperor may have a combat power of about 100 million. Lin Fei now finally had a profound understanding. When the silver-armored Cunlong Territory Master came in, although he did not deliberately release his aura, everyone could still feel the terrible coercion from the Territory Master. The whole person of the Cunlong Territory Master seemed very peaceful. If it were not for the trace of coercion on his body, outsiders might think that he was harmless. Only by knowing the strength of the 8th stage profession would you know the horror. As soon as the Cunlong Territory Master arrived, he immediately became the center of attention. He first came up and greeted Xiao Mingshan and Li Xiong. After all, these two were important figures of the empire, and their status was much higher than the others. It was very rare for the Cunlong Territory Master to come in person at this kind of banquet. I heard that there is a top profession in our Cunlong Star Territory. I think it should be you. After greeting Xiao Mingshan, the Cunlong Territory Master's eyes fell on Lin Fei. I am deeply honored to let the Territory Master remember my name. Lin Fei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. A strong person with 60 million combat power deserved the respect. This was also because Lin Fei did not want to be suspected. You are very good. There has not been a genius like you in the Cunlong Star Territory for a long time. The Cunlong Territory Master said with a smile. The Cunlong Star Territory needs talents like you. Li Xiong and Xiao Mingshan next to him laughed. The rest of the people were very envious. At this time, everyone knew at a glance that this territory master came to find Lin Fei. He was a top profession, a roaring warrior, and had this qualification. The Cunlong Territory Master valued Lin Fei so much, which made those people jealous. Few people had heard that the Territory Master valued a person so much. Many geniuses' eyes were red, but they could not say anything. A top profession suppressed them and they could not lift their heads. Originally, they thought that the Cunlong Territory Master would say something, but he simply said something to Lin Fei and ended the conversation, which surprised everyone. Chapter 2382. With the arrival of Cunlong Region Lord, the banquet reached its climax. As a prodigy, Lin Fei received everyone's attention once again. There were very few people in the entire Cunlong Star field who could gain the appreciation of Cunlong Region Lord. The Region Lord, who had to deal with many affairs every day, did not have the free time to show up. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Fei received an invitation. Young Master Lin, our Region Lord wants to see you. Please follow me. Lin Fei was not interested in the banquet. After the Region Lord left, he chose a place to eat and drink immortal wine, waiting for the banquet to end before leaving. He was not interested at all. What opened Lin Fei's eyes the most during the banquet was the Region Lord's battle prowess. His battle prowess was 6 times his own. Knowing the battle prowess of an 8th transition professional, Little Devil could deduce some information about Cunlong Region Lord. No problem. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The geniuses of the Judgment Palace were all taken in by him. Although the Judgment Palace was the most powerful force, losing a group of geniuses would have a huge impact. It would be abnormal if the Cunlong Region Lord didn't do anything. Master, Cunlong Region Lord is here to rope you in. Little Devil smirked. In a guest room of the City Lord's mansion. Region Lord, he's here. Come in. Someone from the City Lord's mansion opened the door. Young Master Lin, please come in. The Region Lord is inside. It was a very elegant room. Lin Fei met Songlong Region Lord again. He was not as oppressive as before. Instead, he seemed very gentle, and it was easy for people to have a good impression of him. Master, be careful. There's a special aura here. If I'm not mistaken, it should be created by Songlong Region Lord, Little Devil suddenly reminded him. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. Fortunately, I have the system. It won't be that easy to get me to take the bait. The little prodigy is here. Songlong Region Lord was indeed very interested in Lin Fei. The prodigies that he lost in the sacred world were nothing compared to the one in front of him. The Judgment Palace needed top-notch professionals to be stationed there. They needed to use their absolute strength to tell everyone that the Judgment Palace and even the Tsonglang Star Zone wouldn't change just because they lost some geniuses. Master, you flatter me. It's just an empty title. Lin Fei said. The Songlong Region Lord had sent people to investigate. Based on the information from Expedition TV and the spies arranged by the Palace of Judgment, it was confirmed that this person had a clean background and was a talented person. When Lin Fei defeated over 20 first transition jobs in one go, the Songlong Region Lord had an idea. The Songlong Region Master turned around, his eyes filled with vigor. Lin Fei. With a rumbling sound, Lin Fei's heart trembled. The Grey Wolf Region Lord's eyes seemed to have become a special starry sky, and Lin Fei seemed to have fallen into this special starry sky, becoming muddle-headed. Master, wake up. Just as Lin Fei was about to lose consciousness, the little devil's voice was like a bell, ringing Lin Fei awake. Lin Fei recovered. Master, the Songlong Region Lord used a spiritual secret technique on you. It's much stronger than that Qi Lin. They're not on the same level at all. Moreover, he didn't use his full strength on you. It seems like he wants to figure out your background. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had the little demon in his hands. Even if he temporarily lost control, he could immediately recover. Master, don't move recklessly now. Stay muddle-headed and continue to deceive him. As long as you get through this, you'll be safe. Moreover, you'll be able to get a lot of resources from him. The little devil smiled coldly. The Songlong Region Lord wants to scheme against you. In the end, he'll be the one who regrets it. Then, just as the little devil said, the Songlong Region Lord really asked about Lin Fei's background. In this muddle-headed situation, Lin Fei told him everything in detail. The Region Lord didn't notice any problems. His background is clean. There's no problem indeed. The Songlong Region Lord was very satisfied. Such a talent, the Judgment Palace will gladly accept. A future master of the top profession was a big shock to everyone. Once he grew up, he would definitely be an existence that couldn't be ignored. He would also be the top master of the Tsonglong Star region. You're here to get your top profession certification. Who sent you here? The Tsonglong Region Lord continued to ask. My master. He said that I can come out. The Empire Expedition is a big stage. It's a big stage. Lin Fei continued to say. Master? The Songlong Region Lord was very curious about Lin Fei's background. He didn't expect that Lin Fei had a master behind him. It wasn't easy to get a top profession certification. The Tsonglong Star region hadn't had a top profession for a long time. He thought that Lin Fei was lucky, but he didn't expect that he had a master behind him. This was not a small problem. The Songlong Region Lord showed a trace of deep thought. This is a little troublesome. Lin Fei returned from the City Lord's mansion. His face was slightly gloomy. Old thing, he really has some tricks up his sleeve. He wants to control me. Unfortunately, I gave myself a master. He's definitely going to have a headache. The difference between Lin Fei and the Songlong Region Lord was too big. It didn't mean that he was afraid. For example, the Songlong Region Lord thought that he knew everything. In fact, it was all said by Lin Fei on purpose. There were no flaws. Master, the Songlong Region Lord thought that he controlled you. In the end, he didn't achieve anything. I wonder what kind of expression he will have. Lin Fei was very dissatisfied with the Songlong region lord. He almost fell into the trap. Who would have thought that the region lord would directly attack him? There was nothing wrong after that. Regarding the search for special creatures, is there any news? I don't have energy blocks. I'm restricted everywhere. Lin Fei originally wanted to come to the Expeditionary Empire to obtain a lot of resources. Who would have thought that the Expeditionary Empire's energy seemed to be controlled? Even the system's ability was suppressed. As a result, there were some problems in obtaining origin energy. This limited a part of Lin Fei's strength. Realm was not the most important. Energy was the most important. Master, wait a little longer. I have already released special creatures all over the Songlong star field. It won't take long to help Master find that special creature. City Lord's Mansion. The Songlong region lord showed a rare trace of solemnity. Shadow, go and do one thing. Investigate the master behind Lin Fei. For some reason, the Songlong region lord was worried. To be able to see that the other party had a peak profession, the other party was definitely not a nobody. His eyesight was sharp enough. To be able to have such eyesight in the Expeditionary Empire, the background was not simple. The Songlong region lord was worried about the master behind Lin Fei. If it was a rank 8 professional expert, then the Songlong star field would be in trouble. Hence, the Songlong region lord did not control the other party in the end. There was a mysterious master behind him. Who knew if the other party was watching him from a corner? This master had to be found. The only rank 9 professional expert in the Expeditionary Empire was that supreme existence. There were many rank 8 professional experts. There were also some hidden cultivators and lone warriors. None of them were easy to deal with. Chapter 2383. After the banquet held by the Songlong region master, Lin Fei's reputation became even more prominent. Everyone knew that the Songlong region admired Lin Fei very much. Not long after, the Songlong region master made an important announcement. The top professional, Lin Fei, had agreed to join the Palace of Judgment and become a member. This news was shocking. More people admired the Songlong region master for unknowingly recruiting Lin Fei into the Palace of Judgment. In the future, the Songlong region might become one of the top 3 strongest regions among the 38 star domains. Lin Fei's reputation grew. The surrounding star domains all knew that the Songlong region had produced a heavenly son of a top professional. Moreover, he was a roaring warrior who specialized in attacking. With one horrifying roar, he had defeated more than 21st job professionals. In the future, he would be a top existence among the 8th job professionals. There was even a chance that he would become the second 9th job professional. If he was lucky, he might even be able to reach the Supreme Realm. The preliminaries of the Capital Institute had also begun. Soon, news about Lin Fei was suppressed by the preliminaries. The world was vast, but nothing was more important than the preliminaries. The preliminaries of the Capital Institute had begun in all 38 star domains. Everyone's attention was on the preliminaries. As long as a heavenly son could pass the preliminaries, regardless of whether he or she could enter the Capital Institute in the future, the major forces of the empire would extend an olive branch to him. This was also an opportunity for the major forces to select talents for the Capital Institute. In a short period of time, the preliminaries of the Capital Institute swept across the entire empire. This time, the preliminaries took a whole month. Every star domain would select a batch of candidates. In the Songlong region, there were more than 500 people who passed the preliminaries. When the major forces of the Songlong region learned of the results, they were disappointed. Compared to the previous time, the number of people who passed the preliminaries was much smaller. Looking at the other star domains, the number of people who passed the preliminaries was about 800 to 900, with the most reaching up to 1,000. In total, there were more than 30,000 people in the 38 star domains. Including the heavenly sons of the capital, there were close to 40,000. Every time the Capital Institute was selected, it was a grand event. After passing the preliminaries, Lin Fei's days were very leisurely. After joining the Palace of Judgment, Lin Fei received a lot of resources, such as energy blocks. The Palace of Judgment gave him 500,000 energy blocks on his first try, which was not a small number. This was only the first batch of resources. At the same time, Lin Fei received a skill that matched the skills of the Roaring Warrior. It was a skill that was given to him after he joined. During the expedition to the Empire, the skills and cultivation techniques of the ordinary classes were very complete. Basically, you could get whatever you wanted. Of course, the prerequisite was that you could pay the price. Obtaining the skills and cultivation techniques of the first-rate and peak classes would be somewhat difficult. The skills of a master class were almost never made public. For the Zonglong region master to be able to send over a skill from the Howling Warrior, his capabilities were not small. Recently, Lin Fei had been trying to master this skill. In reality, he was just putting on a show for others. In all of the Empire, there was no one else who could learn this skill so quickly other than him. This was the skill of the Roaring Warrior, called Spear Boomerang. It was a very powerful attack. When attacking, it could increase the power of the attack by a lot. Lin Fei liked this skill very much. It was very powerful, but it consumed a lot of origin energy. Ordinary classes could only use it 3 to 4 times at most before the energy in their body would be used up. Master, good news? I've found something. When Lin Fei tried to contact it, he finally received a piece of good news. Since the banquet, Lin Fei rarely left the certification office. He had been studying this skill and waiting for the information from the released creatures. That's great. Lin Fei did not look happy, but he was very excited. The day he had been waiting for had finally come. Lin Fei opened the system and pulled up the recording through Little Devil. Special creatures were a kind of subtle existence. Unless one was observant, they would not be able to detect the existence of these special creatures. For the sake of these special creatures, Lin Fei had consumed a lot of energy. Now, he had gained something. I want to see where these special creatures are. The scene appeared. The Ash Wolf Star region was very big. Many places were uninhabited, and the entire star region's population was concentrated in the center. The scene was very clear. The special creatures had arrived at a dangerous place in the star region. The Ash Wolf Star region was also famous for being a dangerous place. These dangers could be used against humans, but for special creatures, it was almost no trouble at all. The journey was smooth. In order to find the planting place, Lin Fei released a large number of special creatures, covering the entire Ash Wolf Star region. He did not let go of any place. After a month, he finally found something. This seems to be the dangerous place. The special creatures kept advancing. During this period, tyrannical star beasts kept appearing. They were of a higher level than demonic beasts and ferocious beasts, and they were more powerful. Along the way, there were almost 200,000 to 300,000 star beasts. They were also in groups. Dozens of star beasts could wipe out 600,000 to 700,000 human experts. 200,000 to 300,000 star beasts were just the beginning. Slowly, star beasts with a combat power of millions appeared. Their strength kept increasing. Star beasts with a combat power of 5 to 6 million appeared one after another, occupying the dangerous place. I found something. After passing through the entrenched powerful star beasts, a vast area appeared in the dangerous place. A group of dark red special creatures, dozens of feet tall, was doing unimaginable breathing. Traces of origin energy between heaven and earth were absorbed by the huge flower bud. Energy blocks condensed below, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It would not take long for them to become a complete energy block. They are really good at hiding. If we want to pass through this dangerous place, just dealing with these star beasts is a big headache. It seems that there are people from the army stationed here. In the next second, a wave of special energy rolled over, and the scene was cut off. Fortunately, there were many special creatures. Lin Fei finally saw that outside the dark red special creatures, the bases were abnormally dazzling. Soon, the special creatures were killed by the special energy. This is it. Lin Fei was very sure. Those dark red creatures with flower buds should be existences that could absorb the origin energy between heaven and earth. This was the first time he saw such special creatures. It was indeed very strange. There were star beasts outside, and people from the army were inside. Lin Fei even suspected that the special energy attack just now was a special array formation set up by the army. What a tight security. Send special creatures to keep an eye on the outside. Don't go in recklessly. Lin Fei did not think that the special creatures could enter. That kind of special energy could sweep through and kill everything. Moreover, the special creatures were like real creatures. It was hard to tell which one was real, and it was enough to fool everyone present. Find out the information about this place immediately. Chapter 2384. Songlang Starfield, Nameless Ominous Grounds. This place was not very famous in the Songlang Starfield, but it was very dangerous. Anyone who came in would not be able to leave in the end. It was as if they had disappeared mysteriously. In fact, this place was a secret plantation base controlled by the Empire. The nameless ominous grounds looked ordinary, but there were experts from the military station there. At the same time, a mysterious array was set up. It could be said to be the most dangerous place in the Songlang Starfield. For example, during the recent period, for some reason, powerful star beasts kept breaking in, and the number of murderers killed was in the hundreds. This base was not that easy to break in. The star beasts had all died outside. Every time they were killed, someone would come to clean up the corpses. Those who were not in the know would not be able to see the changes. In the depths of the base, there was a temporary underground cave. The cave was not an ordinary cave, but a huge black palace built underground. Inside and outside the palace, there were murderous black armored guards. The people of the Songlang Starfield would never expect that there would be a secret base somewhere. Have you found out? As the only person in charge of the palace, Zhan Rong frowned and did not look very good. Since a while ago, star beasts kept breaking in. The base had already killed hundreds and thousands of star beasts. Until now, they had not found out the specific reason. Zhan Rong's only task was to guard the base. The star beast's intrusion was not a good sign. Zhan Rong immediately arranged for someone to investigate. He had to find out the situation. What he was most worried about was the secret of the base being exposed. Although the possibility of this was very small, the nameless ominous grounds had been set up inside and outside. Any movement would be discovered. Not only that, the Empire had provided a set of equipment specially used to monitor the surrounding situation, eliminating all danger. The possibility of exposure was very small. Even so, they had to find out the reason for the star beast's abnormalities. Sir, according to our investigation and analysis, we have always thought that our base is safe. There has not been any leakage. Why would the star beasts break in? They must have been oppressed by a large star beast and accidentally broke into our base. One of the subordinates said guiltily. In the past few days, they had not found any useful information. After the people in the base analyzed it, they thought that it was a normal phenomenon. After checking through the equipment, they found that no one had entered this area before, so it was impossible for it to be man-made. It was more likely that it was caused by star beasts. Zhan Rong had been guarding this place for 300 years, and nothing had happened during that time. This time, the star beast's attack was a bit strange, and he didn't want anything to happen to him in the last 50 years. In the 38 star regions, every base was very important. If anything went wrong, then your future would be gone. You could just sit on the bench, and if things got out of hand, you might even end up in the imperial prison. There was once a person in charge who caused the base's information to be leaked and was attacked by outsiders. Although he defeated the enemy in the end, he was still labeled as incompetent and his future was overshadowed. Trash. Is this the result of your investigation? Zhan Rongyao was about to vomit blood. What kind of investigation was this? Continue the investigation. The intuition of an expert was very sensitive. As a 7th transition job expert, he would sometimes be very sensitive in this aspect. Since he was in charge of overseeing the base, any small matter could turn into a huge matter. He had to be on guard. I hope nothing bad happens. This secret plantation base is really not simple. Ever since he discovered this secret base, Lin Fei had been thinking about it. Through the information sent back by the special creatures, he finally understood some basic information about the secret base. It was a very dangerous place. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't send his subordinates to investigate and had chosen the special creatures instead. If he really sent people over, it would definitely alert the enemy, and the enemy would be prepared. During this half a month, Lin Fei had stimulated those star beasts. After wave of probing, the information was verified, and a rough secret base appeared before his eyes. For the time being, Lin Fei hadn't come up with a good idea. The secret base had a powerful surveillance system set up inside and outside. Before one could kill their way in, the array formation inside had been activated, and preparations had been made. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to kill their way in. Based on the Little Devil's analysis, there should be a surveillance system developed by the Empire in the secret base. It was used to monitor this area, and it could even control the array formation. The other party didn't need to watch all day. With the system provided by the Empire, they could control everything here. Originally, Lin Fei felt that it shouldn't be difficult to get a sample to replicate. But now, it seemed that it was not a small problem. Not only did he have to deal with the surveillance system, but he also had to deal with the overseeing expert, who was a 7th job advancement expert. The most terrifying thing was that this system was connected to the secret base, and it didn't lack any energy. Even if an 8th job advancement expert came, they wouldn't be able to destroy the secret base in a short period of time. This is a difficult problem. Lin Fei felt a headache coming on. It's just a secret plantation base, is there a need to make it so strict? Thousands of star beasts probed, and that was Lin Fei's method. Each time, they were killed by the secret base's array formation. As long as this array formation existed for a day, outsiders wouldn't be able to break in. Lin Fei definitely had to get a sample of the dark red creature. This was the first step in his expedition to the Empire, and he didn't want to be restricted by others. Master, it's not that there's no way. As long as someone attacks the secret base, I can invade it. At that time, it won't be difficult to get a sample back. Little Devil said. This was the plan that Little Devil came up with after analyzing it. Lin Fei agreed, but it wasn't easy to attack this secret base. The star beasts were so powerful, but they were still killed. If he wanted to make the other party feel a sense of danger, he needed a powerful figure to force the overseeing expert to appear. This was also the only chance. I have to think of a good way. That kind of special plant was not easy to get, and Lin Fei had to succeed in one try. The preliminary selection of the Capital Institute had already ended, and he would be heading to the Capital Institute in a few days. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get another chance. Master, I have good news. Maybe we can start with him. A few days later, when Lin Fei was preparing to arrange cannon fodder, Little Devil sent a piece of good news. An image popped up, and it finally locked onto a person. On the image was a man in green with 2 subordinates, and Lin Fei didn't recognize him. Little Devil showed another person. This person has changed his appearance, and this is his original appearance. Chapter 2385. In a courtyard in Songlang City. Mu Chu, you're finally here. Mu Chu came in with 2 subordinates and saw an old man drinking. Elder Wang, we messed up. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that such a person would appear in that place? The gray-robed old man said faintly, I heard that the sovereigns of the Palace of Judgment didn't come back. They must have been killed by that person. It's not a bad thing. Mu Chu had just returned. After being unable to do anything about the matters in the Holy World, Mu Chu observed for a while and then left the Holy World. It took him a long time to go back and forth. On the way, he received a message from the elder and came directly to Songlang City. Mu Chu heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Wang's status was not low. It was good that he was not angry. Have you heard about the recent events? Wang Haoran asked. Mu Chu's face darkened slightly. I've heard about it. We've been fighting with the Palace of Judgment for such a long time. I didn't expect them to recruit a top professional. If we let that person grow, it will be very disadvantageous for us. He is a powerful existence who can become a 9th stage professional in the future. A top professional who could break through to the 9th stage professional had a higher success rate than anyone else. Even if they couldn't become a 9th stage professional, they would still be a top existence among the 8th stage professionals. Such a potential stock would have a great impact on their forces. That fellow, Song Lang, is really lucky to have encountered a peak professional at such a young age. He has boundless potential. We came to Song Lang City for Lin Fei, Wang Haoren said with a serious expression. Elder, are we going to ambush that sovereign? Mu Chu asked. I also heard that Li Xiong of the Capital College branch values Lin Fei very much. If we touch Lin Fei, it is equivalent to provoking the entire Capital College. Once the Capital College takes action, we may suffer a great loss. Mu Chu had not been back for long. Through internal information, he knew the importance of Lin Fei in Song Lang's star zone. Any force that wanted to target Lin Fei would be annihilated the moment they failed. Wang Haoren sighed. There's nothing we can do about this. Ever since that bastard Song Lang started to encircle and annihilate our forces, our days have been getting harder by the day. If we let Song Lang achieve his goal, we'll forget about it. But don't worry, we're not ambushing Lin Fei this time, we're just trying to instigate him to defect. Instigate defection? After the little devil hinted that he had found Mu Chu, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. If his idea worked, he would have a higher chance of obtaining a sample. The expeditionary empire might appear to be stable, but there were still plenty of internal conflicts. At the same time, there were foreign enemies eyeing them covetously. For example, back when the expeditionary empire had established the empire, they had overthrown the previous empire. Even now, the descendants of the previous empire had not been completely annihilated. Furthermore, they had established the Heavenly Gates path with the intention of overthrowing the expeditionary empire and restoring the glory of the empire. Lin Fei suspected that the power behind Mu Chu was related to the Skygate sect. I have to go and have a good chat with Mu Chu. No matter why Mu Chu came here, Lin Fei believed that there must be a purpose. After Mu Chu came to Song Lang City and met Elder Wang, he stayed in another independent courtyard. Instigate Lin Fei to defect. This was one of the things that Mu Chu wanted to do. Rather than killing a future top professional powerhouse, it was better to instigate him to defect, which would be of great help to their forces. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages, and it was the best choice. How to do it had become a problem. That heavenly son, Lin Fei, had been living in the certification management office. Minister Li Xiong was worried that something would go wrong, so he had sent several masters to protect him. It was extremely difficult to sneak in. What should I do? What should I do? Mu Chu overturned his ideas one by one, but he still couldn't come up with a good solution. Brother Mu Chu, how have you been? Suddenly, a voice spread in the room, scaring Mu Chu. His face changed on the spot. He released his aura, but he couldn't find the person. There's no need to look, old friend. Mu Chu only felt that the voice was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember for a moment. In the room, light spots rose all over the sky and condensed into a human figure, which appeared in Mu Chu's vision. It's you, the leader of the Avengers. Why are you here? Mu Chu was shocked. Wasn't this the #1 master in the sacred world? He actually came to Song Lang's star zone and could sneak into his room without anyone noticing. This method was terrifying. Brother Mu Chu, don't make a fuss. If you can come to Song Lang's star zone, why can't I come? Don't you think so? Lin Fei, who was dressed in a black robe, said with a smile. Mu Chu was very afraid of this leader of the Avengers. He was very strong in the sacred world, but in the star zone, this little bit of strength was really nothing. You are very bold. This is not the sacred world. You have offended Song Lang Region Master. Aren't you afraid of being created? Mu Chu said, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You don't like Song Lang Region Master, and neither do I. Today, I came to see you because I want to do something big with you. Did he really say that? After Lin Fei left, Mu Chu immediately went to see Elder Wang and explained the situation. Yes, he said he wanted to do something big. He seems to know that Elder is in Song Lang City, otherwise he wouldn't have left those words. Mu Chu's expression was not very good. His whereabouts had been exposed, and he didn't even know it. If the news spread to the city lord's mansion, it would definitely be a nightmare. Wang Haoren was also not calm. He had been very low-key since coming to Song Lang City, avoiding all tracking and usually not going out. Even Song Lang Region Master wouldn't be able to find him. Now, he was actually seen through by an outsider. Through Mu Chu's words, he clearly knew that Wang Haoren was here. If Lin Fei knew about this, he would probably not know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't even know that Wang Haoren was here. Elder Wang, the leader of the Avengers, is not simple. Songlang City is not an ordinary place. With such amazing methods, he probably has a powerful expert supporting him. Mu Chu analyzed. I think there's a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. No matter what, that person definitely can't be on the same side as Songlang Region Master. Wang Haoren nodded. That makes sense. I really want to see what big things that guy wants to do. In Mu Chu's room, it was rare for Wang Haoren to come. He wanted to see what tricks that person had up his sleeves. He's here. Just like last time, the light spots condensed into a black-robed man. He really came quietly. Wang Haoren was shocked. Good fellow, there are no fluctuations, as if he's just here. He actually has such means. Could he be an expert who is proficient in stealth? No, even those people might not be able to hide from my eyes. But Lin Fei's performance shocked Wang Haoren. There really is an expert in Songlang City, and it's a guy with a combat power of 40 million. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Fortunately, he didn't come in person. Now, he wasn't afraid that the other party would find his traces. Your Excellency, good means. Chapter 2386. Ki? F? Co? W? Percent? B? Q? U? BFB? 0O? He couldn't see through this guy from the sacred realm. There were many people in the Empire who could avoid him, but not many in the Songlang Star Zone. Yet this guy did it. He left no trace. He came and went without a trace. Wang Haoren didn't dare to underestimate him. He treated him as someone on the same level as himself. Even if his realm was lower than his, he had to take him seriously. If I didn't have any ability, how would I dare to come here? I'm afraid that someone will eat me whole, Lin Fei said with a chuckle. This little trick is nothing in your eyes. Wang Haoren had a preliminary understanding of him. This guy was cunning and not easy to deal with. Now that you're here, can you tell me about the big thing you were talking about? Wang Haoren didn't want to talk about anything else. He just wanted to hear about the big thing. If Mu Chu hadn't told him some things about this guy, Wang Haoren wouldn't have taken it seriously. He was able to come to the Songlang Star Zone from a small world far away and was an enemy of the Palace of Judgment. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If this big thing could help them, Wang Haoren wouldn't mind helping. Actually, it's quite simple. I want to attack the secret energy plantation base in the Songlang Star Zone. Lin Fei said. Wang Haoren and Mu Chu's expressions changed slightly. This was too big. You want to attack the secret plantation base? That's the Empire's secret base. There are many powerful people there. Whoever goes there will die. Mu Chu couldn't imagine how this guy could be so bold. There were people who wanted to attack that place during the expedition to the Empire. In the end, none of them succeeded. They were all killed by the army of the Empire. This was definitely a big deal. You found the Empire's secret plantation base in the Songlang Star Zone? Wang Haoren calmed down a lot. He was interested in the secret base. He was shocked. That place was as mysterious as some Arcana realms. No one had ever found it. Yes, in a secret place in the Songlang Galaxy, Lin Fei briefly explained. If it's an attack on the secret cultivation base, then I'm sorry, but we won't interfere in this matter. Wang Haoren did not think that he could stand against the powerhouses of the army. Once he showed up, he would definitely die. Wang Haoren knew very well how terrifying the Imperial Army's people were. Once their whereabouts were exposed, they would not rest until they were dead. Many heroes had died under the pursuit of the military. Wang Haoren would definitely not do such a thing. There were no benefits and it was very dangerous. Aren't you going to listen? I believe this is a very good thing for you. Lin Fei was not surprised in the slightest. The might of the Empire's great army was not undeserved. It had an illustrious reputation, so it was normal for the other party to have such a reaction. I only need you to help me attract the enemy's firepower. After this, I am willing to pay you a considerable sum of energy wall stones. 50 million energy wall stones is not a small number. Lin Fei needed a powerhouse to attract the enemy's firepower. Even if it only took a few breaths' time, he would be able to obtain a sample. 50 million energy wall stones, Lin Fei felt that it was a good deal. When Wang Haoren heard 50 million energy wall stones, he was also slightly shocked. This was indeed not a small number. Hiring a first or second transition powerhouse with a few million battle prowess would only require a few 100,000 energy wall stones. 10 million energy wall stones was more than enough to hire a sixth or seventh transition powerhouse. Mu Chu was shocked that this Avengers Alliance leader actually had such a large sum of money. 50 million energy wall stones could do a lot of things. Can I hear the plan? Wang Haoren had to admit that he was tempted. 50 million energy wall stones could do many things. For example, Wang Haoren had recently taken a fancy to a weapon. It was a technological energy weapon used in the Expeditionary Empire. When used in conjunction with a profession, the effects would be very powerful. That technological weapon required tens of millions of energy wall stones. If he really bought it, he would definitely go bankrupt. Don't doubt the wealth of a powerhouse, especially someone like Wang Haoren, who was wanted by the Star Field. Lin Fei briefly explained the plan. It was nothing more than to attract the enemy's firepower at a critical moment. After that, he could leave. As long as the overseeing powerhouse was distracted, the rest would not be troublesome. As for the surveillance of the secret base, under the invasion of the imps, it would be vulnerable. Even if the Expeditionary Empire was furious, it would not be a big deal. As the domain master of the Blue Wolf Star Field, there would definitely be trouble, and it would not be a small one. Although it would not be a big deal, it would be a loss of face. You can think about it carefully. I will come back in 3 days. In fact, it was not even 3 days before Wang Haoren agreed. For 50 million energy wall stones, it was worth it. After some arrangements, there was almost no danger. He now had 40 million battle prowess. Even if he encountered someone whose battle prowess was a few million higher than his, it would be very easy for him to escape. In addition, he could also use this opportunity to strike a blow to the morale of the Palace of Trials. No matter what, he could make them look like they were lax, which was also a way to win. Most importantly, as long as the secret base of the Empire was exposed, those who were secretly dissatisfied with it would definitely take action. Even if they could not shake the Expeditionary Empire, it would still give them a lot of stimulation. After Wang Haoren agreed, Lin Fei was completely relieved. After paying 1/3 of the profit, he arranged a date to take action and left. He was not worried that the other party would be lazy. If Wang Haoren really wanted to be lazy, Lin Fei had plenty of ways to deal with him. Even if the other party's battle prowess was higher than his, he might not have to do it himself. 6 days later, in the evening, Lin Fei and Wang Haoren arrived at a valley outside the secret base. It was not far from here. Lin Fei did not want to expose himself prematurely. He had to prepare for the most suitable time to take action. There was only one chance to take a sample, and if he missed it, there would not be another chance. Elder Wang, you only need to follow the main force and wait for the overseeing powerhouse to take action. Let me say this first, you must wait for the overseeing powerhouse to take action. It would be best if he can hold on for half an incense stick of time. At that time, you can leave. Of course, I will also inform you. Lin Fei said. Wang Haoren nodded. I have been paid to eliminate disasters. This elder will not let you down. Okay, then let's do it. For this surprise attack, Lin Fei had spent a lot of money. Through the system, he immediately controlled all the star beasts outside the secret base. This alone consumed a lot of energy. Controlling each star beast required a special creature, which was not an easy task. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 60,000. Chapter 2387. Boom Boom Boom. More than 300,000 star beasts formed a terrifying beast tide that charged into the depths of the base. The star beasts that had been guarding the area alone were also frightened by the black mass of star beasts and joined the main force of the beast tide. The original 300,000 star beasts eventually reached 500,000 star beasts. Among them, there were more than 20 star beasts with battle prowess of 7 to 8 million. Even though their numbers were huge, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from a powerful enemy. The hundreds of thousands of star beasts moved very quickly. Under deliberate guidance, they killed their way into the depths of the secret base. Like a flood, they attacked and destroyed the secret restrictions. What's that sound? Is there it? The soldiers in the secret base were all at the first and second job transitions. Suddenly, they heard the sound, and the ground seemed to be shaking. On the huge surveillance screen, the people in the base finally saw the black mass of star beasts. Bang bang bang. The surveillance equipment set up one after another exploded, and the surveillance on the big screen dimmed one after another. Not good, the beast tide is here. Prepare for battle immediately. Inform all the soldiers to prepare for battle and exterminate these star beasts. The people in the base did not really care about the hundreds of thousands of star beasts. Putting everything else aside, just the restrictions of the secret base and the super large protective barrier were not something that the star beasts could break through. In the end, the star beasts were destined to work for nothing. It was not that the secret base had never been attacked before. That time, it had not been suppressed. It was the same this time as well. As one of the people in charge of the base, Yang Jian subconsciously frowned. This matter was strange, but he was not anxious. He passed down the orders and prepared for battle. This shouldn't be the case. Standing in front of the huge surveillance screen, Yang Jian could not understand. The hundreds of thousands of star beasts swept over, destroyed the surveillance equipment, and finally killed their way to the periphery of the base. These beasts don't know what's good for them. Activate the first restriction array and kill them. Someone at the front desk was controlling the restriction array. With just a single command, they could unleash a powerful attack. No matter how many star beasts came, they would be killed without hesitation. In the end, they would become fertilizer for the Earth. When the star beasts approached the base, a protective barrier rose up, covering the entire base. At the same time, blue beams of light shot out from the base, forming a dense and continuous stretch. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blue beams of light were filled with an aura of destruction, and they shot out like resplendent meteors. The star beast's powerful defenses were useless in front of the blue beams of light, and they were all pierced through by the blue beams of light. A powerful star beast was instantly turned into a hornet's nest, and it unwillingly fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 star beasts had been killed by the blue beams. The number of star beasts dying was still increasing. In the dark, Wang Haoren revealed a solemn expression. Rumor has it that every secret base of the Imperium is extremely dangerous, and it seems to be true. I wonder what solution that guy has. Wang Haoren would definitely not agree to break through the array formations restriction. A level 1 attack is enough to kill and injure the star beasts. Let's see if they still dare to attack the base in the future. What a bunch of bastards! Yang Jian sneered. The star beasts had suffered more than 30,000 casualties. The ground was littered with the corpses of star beasts. Blood flowed like a river, and the stench of blood filled the air. Little devil, shut down the other party's system immediately. I don't want the astral beast that I spent so much effort to control to die outside the base. Lin Fei was also shocked by the power of the base. Got it. When Lin Fei saw the blue beams, he had Little Devil analyze their power. Each attack had a combat power of 3 million, and killing the star beasts was as easy as flipping his hand. He had to shut down the system now. Without the system, Lin Fei could proceed to the next step. Yang Jian stood in front of the screen with a sneer on his face. However, in the next second, the huge screen turned black. Sir, bad news. Our system has shut down. Oh no, the star beasts have broken through the perimeter of the base. That's right, the system shut down automatically. Within the base, the group of staff could no longer remain calm. The system that had always been regarded as omnipotent had actually shut down automatically at this time. This meant that the base had lost its best defense, and the star beasts outside could break in. With hundreds of thousands of star beasts wreaking havoc, The base might suffer great losses. Immediately restart the system. Yang Jian was furious. Of all the times to shut down the system, it had to shut down at this moment. As for the invasion, he did not believe that it was possible. Immediately order the base's soldiers to encircle and annihilate the star beasts. Before the system restarts, stop them from invading. Even if we die, we have to hold on. Yang Jian was extremely anxious and roared. First team go. Second team, go. Third team go. The base's array formation had lost its defensive effect, and the star beasts were enraged. They swarmed in and devoured the energy blocks one by one. A moment later, a group of the base's soldiers appeared in front of the star beasts with special weapons in their hands. The special weapons fired red beams at the star beasts. The first batch of star beasts were turned into sieves and fell to the ground. Kill them. The base's soldiers moved quickly, but the speed of the aircraft was even faster. Without much control, they dodged the star beasts' attacks. Instead, the star beasts fell to the ground one after another. With the weapons in their hands, the base's soldiers blocked the invasion of a large number of star beasts. In front of the base's soldiers, the ground was littered with corpses. Damn, this looks like an energy gun. The soldiers of the Expeditionary Empire are actually equipped with such weapons? Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, was also extremely shocked. Lin Fei was 100% sure that those were energy guns. There was a special energy wall embedded in one of the weapons, and every shot would consume a portion of the energy. It's time for Elder Wang to make a move. If this continues, it won't be easy to kill them. Lin Fei realized that without an expert, these star beasts wouldn't be able to do anything. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to break through the base's defensive line. Alright, you can make a move now. Lure that expert out. Lin Fei transmitted his voice over. Wang Haoren was extremely shocked. The base's defenses had been shut down for no reason, and the enemy had mobilized the base's soldiers to act as a defensive line. This was an inconceivable matter. This is a good opportunity. Be it the aircraft beneath the feet of the base's soldiers or the Blacktooth energy gun in their hands, they were all priceless items on the black market. They were extremely useful. Even if Lin Fei didn't say anything, Wang Haoren would still make a move. Without the defensive barrier, the base's soldiers were nothing in his eyes. No one could stop him. Aircraft, Blacktooth energy gun, this elder wants them. Wang Haoren's figure appeared, a sword sheath behind him opened, and dozens of swords flew out. Sword intent soared into the sky, tearing apart the void, forming a black line that circled around the base's warriors and their heads fell to the ground. Chapter 2388. Invisible Swordsman, a second-rate job. Dozens of soldiers were instantly killed. Wang Haoren waved his hand and kept the aircraft and Blacktooth energy gun. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. These two items made this trip worth it. Wang Haoren no longer dared to underestimate the mysterious leader of the Avengers. If not for the other party's methods, it would have been extremely difficult to snatch the aircraft and energy gun from the enemy soldiers. Kill! Dozens of swords turned into sharp black shadows. With just a light sweep, the soldiers' heads would fall to the ground or even be cut into two. Kill him! We can't let him in. Hurry up and report that a mysterious expert has appeared. He's suspected to be the invisible swordsman. With Wang Haoren's appearance, a gap was created in the blockade formed to deal with the star beasts. The star beasts charged in through the gap. The unified blockade was no longer effective. Hundreds of thousands of star beasts charged in like a flood, breaking through the blockade formed by the soldiers. No matter how many people they had, they couldn't stop the star beasts. The plantation base was in chaos. The star beasts charged into the base and targeted the energy crystals, plundering them wantonly. The plantation base was in complete chaos. Wang Haoren's appearance constantly defeated the attacks of the base soldiers. This fellow is really willing to put in so much effort. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation. At the same time, he silently snuck into the vicinity of the plantation base. Lin Fei was very interested in the aircraft and energy gun, but now was not the time to make a move. He didn't want anyone to know about this matter. Lin Fei wasn't worried about Wang Haoren. The leader of the Avengers was just an identity. No one could link it to Lin Fei, who had recently appeared. Invisible Swordsman. He's at least a 5th transformation Invisible Swordsman. Damn it, why is such a person here? Yang Jian stared at the screen. The Invisible Swordsman's attacks were constantly taking away the lives of the base soldiers. Hurry up and dispatch the law enforcers to stop the Invisible Swordsman. Yang Jian ordered again. Although the Invisible Swordsman was a second-rate job, at this realm, it could bridge the gap between first-rate and second-rate jobs. It's definitely a conspiracy. Soon, Yang Jian roared again. The experts sent out were unable to take down the Invisible Swordsman. Instead, there were many casualties. We have to inform Lord Zhan. Wang Haoren was in an extremely good mood. He had collected over 100 flying devices and black-tooth energy guns. Boom! In the depths of the base, a storm swept over, and in the storm stood a middle-aged man in black armor. His eyes flashed with a cold light. So, you're a survivor of the Tianmen path. You deserve to die. Boom boom boom. Wang Haoren was surrounded by a huge black storm. His expression turned grave. The saber lights were like the wind, one after another, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were densely packed, and their might was extraordinary. Zhan Rongyao was very dissatisfied. The remnants of the Tianmen path had actually dared to break into the cultivation base. This was a provocation. Instead of hiding properly, they had dared to come to the cultivation base. No matter what would happen in the end, Zhan Rongyao would inevitably be criticized by his superiors. He hated the remnants of the Tianmen path very much. Wang Haoren called back dozens of black longswords and slashed apart the saber lights that the other party shot at him. However, it was also very strenuous for him. The other party's strength was above his, and even a small attack made him feel pressured. Blade like wind, one blade slash. Zhan Rongyao was a first-rate blade warrior. The storm that everyone saw was actually formed by the blade wind. It could cut through everything, and it was very terrifying. All the wind turned into a black saber. It was incomparably huge, and with one slash, a giant spatial crack appeared in the void. Zhan Rongyao's attack was very terrifying. The aura of just one slash caused Wang Haoren's expression to change again. I've always heard that blade warriors are invincible. Today I, the invisible swordsman, will experience it for myself. Wang Haoren was not willing to fall behind. Dozens of long swords soared into the sky, forming a huge sword wheel, and met Zhan Rongyao's blade attack. Wang Haoren had still underestimated the other party's strength. The other's blade slashed on the sword wheel, and a huge force knocked away all the long swords. The entire sword wheel flew backward and crashed into the star beast's body. Wang Haoren's body swayed, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. There was even a small blade mark on his forehead. It was cut by the blade in an instant. Too powerful. I, the fifth revolution invisible swordsman, am actually not his opponent. I was seriously injured by one slash. Wang Haoren recalled his long sword, took out a black sword pellet, and sprinkled it toward Zhan Rongyao. Under the guidance of Qi, it exploded, and a rain of swords stabbed toward Zhan Rongyao. At the same time, he retreated and left the base. Retreat. Wang Haoren was not confident that he could block the opponent's second slash. Who allowed you to leave? Zhan Rongyao rushed out, and the rain of swords was smashed by the storm. He chased after Wang Haoren. Good chance. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. Wang Haoren, who had 40 million battle power, was actually at a disadvantage with one slash. This also let Lin Fei see the power of a professional advancement. There was no comparison at all. He attacked again. A huge energy fluctuation came from afar. Lin Fei knew that the base's expert had made a move. Rise. In a corner, Lin Fei waved his hand and forcefully took away a source tree. One was enough. No one would be able to see any clues. As soon as he took away the source tree, a terrifying aura descended, and a huge storm covered the base. Wherever the storm passed, the remaining star beasts were broken into two pieces, and blood flowed like a river. The base's defense system was successfully rebooted, and the previous defense was restored. Zhang Rongyao stood above the base and looked down at the chaotic base. He couldn't help but frown. The remnants of the Tianmen path, what are they planning this time? I can't see it for a while. Contact the Expeditionary Guard immediately. This matter must be investigated. Just say that the remnants of the Tianmen path have appeared and are suspected to have designs on the plantation base. When Zhang Rongyao descended, Lin Fei left. This guy's battle power was even more terrifying than Wang Haoren's. Lin Fei blocked everything, and his heart was in his throat. He finally left the area with great difficulty, and only when he was hundreds of millions of miles away from the base did he heave a sigh of relief. A seventh professional expert has been arranged for a plantation base, and there's also a powerful formation system. It's really not a place that just anyone can break in. Looking at the source tree in the system, Lin Fei smiled. He had spent so much energy, but it was not a wasted trip. With a source tree, it was equivalent to having a strong Jingguang path. Cough cough cough. In order to help you delay that guy, this elder has suffered a great loss. In a very remote place in the Zhonglong star zone, Wang Haoren's face was pale. He seemed to have aged decades, and his aura had also become extremely weak. Although Wang Haoren had escaped in the end, the opponent's attack was very overbearing. He had still taken a blow from the opponent, and his vitality had been greatly injured. He had almost been killed. This is a 50 million energy wall stone. Chapter 2389. The people from the Skygate sect are too arrogant. They actually dared to attack the cultivation base. They're courting death. Have you heard? The Expeditionary Guards have begun to take action. They've issued a bounty for the capture of an invisible swordsman. Humph, that's nothing. I heard that the higher-ups were very angry when the news reached them. It said that they've mobilized a group of experts to investigate this matter thoroughly. The people from the Skygate sect have nothing better to do. Now that the higher-ups are here, no one can escape from them. In the past few days, the hottest news was that the cultivation base that did not belong to the Empire had been attacked. Even the Imperial College selection had been overshadowed. No one knew how the news got out, but the entire Zhonglang star zone was in an uproar. Then, it spread to all the other star zones. Those who knew the news secretly gasped. This was a blatant provocation to the Empire. 800 years had passed since the invasion of the cultivation base. During this period, no one had dared to attack the cultivation base of the Empire. This time, it was a big deal. The loss of the aircraft and the Black-Tooth energy gun was no longer a small matter. The damage to the source tree was secondary. The main point was that the standard weapons of the military headquarters had been lost. This was a big deal. Zhonglang City was also in a rare state of panic. The Zhonglong Region Lord ordered a thorough investigation of the entire Zhonglang City and the entire Star Zone. Anyone with an unknown identity would be locked up in Zhonglang prison. In a short time, thousands of people were locked up in prison. This matter was too big. Even the Zhonglong Region Lord knew that he had to take action. Such a big thing had happened in the Zhonglang Star Zone. The higher-ups would definitely have some opinions. Although the Zhonglong Region Lord was not afraid of the higher-ups, he still had to do something to save face. In the Zhonglang Star Zone, the bandits, habitual criminals, and other notorious people were completely out of luck this time. Regardless of the consequences, they all became targets of attack. For a moment, the bandits in the Zhonglang Star Zone disappeared without a trace. No one dared to stay in the Zhonglang Star Zone. If they were caught, it would not be as simple as losing a layer of skin. Zhonglang, you have a lot of responsibility for this matter. In the City Lord's mansion, the Zhonglong Region Lord was entertaining a group of people from the capital. This group of people was not ordinary. They were especially worthy of the Zhonglong Region Lord's personal reception. It was not a small matter that involved people from the capital. For example, at this moment, Brother Bai, I can curse people. The Zhonglong Region Master smiled bitterly and said, I've been implicated even when I'm lying down. The bastards of the Elysium Path are really unethical. Of all the things they could have done, they just had to do this kind of thing. Aren't they putting me on a fire to roast? The Songlong region lord had been in a bad mood these days. Ever since the news had spread that day, the Songlong region lord felt as if he had been hit in the head with a stick. This kind of thing had not happened in the Empire for hundreds of years, and it just had to happen in his own star field. Most importantly, the plantation base had lost a batch of spacecrafts and Black Fong energy guns. The matter had blown up. The green-robed brother by in front of him was the person in charge that the imperial capital had arranged to investigate the culprit behind this matter and recover the items that had been lost. The higher-ups have a lot of opinions, especially about your management skills. You know, with that person gone, the crown prince is in charge, and the princes aren't happy about it. Bai Qinglong took a sip of wine. This time, the Songlong region lord had indeed been shot while lying down. Fortunately, he knew the person who came down from above. They wouldn't target him, it was just that they didn't want to lose face. Most likely, all the other region lords were watching him as a joke. Do you have any concrete information? Not yet, but we can confirm that it's the people from the Heaven's Gate sect. We don't know the whereabouts of the weapons yet. After the banquet, Bai Qinglong left with his people. He was ready to enter the plantation base to understand the situation. The fact that he had come here to drink was a great honor to the Songlong region lord. Damn the Heaven's Gate sect. After Bai Qinglong left, the Songlong region lord couldn't help but curse at the people in the dark. The Empire's plantation base. Zhan Rongyao didn't look too good either. The investigation team from the Empire had arrived with the will of the Crown Prince. As the person in charge of the base, Zhan Rongyao was in a lot of trouble. For example, right now, Zhan Rongyao was explaining what had happened that day. You said they used astral beasts to open the way? Wait, how did they break through the defense of the base? Shut down automatically? How is that possible? The management personnel of the base were all questioned by the investigation team. Mingshan, do you think it's possible that they colluded with outsiders? Bai Qinglong frowned and asked Xiao Mingshan. There's no evidence. Xiao Mingshan shook his head. Ever since the incident, I've brought people to control everyone in the base. I even used special methods, but I didn't find anything. The only clue is that before the base was invaded, there were astral beasts appearing one after another. If it's not collusion, then it's troublesome. Bai Qinglong knew that this matter was out of their control, especially since the other party could shut down the base's system. Who could guarantee that the base's system wouldn't shut down again? They had to be careful of this loophole. As long as they didn't get to the bottom of this matter, the base would be in danger. It's troublesome indeed. Xiao Mingshan hadn't been idle these days. He had sent out all the expeditionary guards to investigate this matter, but until now, they still didn't have any useful clues. But we can be sure that the person who did it is from the Heaven's Gate sect, and he's a rank 5 invisible swordsman. Based on our understanding of the Heaven's Gate sect, the only rank 5 invisible swordsman there seems to be Wang Haoren's foreign affairs elder. Wang Haoren? Bai Qinglong narrowed his eyes. He's got guts. But, as far as I know, the Heaven's Gate sect has always been a stray dog. They don't have the ability to do such a big thing. Every cultivation base of the Empire is top secret. They can't find it, and they don't have the ability to break into the base's system. Xiao Mingshan smiled bitterly. Breaking into the base's system is no small matter. If he can break into the cultivation base of the Songlong star zone, then he can break into the cultivation base of the other star zones. Sigh, Elder Wang, you've made a great contribution to the Heaven's Gate sect. In a secret branch of a small world outside the Songlong star zone. After Wang Haoren collected the 50 million energy wall stones, he immediately left the Songlong star zone and returned to the Heaven's Gate sect branch to heal his injuries. When the news spread, Wang Haoren was directly on the Empire's wanted list and was ranked in the top 20. He was famous, but unfortunately, it was a bad reputation. Within the Heaven's Gate sect, Wang Haoren suddenly became a hero. Chapter 2390. Wang Haoren was recuperating in the courtyard. Jean Glory was a blade warrior, a 7th job professional powerhouse. To be able to escape from the other party, he had paid a great price. It was only natural that he was seriously injured. With the 50 million energy wall stones, there was nothing he could not get. His injuries would recover day by day, and it would not take long for him to completely recover. Wang Haoren, who was resting in the courtyard, heard the sound at the door. He looked back and was surprised. He immediately stood up. "Elder Song, why are you here?" Elder Song was a high-level elder. He was much more valuable and had more power than the elders themselves. Song Jiping strode forward. "Haoren, you have made a great contribution to the Heavenly Gate path. I heard that you are wanted in the Zhonglong Star Zone. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I came personally." Wang Haoren was flattered. Elder Song was a high and mighty person in the Heavenly Gate path. It was impossible for him to talk to someone like him normally. Now, he was talking to him in such a pleasant manner. He did not even dare to think about it. Everything else was easy to say. Song Jiping had come on behalf of the Heavenly Gate path and had brought top-grade healing pills. He had praised Wang Haoren and given him all kinds of rewards that would make people jealous. What shocked Wang Haoren the most was that the Heavenly Gate path had decided to make him the overall person in charge of the Zhonglong Star Zone. This was a meteoric rise, equivalent to a high-level elder of the Heavenly Gate path. Wang Haoren's strength was not weak at all. He was more than qualified to be the person in charge of a star zone. It was just that he had never had the chance. This time, he had gotten what he wanted. Although he was wanted by the Zhonglong Star Zone and even the Expeditionary Empire, becoming the person in charge of a star zone did not require him to do anything. He only needed to control the overall situation, which was very safe. After announcing the rewards, and with Song Jiping lowering his stance, the two chatted happily as if they had been old friends for many years. "That person is called the leader of the Avengers? From a distant world?" Song Jiping had not only come to reward Wang Haoren, but also to understand the specific situation. The Heavenly Gate path had become famous. They were very happy to be able to deal with anything that happened in the Expeditionary Empire. After hearing Wang Haoren's words, Song Jiping was quite surprised. He had thought that it would be the work of a potential enemy of the Expeditionary Empire. He did not expect it to be a foreigner, a native who was hundreds of years away from the Expeditionary Empire. "Yes, my subordinate Deacon Mu Chu knows this the best." Very soon, Mu Chu was called over, and when he saw this important figure, he was very shocked. Song Jiping was a 7th job transition expert from the Heavenly Gates path, and it was very difficult for him to even catch a glimpse of him. Mu Chu told Song Jiping everything he knew without missing a word. The more Song Jiping listened, the more shocked he became. He rubbed his chin and said, "It seems that the background of the leader of the Avengers is not simple." Song Jiping realized that the leader of the Avengers was not an ordinary person. There were spies from the Heavenly Gate sect in Songlang City, and Song Jiping knew quite a lot about them. For example, the cultivation base's system had been breached. This was definitely a divine skill. Everyone knew that the Expeditionary Empire's technological civilization was very advanced. It was a pity that the most powerful system defense was controlled by the royal family, and it was the same for technological weapons. "Then do you have any way of contacting the leader of the Avengers?" Song Jiping really wants to meet this mysterious man. If we can reach an agreement or get a way to attack the base's system, that would be great. Mu Chu smiled bitterly and said, "We really don't know about this." He didn't leave any contact information. Last time, he took the initiative to look for me. Wang Haoren proved that Mu Chu's words were not wrong. In the end, he concluded, "Elder Song, the leader of the Avengers, is not simple. Even I, a 5th-stage professional, can't see through this guy. The power behind this guy is even more terrifying." Song Jiping was deep in thought. Then, while the outside world was in an uproar, in a courtyard in the Certification Management Office, Lin Fei was in a good mood. The first source tree had been successfully replicated. Hee, it's finally done. With the first one, the rest is easy. The biggest problem was that he had completely conquered it. He only needed the energy to replicate it. Lin Fei did not take it out. Once this place was taken out, he would be in big trouble. He was very clear about the movements outside. The Zhonglong Region Master, the Expeditionary Guards, and even the Imperial Capital had sent an investigation team down. If the aura of the source tree were to be exposed at this time, it would be a nightmare. Now Lin Fei could only endure it. He did not dare to leak even a trace of the aura of the source tree. Who knew if the investigation team of the Expeditionary Empire had advanced technology in their hands? Now that I have the source tree, it's time to find a place to use as a base. The Expeditionary Empire's source energy was very rich and difficult to absorb. That was why there was a unique creature like the source tree. Lin Fei relied on the system to solve the replication problem. What was left was to plant it and accumulate it. The premise was that he needed a base. As for manpower, Lin Fei was not lacking at all. However, a base was not easy to get. Not only did it have to be hidden, but it also had to be in a good location. What a headache! How far have you analyzed the aircraft and the black tooth energy gun? The planting of the source tree was temporarily a problem. Lin Fei could only turn his attention to the aircraft and the black tooth energy gun. The aircraft has been analyzed to about 78, and the black tooth energy gun has been analyzed to about 87. At most, it will take 3 days. Little Devil said proudly. If it wasn't for Master's reluctance to spend a lot of energy, it wouldn't have taken so many days. It's all to be prepared. Especially at a time like this, it's good to have more power. After raiding the Empire's plantation, not only had he obtained the source tree, but he had also obtained the aircraft and the black tooth energy gun. This was a great harvest. The aircraft could fly for long distances, and as long as there were enough energy wall stones, its speed was not slow either. It was equivalent to the speed of a second job transition player. The black tooth energy gun was very powerful, and it could kill a first or second job transition player. The benefits involved were great. The plantation was protected by the system, and the weapons and equipment were not top-notch. After all, no one had ever charged into a plantation before. It could be said that this was an accident. I've used up a lot of energy wall stones. I have to get them back from here. Lin Fei planned to sell a batch of aircraft and the black tooth energy gun through the underground black market. There was such a place in the Ashwolf Star region, and the Expeditionary Guard had tacitly allowed it to exist. There were great benefits involved, and it was not something that just anyone could suppress. Set off in 5 days? The next morning, Yuan Fei came to pass a message. Who could get Yuan Fei to pass a message? Naturally, it was Minister Li Xiong. Recently, he had been riding high, and Yuan Fei did not mind doing this kind of small thing himself. He wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Fei. Thank you, Lord Yuan, for coming to inform me. I'll be ready. Leaving Ashwolf City, a troublesome place, could save him a lot of trouble. Then you'd better prepare well. For the next few days, it's best not to go out. The remnants of the Heavenly Gate sect are making trouble, and they might have their eyes on you. Chapter 2391. Ashwolf Star Region, Wood Capital City. Wood Capital City had another name, the Underground Black Market. All the illegal transactions in Ashwolf Star Region were conducted here. As for who was in control of the Underground Black Market, no one knew. In any case, the Expedition Guard would turn a blind eye to it. All along, Wood Capital City had become the best place for people to sell their stolen goods. As long as it was a good item, there was no need to worry about selling it. No one would bother to find out where the item came from. As long as one could afford it, everything could be negotiated. Even some prohibited items could be sold. Recently, there had been many spies in Wood Capital City. They were all here to investigate the matter regarding the flying device and the black tooth energy gun. With such a huge commotion in Ashwolf Star region, the secret was no longer a secret. The missing flying device and the energy gun became the focus of everyone's attention. Some rich and mysterious people started to offer rewards for the items, causing the Wood Capital City to be extremely lively. What a great Wood Capital City! Their methods are truly heaven-defying. When the black-robed Lin Fei walked into Wood Capital City, he automatically scanned the area. He could not help but gasp. There was actually an 8th transition job expert guarding the entire Wood Capital City. Others might not be able to sense it, but Lin Fei was different. With the invincibility system, he could easily detect an 8th transition job expert with a single scan. Other than that, there were also 5 7th transition job experts and tens of 6th transition job experts. It could be said that this was a major power that dominated an area. It was no wonder that the expedition guard would turn a blind eye to it. Wood Capital City was very easy to find. After getting a substitute, Lin Fei snuck out and arrived at Wood Capital City, which was located in a remote area of Ashwolf Star region. So what if he is an 8th transition job expert? From the looks of it, he is in seclusion. I only need to be careful of those 7th transition job experts. This time, Lin Fei was here to cash out the energy wall stones. Who asked Lin Fei to lack energy wall stones? Wood Capital Trade Association. This was the only trade association in Wood Capital City. No matter what it was, this trade association dared to purchase it. They could also help the other party sell it and auction it. All they needed to do was to pay a small processing fee. Safety and confidentiality. This was the Wood Capital Trade Association's motto. Those who knew that someone was disposing of stolen goods in the Wood Capital Merchant Guild could only grit their teeth and not dare to do anything. After all, there was an 8th job advancement expert in the Wood Capital City, and they were not to be trifled with. I want to see the person in charge and tell him that there's a big deal. If he misses this village, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Lin Fei entered the Chamber of Commerce like a specter and said to a staff member at the front desk, "Brother, if you have anything to say, you can tell me." The staff at the front desk stood up and said, "You don't have the right." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and slammed his palm on the table. "Get the person in charge out here." A cold, killing intent emerged from Lin Fei's body. The staff member realized that he had met someone who was not easy to entertain. "Senior, please wait a moment. I will inform the manager immediately." Many people stared at this mysterious black-robed man. It was not like such a thing had never happened in the Wood Capital Trade Association before. It was mostly some capable people who urgently needed to sell off some treasures. Everyone was used to it. This was usually the case. Recently, very few people came to the Wood Capital Trade Association to dispose of stolen goods. Who asked the higher-ups to keep an eye on them? It was rumored that the expedition guards had arranged many spies to keep an eye on the Wood Capital Trade Association, but most of them were watching this mysterious stranger. "Sir, I'm sorry. My subordinates don't know how to do things. I'm the person in charge of the Wood Capital Trade Association, Wang Yu." Not long after, a middle-aged man with a mustache hurriedly came over and explained apologetically as soon as he came up. "There's a deal. Let's see if you can accept it." Lin Fei went straight to the point. Wang Yu did not recognize the person in front of him. When he thought about the recent events, he could not help but feel a trace of anticipation in his heart. "Sir, why don't we go to the VIP lounge and have a seat?" Lin Fei nodded. "Sure." Wang Yu brought the mysterious black-robed man to the VIP lounge. His subordinates immediately served tea. Without waiting for Wang Yu to speak, 2 items appeared on the table. When he looked at them, he could no longer remain calm. Flying device, energy gun. The people from Tianmen Taoism had arrived. When the flying device and energy gun appeared, the Wood Capital Trade Association was not calm. The news was passed to the higher-ups. The vice president of the Wood Capital Trade Association, Feng Qingyang, immediately dropped everything and sent a message to the president. He then hurried to the VIP lounge. "What do you want? Do you want it or not?" When Feng Qingyang entered the room, Lin Fei put down his cup and asked directly, "People from Tianmen Taoism?" Feng Qingyang knew many people from Tianmen Taoism. The person in front of him was very unfamiliar. The scariest thing was that he could not see the other party's appearance clearly. He was always covered by a layer of mystery. "Yes, we, the Wood Capital Trade Association, want everything." Feng Qingyang got the news from the president. No matter what, he had to buy all the flying device and energy gun. Such an opportunity was not common. Perhaps he would not encounter it many times in his lifetime. Great, this trip was not in vain. Lin Fei revealed a smile. 100 flying devices and 100 black tooth energy guns. I only want the energy wall stone. I don't want anything else. Feng Qingyang was taken aback. To think that there would be so many of them. This was an astronomical figure. Even if the Wood Capital Trade Association wanted to buy all of them, it would not be easy. especially when the other party only wanted the energy wall stone. Feng Qingyang hesitated. We want all of them. Fixed price. 15 billion for the wall stone. The door to the VIP lounge was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in brocade clothes walked in. President, Feng Qingyang said. No problem. 15 billion energy wall stone was a huge number in the expeditionary empire. Any martial artist could rely on this amount of energy wall stone to live a luxurious life like an emperor. Qingyang, transfer all the energy wall stones here immediately. Don't let the guests down. The man said to Feng Qingyang. I will contact you immediately. Reporting. The people from Tianmen Taoism have appeared in the Wood Capital Trade Association. They are collecting energy wall stones. In a narrow room, a few spies were doing nothing. Suddenly, they received a message. After reading it, their faces changed. Report it immediately. Keep a close eye on them. We can't let that person leave. The team leader immediately gave the order, and a hint of joy flashed between his eyebrows. If this matter was successful, it would be tantamount to making a great contribution. Everyone knew that the expedition guards had almost turned the entire star field upside down just to find the people of the Tianmen path. What? The people from Tianmen Taoism are selling their goods at the Wood Capital Trade Association. Are you sure it's true? A big deal of 15 billion energy wall stones. Big deal. It's definitely a big deal. Is that guy crazy? Has he never heard that Tianmen Taoism is short of money? Some of the major forces in Wood Capital secretly received news that a mysterious person had gone to the Wood Capital Trade Association not long ago and sold a batch of priceless goods worth 15 billion energy wall stones. This was definitely a huge number. Chapter 2392. Expeditionary Guard. Did you say that Tianmen Taoism came out to dispose of the stolen goods? The news was immediately reported to the branch of the Expeditionary Guard. When Xiao Mingshan heard the news, he almost doubted whether he had heard it wrong. How is it possible? When did the people of the Tianmen Taoism need to dispose of stolen goods? The Heavenly Gates Taoism was a remnant of the Empire's expedition. From the establishment of the Empire until now, they had never been annihilated. Every time a stronghold was destroyed, another stronghold would appear after a few years. The Expeditionary Guards had a lot of information about the Tianmen sect. They had been besieged countless times, but they had never been able to completely wipe them out. They were like weeds that had been wiped out one batch after another. When Xiao Mingshan heard the news, his first reaction was disbelief. The foundation of the previous dynasty was also very terrifying. How could they come out to dispose of stolen goods, especially at this time? This was a typical case of committing a crime against the wind. They're too arrogant. Contact Lord Bai immediately. Xiao Mingshan was also angry. They clearly knew that the Empire had put a bounty on their heads, yet they still dared to come out. It was clear that they didn't take the Empire's bounty seriously. Someone came out to dispose of the stolen goods? After Bai Qinglong came to the Ash Wolf Star Zone, he did not have any free time. He collected all the clues he could and captured some members of the Heaven's Gate sect, but he did not find any useful clues. The only person he could be sure of was Wang Haoren, a fifth-job professional, the invisible swordsman. Hearing that there was news about the Heaven's Gate sect, Bai Qinglong immediately brought people over. This is the news I just received. Take a look for yourself. Bai Qinglong saw through it quickly and slammed his palm on the table. Despicable bastards, they're committing crimes against the law and openly challenging the Empire's authority. Arrest them immediately. The two of them had never seen anyone who dared to come out to commit a crime at such a time. Did they really think that they didn't exist? Brother Xiao, send a message to the city lord of the Wood Capital and order them to capture that person. We'll be there soon. Bai Qinglong said. As long as he could capture this person, he would definitely be able to find some clues. He might even be able to find the lair of the Tianmen Taoism and capture them all in one fell swoop. Lord Bai, this is a little troublesome. Xiao Mingshan bitterly smiled. That place is related to the prince. Our expeditionary guard's words are useless against them. Bai Qinglong's expression became serious. This matter involved the princes, And no matter which prince it was not a small matter. He helplessly said, "Immediately open the teleportation gate and bring people over." Xiao Mingshan nodded, "I have already given the order, they can leave at any time." Guild leader, are we just going to let that guy leave? Even the Wood Chamber of Commerce took a long time to gather 15 billion energy wall stones. Fortunately, they were able to buy 100 aircrafts and energy guns. The middle-aged president said, "The Chamber of Commerce of Wood Capital focuses on credibility when doing business. In the entire Zonglong Star Zone and even the nearby star zones, everyone knows about the credibility of the Chamber of Commerce of Wood Capital. Although the aircraft and energy guns are good, it's not impossible to get them. It's just a matter of time. If we take advantage of them, it's equivalent to offending the Skygate sect. You have to know that the remnants of the Skygate sect are able to survive for so long. They're quite capable. We businessmen shouldn't get involved in this." Feng Qingyang finally understood. However, 15 billion energy wall stones almost depleted all of our energy wall stones. Say no more. The middle-aged president stopped Feng Qingyang from continuing. There's going to be a good show soon. I wonder how the people from the Elysium Path are going to take away such a large amount of energy wall stones. That guy is coming out. Yes, the guy in the black robe. Hurry up, he's leaving the city. Outside the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce, spies from all over had gathered and were keeping a close eye on the people coming and going. The moment Lin Fei came out of the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce, the spies outside immediately kept a close eye on him and sent out messages one after another. When Lin Fei left the city, there was a group of people tailing him. "Master, you went against the wind and committed a crime this time. You've infuriated the people from the Expeditionary Empire. Now, there are at least a few hundred people keeping a close eye on you." The little devil joked. In fact, ever since he entered the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei had been monitoring the situation through the system. When the messages were sent out, he could see everything clearly. Originally, he thought that the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce would be able to stall for time, but he didn't expect that the news would be so unguarded. 15 billion energy wall stones. Who wouldn't want to take a bite out of such a big fat piece of meat? Lin Fei said. Even a small bite is a fat piece of meat. Through the system, Lin Fei saw that apart from himself, almost none of the void chanters around him had green dots. They were all red dots. "Master, I just caught the head of the expeditionary guards, Xiao Mingshan, and that by Qinglong. They should have come through the teleportation formation and are heading towards Master's direction." From the moment he entered the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei knew that he would become a big fat piece of meat in the eyes of others. Convert all 15 billion energy wall stones into origin energy. This was a huge sum of money. The increase in Lin Fei's wealth was equivalent to the increase in his strength, and he could use his ultimate move. This was also the main reason why Lin Fei had to exchange for a large amount of energy wall stones. This was his biggest guarantee. Without origin energy, he was like a tiger without claws. Boom! Not long after Lin Fei left the city, a loud sound rang out as a huge barrier covered the region he was in, trapping him within it. Someone's making a move. That seems to be the Expeditionary Guard's heavenly cage. It can seal the sky and earth. It's a treasure that only the Expeditionary Guards can use. No way! Why are they so fast? The Expeditionary Guards are on a mission. Those who are not important should leave. Those who disobey will be killed. Xiao Mingshan and Bai Qinglong caught up with the elites of the Expeditionary Guards. The people who followed up all stopped in their tracks. The huge black cage had a huge impact on them and the Expeditionary Guards. The forces that wanted to take a bite out of the Expeditionary Guards immediately restrained their subordinates. No matter what, they could not offend the Expeditionary Guards. If they offended them, there would be no place for them in the Empire. Bai Qinglong and Xiao Mingshan stared at the black-robed man. "Remnant of the Heavenly Gate sect, surrender now!" Bai Qinglong yelled. The black heavenly cage turned into a huge hand and pressed down on the black-robed man. "Stop struggling. In front of the heavenly cage, your strength will drop by half. You can't stop it." Xiao Mingshan said. The Expeditionary Guards were infamous, not only because of the emperor's establishment, but also because of their methods. For example, the heavenly cage in front of them was a treasure